They transition to a one way.
Crap.
That's good.
Can I be with that?
And she also said about something that you
Hold on.
Are you ready? I would get everybody. Please. Buddy Ward, let's take a seat.
I'm gonna pull you.
Like, sir. Well, good morning, breakfast lovers, and thank you very much for joining with us at our annual reentry conference. And this year, we're focusing in on the dignity of work. I just want to say thank you to all of you for coming this morning and for surviving Jersey City parking. And I particularly want to say thank you to St. Peter's University for their hospitality. And I'd also like to recognize all the workers who helped to make this a reality. Thank you. And as is our way, I'd like to call it a prayer. And I'm very much honored that we have someone who's not only served this nation in Vietnam, not only is an extraordinary pastor, but has a real sense of dedication to the men and women we are privileged to serve. He's pastor emeritus of Bethel AME Church, and he's a dear friend, a spiritual leader. I'd like to call upon for invocation, Pastor Boyer. And Cardinal, you promise not to take a collective.
Good morning, everyone. As always, thank you, Governor. Appreciate the contributors introductions. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, this morning we thank you for the blessing of the New Jersey Reentry Corporation and Governor Jim McGreevey, the staff, the board members, and the work that you have assigned to their hands. New Jersey Reentry can walk confidently, fulfilling their destiny because you commissioned and ordained it for such a time as this. Lord, I thank you for the support of everyone that's connected to the blessed organization, this blessed organization. Together, they're building community and affords men and women a second chance for a new lease on life, a new beginning, an opportunity to be what Almighty God intended them to be. New Jersey Reentry Corporation is strong, even though at times she feels weak, but she always looks to the hills from which comes her and receives that blessed assurance that the work is only and will be rewarded. New Jersey Reentry is steadfast, never giving up in the face of adversity. Lord, because your hand is upon the work of New Jersey Reentry Corporation, it will stand until you and Satan's plans will be abolished. Send a fresh anointing upon all who participate in this conference. In the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, we pray. With the church, God say, Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. And now I'd like to introduce you to the real power and organizational strength of New Jersey Reentry. I happen to be the homely face of New Jersey Reentry. But to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, I'd like to call upon Lacey Ann Friend.
Good morning, everyone. Let's all stand and rise to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
So I'd like to ask our first, so we're gonna have a presentation from Governor Murphy, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, but was kind enough to share a video.
Hey everyone, Governor Phil Murphy here. It is my honor to welcome all of you to the New Jersey Reentry Corporation's Annual Reentry Conference at St. Peter's University. And I want to thank my dear friend, Governor Jim McGreevey, for the invitation to share this message. And boy, would I like to be with you in person. The focus of this conference, training people to have productive careers after incarceration, benefits not only the recipients of the training, but also their families, their communities, and the entire state of New Jersey. Employment plays a critically important role in a person's reentry after time in prison, jail, addiction treatment, and military combat. Employment enables justice-involved persons to provide a living for themselves and their families. It reduces rates of recidivism, and it provides a sense of purpose and dignity. But to become gainfully employed, many justice-involved individuals need training. Training provides industry-recognized credentials that offer a path forward, that offer an opportunity to move beyond any past mistakes with a fresh start in life. In the past year, thanks to unique partnerships with major corporations and organizations such as Google, M&T Bank, TD Bank, JP Morgan Chase, the U.S. Department of Labor, training was offered to almost 4,000 individuals in classes such as digital literacy, financial literacy, introduction to computers, and workforce readiness. Further, the Governor's Reentry Training and Employment Center provides industry-recognized credentials in fields including construction, HVAC, electrical assistance, peer recovery, and solar panel installation. And in January of this year, the training center began classes in phlebotomy, the first such class offered to justice-involved persons in the state. Opportunities like those provided at the training center and other social service and reentry organizations across the state are a crucial part of ensuring that everyone who has served their time and is leaving prison or jail is given a second chance to succeed. And success in the form of a steady, well-paying job can be truly transformational for those individuals and their families. So I thank each and every one of you for taking the time to attend today's conference, and I wish you the very best for what I know will be a successful and productive day. Thank you all, and God bless.
What's your sense, Reverend Slaughter, what's your sense both scripturally and personally why work is so important to a person's soul?
Well, somebody said that all wisdom is plagiarism, the stupidity is freedom. And so I remember hearing once the chief rabbi of London talking about the beginning of the called the Old Testament, the Hebrew Scriptures. There's at first what appears to be a very negative version of work. It speaks after the sin. The first man is told that you work by by the sweat of your brow, and the earth isn't going to cooperate with you. You yield thistles and all that. He said, keep reading, which is always a good idea with scripture. And you'll have a list of tradesmen, of people that master different sorts of artistry and crafts. And it was sort of an indication, that it's not simply a curse. It's something that should help people be human beings, and allow them to do other stuff that will make them human beings. My dad worked for General Motors, like a lot of people in Detroit, where I grew up. And it was the beginning of the sitcoms, early 60s. Got a television, and I used to watch these sitcoms. I see the father come home with a briefcase that had something called Work from the Office. And I never saw my father home work from the office, so I figured he's slacking. So I asked him once, I said, why didn't you bring home work from the office? He said, because I married your mother. I didn't marry General Motors. But he said, you give General Motors 40 hours of work, if they're going to pay you for 40 hours. And so he was prepared to do that so he could realize his other dreams, which was a life partner and a family.
Amen. So work as an opportunity to fulfill life.
Yeah.
Anthony, you came home. What was it like when you? How many years behind the wall?
33.
33 years. And tough story, but you're on the other side. What was it like to look for work?
Work to me is so important. I mean, first of all, the governor's instrumental in helping me get here. My brother attorney, Larry Lusberg. After 33 years, when you come out, just the thought of getting out, what you're confronted with and will be confronted with, is a daunting task. And when I got out, Jim introduced me to reentry in New Jersey, Newark. And that's the first place I went. I was in a program at the time, but they offered really nothing in the way of reentry. Reentry was Jim. So I went there. Computer skills are very lacking. They help you with that. Your license, they really help you.
No, and I appreciate it. But you just talk about your gut. Why was work important to you, besides paying the bills?
Because a job is dignity. It's freedom. You don't have a job, you really don't have freedom because you have no choices. Your choices are so limited in movement, what you can purchase, what you can do, what you can help your family.
So work is dignity.
Absolutely.
Work is a sense of worth. Reverend Thomas?
I think it's good. I think also it reduces recidivism so that in fact, the returning person can be part of their family network and not dependent upon them. And so that gives you dignity within itself, that you can buy basic needs and provide for family when many of them might have children. And so
self-sufficiency, not dependence, going back to what the Cardinal said, you can contribute to your family and family life. And Emily is here in lieu of Ryan Hager, the much lovelier replacement of Ryan. And can you talk about why work is, from your perspective, with the Institute of Social Justice, why work and the Institute has been such a powerful voice for work?
And I certainly cannot replace Ryan if
Yes, you can.
here. But from our perspective, we look at this in terms of the racial disparities that we see, specifically in New Jersey. We have the greatest racial disparities in our criminal legal system in the country. So you look at ways to address that racial disparity. And also it's twofold, right? So there's the legal system, there's also the economic wealth gap that exists in our state. So by
So we have a,
we've got a twofer. And so to be able to acknowledge that, to give access to jobs, to give access to the opportunities, we're really addressing the ability to minimize our carceral system that has, again, the greatest racial disparities in the nation, but also to close that racial wealth gap, which is enormous. It's a 300,000.
and that is back to what Reverend just said, because if you have work, you reduce recidivism, to go back to what the Cardinal said, you strengthen the family, like Dr. Wolram. So it's all interconnected, it's integrated. So I just wanted to, Allison is our partner with the Volunteers of America in South Jersey, and Allison worked for the Senate Majority Office. Allison, what is your sense of why we have to promote work as a state and provide incentives for the court-involved persons? And can you take Anthony's?
Thank you.
Anthony, can you for water?
So thank you for letting me slide in for my CEO, Dan Lombardo, today, who sends his apologies. He's at his son's wedding this weekend. But I think, we have 3 halfway houses in Camden, we have rural programs with the chairman. And I think, what I've seen is it gives folks agency, right? If someone can work and
So say that, that's really important. It gives folks agency. So if I could just jump, when I was working for Exodus Ministries in Harlem, I remember working with guys who had just come out, and I would ask them to pick up the phone to call for their GED, and I was amazed, Rev, that they were unable to pick up the phone to dial because they did not have agency, because the criminal justice system, and I'll try to reframe, but the criminal justice system took away, ripped apart their agency. People were told when to go to work, when to eat, when to go to every little function. And so people didn't have the ability to make decisions. People didn't have the ability to have agency. And that's like a fancy $3 word, typical attorney. But it's an important word though, because people lose their sense of agency. They lose their sense of decision making. And
yeah, and if I think, one of our clients was just telling me, he can send money home, he can get things for his son for school, he can, support his household even while he's, in the process of coming back. And that means a lot. And that gives, from what I've seen, I've not walked in those shoes, but it gives folks a lot of hope and a lot of, energy to go down this road, which is extraordinary folks who make it. Yeah.
so I'm gonna come back. Cardinal, could you tell us, and maybe you, President Warren, what does the church, we work at this, from all of ours here, we work at this every day and try to convert people's hearts and minds to the importance of reentry, the AME Church, the Baptist. But what more can folks of faith, of any faith, do to change the hearts? Because to go into what you said and Dr. Thomas said and President Walden said, unless we do this, we're not going to reduce the disparity. Unless we do this, we're not going to provide for self-sufficiency. Unless we do this, we're not going to reduce recidivism. How do we appeal to folks of faith to convert hearts to this cause?
Sure. I think one of the things that we can do is to remember that the very people that we idealize and even worship were part of the carceral system, and we're not perfect people. And so when you think about someone like Moses, who was a murderer, in fact, David, who was also a murderer and adulterer, Jesus, who was convicted by the state and put to death, that we then can have our hearts softened just a bit to recognize that none of us is perfect and we all deserve a second chance. That would be the first step, is to stop the judgment, recognize that sometimes the only difference between us and them is that we didn't get caught.
When I was a pastor in Detroit, I was asked by the church I served to have an international meeting there. And I got a letter from one of the invitees who was from Brazil. And he said to me, I don't want to come to the United States. I don't want to come to Detroit because all I'll see are white imperialists. So why don't you come to Detroit and have a look around? And for a couple of days, he said, where are the Americans? These are the Americans. He said, but they're not white. I said, no. He said, they're not, they don't speak English a lot. I said, no. He said, they're very poor. I said, yes. He said, this is the third world. I said, well, maybe the fourth or fifth world. My point is that what systems can do is take away people's faces and reduce them to statistics or worse, stereotypes, caricatures. We hear this rhetoric all the time. And what I found works best with people in my own community are one-to-one contact, or small group contact. You know, if you can get them inside, that's the best. So number one, they can see that these are human beings. Yeah. And then you listen to their stories. And then you recognize the humanity of that person. I think that there's a current state of this country. There is a constant effort to take away people's faces. And it's up to us to restore them.
To bring back the humanity of each person,
And to bring that human contact.
human contact. Thank you. So Candido, you were behind the wall
Yes, sir.
and you were pardoned by President Obama.
Yes, sir.
And what did it mean to come out and work?
Well, you know,
You guys speak close to the mic, Ken. Thanks.
after spending a lot of time behind bar, when you come to the to the street for the first time, it's kind of hard because if you don't have nobody to help you, like you get a job, get an apartment, it's gonna be hard. And it's sometimes a lot of the people that was incarcerated and they don't have nobody to show the person the way to go, they might come back again to prison. But
Because you go back to what you know. You go back to.
exactly. So
You gotta eat.
So when you come to the street and you find professional people that are going to help you, like the one that I get, the main thing that they're going to show you how to do a thing right. So it's not going to be chance that you're going to think about to go back behind bar because there's no easy over there. So
Candido, how many years behind the wall?
I was 28 years.
28 years behind the wall, comes out, and now has a restaurant. What's the address?
31 Martin Luther King.
31 Martin Luther King,
KCC.
and pretty good Dominican soup.
I was, first of all, when I went to prison, I was graduated, I did professional chef, and I got an international cuisine, but Caribbean because I'm from from there. But it's very good soup though.
What do you mean work though now? So you went from however it costs the federal system to now being a taxpayer.
Of course.
So what does it mean to work though, Candido? What do you feel?
I feel blessed because after you be in there for so long and come back, I've been out like 7 years. Now I own my own restaurant. I pay tax. $8,000. So I feel blessed.
Ab? Mike? Thanks.
Governor McGreevy, thank you for having me today. Yeah. So I was behind. I was released from Otisville Prison about a year ago, and I spent about 8 years in federal prison. I'm actually kind of the reverse of the system, but I went from riches to rags. I was incarcerated for a financial crime. So when you come out and you're used to a certain work environment that I did for close to 30 years, and you can't re-enter that same workforce, I had to transform into a different workforce.
Yeah.
And re-entry has helped me greatly with that. And work, basically for me, to answer your original question, is therapy. It helped me focus to get my life straight. And the unbelievable support that I got from re-entry I couldn't believe it. It was like, God bless you.
No, so part of what we want to do is also to underscore to everyone here that reentry has many faces. I mean, that people think that the system focuses, it's a scourge across, I would argue, our nation, that we have the highest rates of incarceration in the world, and it not only impacts individuals, but families and communities. But I just wanted to add, to go back to Regina. Regina talked about, what it does to families and what it does to communities, and Regina works with human rights in the AFT. What do you think work does? So I have the privilege of still taking a caseload, and Regina, when I see particularly men come back and can't get a job, and the difference when they get a job, what that represents to their children, that becomes transformational, not only for themselves, but for their sons and their daughters. What does it mean to their family?
It means so much, and working for the American Federation of Teachers and supporting teachers and children, it is so much that children can stand and have dignity themselves because their parents are doing what is necessary to get back here. In absence of parents, children tend to have some issues in school. When parents return in a way that the children can look at them because they in fact have a job, they look like every other parent in the school system. And so dignity for returning citizens is dignity for their entire families. And it brings it back with all of the social ills that are affecting our schools. We need to make sure that their families have all the necessary support that is needed in our system. And so we stand at the American Federation of Teachers for anything that brings back the integrity and to make sure that our children in our communities are going back and not replicating, in fact, what their parents have.
So, and that is on Reverend Slaughter. So the AME Church has a strong presence in the state, strong leadership, strong churches, communities. What more can we do to engage the church community? And the AME Church has done so much, but Pastor candidly, I've been in churches where people talk about those people, and those people are those people who have come through incarceration. How did we go to what President Walron said? How and we understand the forgiveness of the gospel of the Hebrew Bible, but how do we psychologically convert people so that they understand that we're all in those shoes?
Well, I think it's the mission of the church, particularly for the African Methodist Episcopal Church. Our mission says that we must feed the homeless, we must clothe the naked, we must help those that are unable to help themselves. After all, I think President Walron mentioned to us God's own reentry corporation. I mean, I think it was full when she went from Moses all the way. I mean, we can't leave out Peter, we can't leave out Paul, who was not Saul. So God had the very first reentry corporation. And so all of Jesus, as we're dealing with Holy Week this week, all of Jesus' disciples had jobs. All of them were workers. When we're talking about dignity of the work. And so the church must realize is full of people that are in God's reentry corporation. I think all of them have seen it, all of them have fallen short. And so the church has to embody that. It has to receive that and has to make that a mission of the church. And it's not those, it's us. It's we're all in this together. And so I think the community and the state, the world will be a much better place when the church begins to embody that and take that role seriously. And then just in this last 30 seconds, Dr. King, we just celebrated his assassination a few days ago. And he was assassinated in Memphis. What was he doing in Memphis? He was there for those sanitation workers, those that I'm sure if the research was done, would figure out that many of those workers were a part of the reentry corporation and those that have returned home and was trying to find livable wages and to be treated with dignity. And so when we begin to model that, I think we'll have a better world.
How do we enter? So Anthony, when you're in prison and when you were, you know, you went through you were on death row and the psychological and the burden, what did you ever think about not only coming out, but what did you think about work and why work behind the wall meant something to you and why work outside meant something to you?
When I was on death row, there was no workers. No one could actually come on that unit. No painters, no one. And showers would get dirty. Officers didn't want to clean them. So eventually they let me out. They let me come out a couple hours a day and work. And I felt good about that. Gave me something to do, focus my time, my energy, and I felt good.
So when you were on death row and you could come out and you work, you felt better about yourself.
Absolutely.
Why did you feel better about yourself?
Well, first of all, I was being productive and I was being positive. I was
So
cleaning the unit
that
every-
goes back to something that Reverend just said. So it has to start behind the wall. I mean, the reality is we have to start preparing men and women behind the wall for productive life, and we can't waste years of wasted time, no access to computers, no access to services. The fact that Anthony's on death row and feels good about himself, cleaning the toilet, says it all. You can come to my house, by the way. My daughter doesn't know how to do it so well.
Listen, people need to be engaged in a positive way and shown a door, an open door, immediately. If you go out there and you're on your own and you're knocking on doors and people are telling you sorry, first of all, people don't do background checks anymore. They just Google you and they don't even tell you. So I have great interviews and great this and great that. And we're so happy to help you. And then they Google me. And then they say, yes, we do hire ex-felons, just not all ex-felons. Listen, just quick. My fiance is an attorney. She makes a lot of money. I feel less than, not from her, from myself. I still struggle of all the things I've accomplished in 4 years, which is a lot. And that's not a pat on the back because I should have been doing right my whole life. But I still struggle with one thing, and that's a job. That's because I'm in Pennsylvania. They don't have the reentry they have here. So I'm struggling with that still to this day. Of all the things I've put in place, this is the one problem I have. But the thing is this, I'm free. And I continue. Come back to New Jersey, get help from the governor. But a job means a lot to all of us that come out. A lot.
So Emily, in terms of, go ahead, Virginia.
I think those of us in labor, there is excellent programs in Washington State where, in fact, the trade unions train within the system, even before you come out. They make preparations for women who, in fact, are pregnant when they come in. They deal with sort of debt and fines attached to debt. You go to jail for something and you still paying fines on it. So I think we, Governor, can work very closely with those of us in labor so that we can prepare and have training programs within the system that already have them prepared and certified to work on jobs the day they walk out of the system.
No, thank you, Virginia. We've got some folks from the laborers and carpenters here and frankly, folks that are making, the right commitments in terms of the court involved, which is so important, and meaningful diversity and opportunity. So Emily, you talked about the double hit, not only in terms of the disparity, the racial disparity in incarceration, but also wealth. So what is it, when you think of work, what is it that we as a state, as a people, as a community of conscience need to do affirmatively to change this dynamic? So when Pastor Slaughter talks about, the biblical mission, when President Walren, when the Cardinal talks about understanding where we are as a people, as a community, as a faithful, how do we, if you were to name two things that the state of New Jersey should do, Reverend Thomas just talked about partnerships with labor. Anthony talked about, starting behind the wall. Allison talked about, connecting to VOA earlier. What are the two things that we should do as a moral imperative? What are the two sacred tenets? Sorry, totally vegan. Bourbon Slaughter says I'm a frustrated, but anyway, what are the two sacred tenets that we should be, that NJRC, that VOA, that we should all be holding sacred for work?
It's fitting that it's Passover this week, I don't know that.
Exactly.
So, in terms of two, I can't necessarily speak to what I think is important that I'm hearing from everyone that's on this panel, though, is it's not just the ability to work in and of itself, right? It's taking pride in the work that you choose, having access to options of what that work looks like, not just having to be happy that it's toilet cleaning, right? Like, this is to be able to have meaningful access, and what we're seeing also happens with folks who are incarcerated is access to education, good education, programs that are expansive, access to things like technology where you can learn. You hear about folks that are released that literally don't know how to use a smartphone, that don't know how to use a computer. And not only that, that if there is one available, or they have to pay for it. We have these accumulating debts that happen while you're incarcerated. So, I mean, from our perspective, any holistic programming that addresses education and training while in, and that continues that tether while out, it doesn't just have to end once that release date comes. There should be follow. There should be programs that allow it to be all-encompassing, but that comes with education. That comes with
Education and training. Education and training. Judge, I mean, when you saw people cycle through the system, is there anything that we should be doing from a judicial perspective? Is there anything that the court should be doing to better link folks to job opportunities? And the microphone.
I'm a criminal judge, and I have had before me thousands of people, thousands. And I actually sent somebody to you this week. And I view that as my role. My principal role, of course, is to protect the public, but also to address the humanity of the person before me in the hopes of cutting off and breaking the chain. I'm going to make a plug to all the prospective employers here. This has been eye-opening to me. When I send somebody to reentry and I follow up with the employer, which I do routinely, almost without exception, what I get back is, send me more, clone this person. Folks that have been struggling and have had struggles are hungrier, often, much more dedicated, much more grateful. Now, that's been my observation. So what the judiciary can do is what we're trying to do, which is somehow facilitate breaking the chain, and reentry is integral to that.
So, and a lot of people say, don't send me millennials, just send me ex-offenders. I just wiped out all millennials, but anyway. Ad, did you want to jump on? I'll go back.
So I wanted to interject on something, is that the foundation of when inmates come out, obviously, is to have some type of education so they can enter the employment arena. But I want to bring a story just to your attention real quick. When I was at a prior federal prison before Otisville, they were trying to educate inmates there, and I was a tutor, and they would bring in volunteers from Princeton University to let unfortunate inmates that never went to college go to take classes. So a lot of the prison guards wouldn't let the teachers
degree program
wouldn't let the teachers in, because they felt, why should the inmates get free education when we're working two jobs so that our kids go to college and the inmates get a free education. So I want you to know that prior to coming out, there's a lot of problems inside the prisons that interfere with the inmates getting educated, which
but
needs
I
to be
think
addressed.
that's really important. And God bless Senator Cunningham. I remember Sandy was tremendous. We were testifying for Pell Grants, and the legislature was going back and forth. And I thought to myself, Sandy said, but we're building prisons, everybody says yes, but if we're educating and people make that argument, well, they've done X, Y, and Z. But the point is, if you provide opportunity, you can change. But go ahead, President Walton.
So I wanted to speak just to that because at New York Theological Seminary, we have a Master's of Professional Studies program that's offered at Sing Sing Correctional Facility.
Yeah.
In the past 40 years, we graduated 532 men with a recidivism less than 10% over the lifetime of the program and less than 1% in the last few years. We just started this program at Bedford Hills for women so that we can offer women the same opportunity. We'll have the first graduating class in May. But I wanted to say that because we know that this is a program that works and we would love to be able to partner with New Jersey to have the same kind of program in New Jersey, one that restores dignity, makes these men more employable when they come out and women more employable when they come out, and gives them an opportunity to stay home.
So part of the dignity of work though, and I heard it from Emily, and I appreciate the reference to Pesach because obviously no, but that's so important. I mean, when you discuss slavery and you discuss Exodus, and we did the whole focus in reentry on that passage, but I hear training behind the wall. And so part of this is to the dignity of work is that we have to start substantive training so much earlier. I mean, we do, God willing, we do a really good job, clearly a decent job on training, but we have to fundamentally rethink prison. We have to fundamentally rethink incarceration so that it becomes an opportunity to have skills, as an opportunity to connect to employment. And that's what I'm hearing again and again. And so when you talk about that, President, and you hear what Ab said in terms of candidly, the prejudice against those individuals behind the wall to access education, that requires a fundamental change. And it should be perhaps part of our metrics in determining what corrections does. It has to be part of determining or measuring their sufficiency. How many people are going through educational programs? What is the degree of proficiency? How many people are receiving technical certifications? And what does that mean for their employment? Because at the end of the day, if you want the dignity of work in this workplace, you have to have it skilled. And I think that's what we are out.
Thanks, Governor. And I think it strikes me as I hear from folks today that it's about changing hearts and minds too, which not to be trite, but everybody in this room gets it, right? The legislature gets it. I see Senator Testa here. You and I worked on a ton of bills around reentry, and just sitting and talking to Mr. Palladino, who does training for NJRC, it seems like it's more about sort of bureaucratic nonsense that folks are running into, because we have NJRC, we have Volunteers of America, we have all these great folks, all these great trainers, and folks still don't want to hire people who, are obviously hungry, they're great, they're wonderful people, they've been through a lot, they're going to be great employees. So to me, part of it also is how do you do that? How do you change hearts and minds?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's part of it, and we're going to Dr. Slaughter, but part of it is if you have a technical proficiency, and this is the stat for New Jersey reentry, the average stat for a guy coming out of New Jersey reentry, the employment is between 54 and 57%. That's the average. But it goes up to the 90s when they get a credential certification, whether it's HVAC or phlebotomy. And so the point is, if you have that credential and there's a demand, the marketplace is going to hire you. And frankly, our folks are hungry to work. Millennials, you got to give them an alarm clock. My daughter, I think, might be here by 10 o'clock, right?
Piggybacking on that, one of the great things that my mayor in Newark, Ray Baraka, has done in carving out in terms of housing, a certain percentage must be persons from lower income families so that they can live in these high rises and live in these elaborate and wonderful facilities that are being built. When will New Jersey move forward to almost legislating or carving out a certain percentage of companies that the state does business with, companies and corporations that make millions of dollars off this state, that a certain percentage of their workforce must include and must be inclusive of those that are returning home and those that are coming back, those that are hungry as you described and ready to work, and making sure that we carve out, because Dr. Thomas talked about those that are willing to partner from the labor perspective. But we have so many unions, and unions have been welcoming of those coming home in certain industries. But I think the state has to move a little bit further and start demanding, almost legislating, making it law that a certain percentage be carved out for those that are coming back home so that we can ensure they have a place to work.
Can I have a witness? Thank you, because that's the fundamental change. That's the fundamental change when you require folks to partner. So, you know, the focus of this first panel was represent thought leaders and people in our community, people in our state that have a sense of vision, that's wanted to talk about work and why work is important. And I think what we heard is, and it is, you know, first time in quite a few years that Ramadan, Pesach, and Holy Week coincide. But part of it is, you know, victory over death, victory over slavery, for the Quran, divine revelation. Part of it is understanding the worth of every human being. And work, as the Cardinal said, is not just a burden, but it's a fulfillment. It's a sense of purpose. So we have to create economic models. And that's industry recognized credentials. That's starting earlier behind the wall. And that's continuing out here. But it's also linking to economic opportunity. So driving the private sector to provide opportunity. So in the 4 minutes, you know, we all have a boss. My boss is Lacey, or wherever she is. But I just want to sort of to wrap up. If you had a message, you know, and whether it's to the Institute or Regine or Cardinal, what's the message, like from your gut, not a policy message, but a gut message, why this is so important? And I'm gonna start because I keep going to President Waller. I'm gonna start here, Al. I'm gonna start, why is this so important?
I mean, I'm gonna cede my time to the folks on this panel who have actually walked in these shoes, but I just think it's so important to give folks agency over their lives.
So agency. Matthew, did you hear that? Agency.
I'd just like to say, listen, you have people that want to change and people that don't. Help the people that want to change. We work hard. Hard. You say you don't have time for everyone, but there are a lot of us, and we came from your neighborhoods. We didn't come from space. We want to return, and we want to be right and do good. We need help. Those that don't want it, that's on them. Those that want it, it's on us. Thank you.
I just want to reiterate that work is the best therapy for inmates or people that are coming out, and any opportunity that can help inmates or people that have re-entered society would be the best thing for the society, I think. Thank you.
From a judicial perspective, if we do not aggressively facilitate education and employment, we will be encouraging the never-ending chain of recidivism.
Well, for me, work is one of the best things, because when I get my first restaurant, it was sell only 6 plates a day. And then I started working hard the way they're supposed to be. And today I sell 300 plates a day. So I think that's what I'm doing.
Right.
I think we must all remember we're all a part of God's Reentry Corporation. So we all should assist one another with restoring humanity restoring their dignity and restoring their pride.
And
I guess I would just add, we all have pasts, and so part of what being reentry means is that acknowledging that we all have experiences that inform us as people. They're all valuable experiences. And part of that is to be able to move forward and acknowledge that and give everyone a chance to be back in the community. All of these things are about saying, welcome back. What happens has happened, let's move forward. That's progress.
Emily, that was beautiful. Thank you. Emily, you don't have a past. If you want to talk about past, I'll talk about past. Go ahead.
I think it's about, it's not they and them, it's us.
Right.
And it's
Right. Thanks. Cardinal?
Yeah, I was kind of on Doctor's wavelength. I think it's not simply restoring their faces, but it's our own too. Sorry.
Right. Amen.
And I think it's just also about helping us to remember that no one wants to be constantly reminded of the worst mistake they ever made. And so this gives folks an opportunity to rebuild something new and contribute in a way that we can be remembered by the best things we did instead of the worst.
Yeah, right. Thank you very much. Thank you, President Lawrence. Thank you, Cardinal. Thank you, Dr. Thomas. Thanks, Emily. Reverend Dr. Slaughter, Candido. Thanks, Ab. Thanks, Anthony. Thanks, Al. All right, second panel. Coming home, finding work. And these are guys, and I'd ask Calvin to come up here also. If you could just please. All right, I'd ask Reverend Bartley, Camerano, Rob Carter, Doug Digital, Ulysses, Sam, Tracy, and Calvin, please come up. We just wanted to salute Senator Ron Wright and Lionel here. We were applause. We just want Senator Wright. No one on these issues. And I just want to present this proclamation to the Wright family, and Lionel is keeping it on behalf of the Christian family. Lionel?
Good morning to everyone. Let's try that again. Good morning to everyone. Good. So my name is Lionel Leach, and just real briefly, we lost the Senator Rice. We laid him to rest a couple of days ago, last week, and there was nothing more important than reentry for our people here in New Jersey. He always talked about taking care of Black, minority, and Latino, but especially here in New Jersey with the reentry program. Out of the 430-some bills that he helped pass in the state, one of the most important ones that was very special to him was to be able to have people that basically finished parole to be able to have the right to vote, and that affected over 80,000 people here in the state of New Jersey. So I just want to say thank you so much, Governor. Really appreciate you. You have a special place in his heart. He always loved the governor. And his dad also. But just want to say on behalf of the family and the whole staff, thank you very much.
So I just want to say this about Senator Rice. Senator Rice was a Marine, and hoorah, and exactly. Anyway, he and my father would go out and tell Marine stories, and anyway, one of the toughest votes when I was governor. I wasn't getting Ron Rice. I'm like, Dad, you got to pull the Semper Fi stuff. He got Ron Rice's vote. So, but seriously, in terms of support, Senator Rice, Senator Cunningham, they've been lions in the Senate. Can we have another round of applause for Senator Rice? Thank you. So coming home, and we've got Calvin. Calvin, tell us what it's like coming home and looking for work. And go ahead.
Okay, coming home was a beautiful thing for me. I served 38 years and 6 months. I was incarcerated at the age of 14 years old. I was tried as an adult. And coming home, I'm still experiencing the brutalness of it, the culture shock. I came home June the 7th of last year. And leaving society as a child at the age of 14 years old and returning as a grown man, it's like you're being born again, but you're no longer an infant, you're a grown person, you have to fend for yourself. I was blessed with the opportunity to have the support outside of my family. I had the support of Governor McGreevey and New Jersey Reentry, which has still been my support base since being home. It's a beautiful thing. But what makes it even more beautiful when you return home and have the proper support and also employment. I heard you about employment earlier, but one thing about employment, what it does for a person that spent so many years behind a wall in a controlled environment, when you out here, it's not only a form of inspiration, but it's also a form of empowerment. That you're independent, that you're working and providing for yourself, having a steady income. You know, it's teaching you how to pay your bills and things of that nature. So again, me being out here in society after 38 and a half years, I'm still learning my way, but it's a beautiful thing. Each and every day is beautiful for me. And again, for me to be sitting here today for my second time coming to this conference, it's unbelievable. Because just a year ago, I was behind the wall. But now I'm around a bunch of important, beautiful individuals that believe in giving individuals a second chance, such as myself. So I'm honored, and it's a beautiful thing to be in society, and I thank you for welcoming me to this such prestigious event.
I'd like to thank Sam Plummerite for the parole decision, but I guess I shouldn't say that. So, Reverend Barley, well, what is it like coming home? And you in the mic. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Governor.
And like Reverend Barley with the National Action Network, he's our partner, and I just want to say thanks. He's also our landlord in Newark. He did something about the rent, but that's something else. But Rev, what's it like coming home?
Well,
and you came from a family. Your father was a prestigious pastor. Family had certain expectations. All of that.
And thank you, Governor. For me, coming home back in 1988, coming out of Boydtown, where they called it Gladiator School, coming home was a great opportunity that I was able to look past my past and look at the potential. My dad, prominent preacher, both of my grandfathers were pastors, and coming home was a great opportunity. And one of the things that I did want to do, and that was go back. And so I surrounded myself with all of the right people that I needed to be surrounded around so that I wouldn't go back. To me, that's what's coming home.
But you had advantages that a lot of folks didn't have.
I did. Leaving Newark, moving to Hillside, New Jersey back in 1973. It was an opportunity to be in a home with a mother and a father, all of my siblings in the same home. It was a great opportunity, but I just wanted to venture out, do my own thing. And that led to the trouble that I got into. I'm 59 years old. I've been arrested more times than my age. And God has given me another chance.
So I just want to jump to Rich. Rich is our partner, Sansone. They do great jobs. They hire, by the way, good haircut.
I wanna look like you, Jim. when I grow up.
Whatever, whatever. And another Marine, you're gonna watch these Marines. Rich, what is it like for the guys coming home and you work with guys and gals and also you do great work behind the wall with veterans? What is it like for them to come home and to struggle with, and we're gonna talk to Ulysses and we're gonna talk to the chairman of the parole board. What is this like?
I've been hiring ex-offenders for 27 years into the automobile industry. I'm a mental health therapist also. I have over 9,000 hours counseling individuals that have been incarcerated. And the one key, there's two things that we haven't spoken about yet. Putting my therapist hat on is that the male brain is not developed until your late 20s, which automatically explains why your teenagers are the way they are and why people make mistakes when they're young, because the last thing you learn is consequences and judgment. The thing that's changed everything for Sandstone Automall and the automobile industry with the individuals that we work with, and also the veteran diversion program that we have in Middlesex County, is mentoring. And everything we're talking about today is not brain surgery. It really isn't. When you bring somebody into the workplace, you have to have a mentor. They have to have somebody they can talk to understand the politics of the workplace, how to advance their careers, and you just have to talk to them. It's similar to AA or NA. They just need somebody to talk to, and that's what made it, been extremely successful at Sansone, but every person that comes in. Also, we haven't talked about women that are incarcerated. Give me a female that's a former drug dealer, and I'll make her a salesman in 2 minutes, and we've got made 250 grand. I know. It's got to change the narrative a little bit. The product is the product. Selling is selling. And the one thing an ex-offender has that you can't teach the millennials, as you pointed out, you can't teach street smarts. And street smarts in the workplace is huge.
Trace, thank you. Trace, what is it like? Trace, what is it like to come home and, what were you concerned about in terms of work? And what were your anxieties in terms of coming home and, before you got this bougie suit and this fancy tie, the Italian glasses?
Oh, stop, Governor. Thank you, Governor, for having me here this morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Tracy.
Coming home for me, and this year I celebrated 30 years of being home. Came home in 1993. But just like the gentleman said, as a former drug-addicted drug dealer, one who sold drugs to support my habit, always knew I was an entrepreneur. I just had the wrong product, and once I changed the product, I changed the game. And in 1993, when I came home, I just really felt that it wasn't going to take me long to become the entrepreneur I always thought I was. So I looked up and got a job as a roofer. Nobody I know aspires to be a roofer. But it was an opportunity that was handed to me that I mastered in 2.5 years, as many returning citizens do when given the opportunity. Worked my way up from labor to foreman to supervisor in 2.5 years and quit. Started my first business in 1995. Within 7 years, it was a multi-billion-dollar business. How they returning citizens. I attribute my success to formerly incarcerated individuals. So hired many formerly incarcerated individuals. Now 66 employees we have now in Philadelphia.
You're the atypical success story. Reverend Bartley's the atypical success story. What was it that helped you climb that ladder? What was it? What idea? What opportunity for Reverend Bartley Candelated? It was a strong family, faith support. What was it for you? And it was the opportunity to be in the roofers, to have that stability. But what enabled you to make that transformation? To go to what Rich said for that young woman, and I know the women that he hired, to understand the transfer of the product. What is it? What's the idea? What's the mechanism?
Well, first, the foundation was my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I spent a year in South Africa reading the Bible from cover to cover. So I knew when I came home from which I've come from. And then also on top of that, Governor, I got an opportunity to learn about my history. This is a very rich history that I knew nothing about. So I think those two combinations between the faith and my history, learning about it and being who I was, enabled me to really come home and just know with those foundations, I could be the best person I want to be.
So it's competence, it's history. Now we're gonna ask Rob Carter. Rob is our Chief Operating Officer, and, you know, Rob spent some quality time. So Rob, go ahead.
So, you wanna know what it was like for me to come home?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'd love to sit here and say the same thing as, Pastor Barley and Mr. Bass or whatever, when I came home this last time, because I've come home many times, that was the most scared I've ever was in my life, because for the first time in my entire life, I wanted to do something different, and I had no idea how. I had no idea how to live a regular life, work a regular job, open up a bank account. I knew none of that. And I was really, really scared that I was not going to succeed and be able to continue on with the life that I had gotten accustomed to before I came home, and this mindset and this desire to do the right thing, because I had no support and no experience. And when I came home, I struggled mightily, and failed time and time again. Like my family was done with me, and rightfully so. I had multiple felony convictions. I was unemployable with the exception of manual labor, and I struggled for years. 10 years it took me to find what it is that I finally feel like what I was meant to do. And in that time, I lost so many friends and so many people that I came up with that were trying to do the right thing, because they stumbled just like I did, but going back to doing what they had already done or always done, and they're either dead or back in prison. So I'm extremely fortunate to be sitting here. But when I came home this last time, I was, that was the most frightened day I'd ever been in my entire life.
Thank you for that. Chairman Plummeray, first, thank you for rolling with your friend Capital Pass, with the state parole board. And on a serious note, Sam, like, you've been a visionary, you've helped so many folks, you've spent time. What works for people that are coming home?
Well, as was said before, I don't think that there's anything that's more important than a purpose and dignity. And to me, as was mentioned earlier, I want to recognize members of the board that are here and have attended just about every one of your conferences. We care about what we do, our mission. And quite frankly, to me, one of the most positive things that I've seen, quite frankly, you should get a round of applause for it, is to visit your training center. I was able to go a few times and to experience individuals that were there happy that they had a path to the trades, HVAC, electricians, welding. I can go on and on. Met people that knew me that I didn't know. They came up to me and were just so enthused and so happy. So we, as a board, make sure that we do the best that we possibly can to utilize those that we contract with to offer employment opportunities, educational opportunities, drug addiction opportunities. So those issues, all of that in collective are the most important.
So what I hear is from Rich and from Rob and Steph is that people come out, they have certain talents, but they don't necessarily know how to convert those talents to the marketplace. And when I hear Trey's, his faith, his resolve, he was able to do it. Rich says, I've had the pleasure of meeting some of your folks. Well, I say stop talking about how much they're making. Also, we'll lose the entire reentry group and we'll start working for Samsung. But I mean, the point is, it's converting those skill sets. So Ulysses, how has it been for you, Ulysses?
Good morning. It's been absolutely wonderful. Wonderful. I mean, for me, reentry started behind the wall, accepting responsibility for the crime that I committed in society, paying my debt for it. I'm paid up. Now it's time for me to, get my life together, enjoy life. And that's what I've been doing. I've gotten a few trades. I work nights, that's why I'm a little tired, plus I'm fasting.
So I just want people to know, not only is he fasting because of Ramadan, but in addition to that, you work till what time?
3 o'clock in the morning.
He worked at 3 o'clock in the morning and he's here now, and he does this. I have problems fasting on Good Friday, let alone every day, and then working at 3 o'clock in the morning here and going to training every single day. He doesn't miss a day of training. I wish all of America could see your perseverance, your commitment.
Yeah, I'm truly happy, man, and I'm thankful for everybody, who comes out and support the people who are coming from behind the wall. We need it. We need the support. That's just as simple as I can make it. It's a lot of people who are coming from behind the wall that just want a chance, and if you give them the chance and opportunity, in most cases they're not, you won't feel bad about doing it, and that's just being sincere,
Thank you. And we have Senator Testa, and Michael is tremendous, and I think he gets the award for traveling the furthest, the first district. What's your hometown? Vineland, yes. They just got indoor plumbing. But I just want to say thank you because Michael's extraordinary. He works with us. He worked with Rob, helping folks in Cumberland County to get their licenses. And Michael, can you just borrow Altair's Michael, or Tracy's? So what is it for you as you helped us out in Cumberland with Cumberland Dairy? So what is it like? Your intervention helped people get licenses to get jobs. That was a simple thing, but it gave different folks jobs.
Well, as a criminal defense attorney, I have to say that the judge that was on the panel beforehand really hit the nail on the head.
Where's Judge Kirsch? Thank you.
Judge Kirsch.
And who, by the way, is nominated to become a federal district judge if you could write up.
If we're not going to be serious about helping individuals re-enter society, have dignity, have a purpose, have a job, then we are going to be in this never-ending cycle of recidivism. And people that know me know that I'm a conservative Republican, but I'm also a criminal defense lawyer. This is a reality. And what a lot of people sort of shun is the fact that 99.8 or 9% of every single person behind the wall will eventually be out. And if they don't have some set of skill set, a job, a purpose, and the basic necessities, like the ability to open a bank account, like the ability to have a driver's license, they're going to be yet another statistic of recidivism. And what happened was, Governor, this was kind of a beautiful story. I got a call from the chairman of the board of Hendricks House, Nova. And he said to me, he calls me Mikey, he's known me way too long. I said, Mikey, I'm pretty sure you can't help me with this. But Cumberland Dairy wants to hire a number of individuals from Hendricks House. And so many of these guys simply don't have a driver's license or any form of valid identification in order to get a job. Now, most people in society, not in this room, don't understand that there's a large swath of individuals out there that don't have basic identification. And they have, you and I discussed this, Governor, number of warrants when they get out from various municipal courts. And yet they're going to drive, especially in a rural area like mine that doesn't have New Jersey Transit in real existence down there. And they're going to get more and more behind the 8 ball because they're going to pick up more tickets, driving while suspended, more fines that they can't afford. There has to be something done. I mean, it's almost become like similar to debtor's prison. Really. And when Cumberland Dairy expressed that interest, that we have all of these individuals that we want to employ, we can give them gainful employment, give them a purpose. Guess what's going to happen if they don't get a simple driver's license? They are going to go back to the streets.
No alternative.
That's correct. They'll go back to what they know, what's comfortable. Right? Yep. And what's comfortable to them, unfortunately, in many cases, is not being a straight member of society. But look at the success stories that you have here. So it was that basic of it.
Yep. Went to Rob for making that a reality. But Senator Testa was able to link us to Cumberland County and basically provide for driver's licenses. so that people could work. And that was a game changer. So it's not all that necessarily that complicated, but it's relating between the Reentry Corporation, nonprofits. I see John also working with government and working with the private sector, that trifecta. So Peter, Peter, we were on retreat this a couple months ago for Lenten. Peter has his story. He came home. What was it like?
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, everybody.
That's a hell of an introduction.
Thank you all for your time and attention this morning. Glad to be here. Coming home, yeah, it was a roller coaster of emotions. I'll remember like it was yesterday. The rest of my life, getting in a car, first time getting in a car since being dropped off at prison, and it felt like kind of when you haven't been on the open ocean for a while, and even when you're not seasick, you just kind of feel like this is unusual, this is unnatural, and being excited about it, but then going to the halfway house, which is its own wake-up call. And that's something that's another practical aspect of finding work as soon as you can, as soon as you get out, is, yes, it represents all those things that everyone up here is talking about this morning. It also gets you out of the halfway house quicker, which is critical. Yep. Everyone here who's ever been away will tell you that. And not everyone goes to halfway house, but 90% go to halfway houses. You got to get out of there as soon as possible. And that just like it's within your power to get to the door when you're in prison quicker, stay on your best behavior, do programs, address the issues that they let you address in order to shave time.
What? It's a sense of purpose. There's a sense of purpose, but it changes your life because you're getting out of the halfway house the same way that Anthony got out of the death row cell. There's a sense of meaning and there's a greater sense of purpose.
And even before I came home, first job that I had after I resigned from office, and when I resigned, I was absolutely toxic. Couldn't find a job anywhere, and it was truly the most demoralizing and despondent I've ever been in my life. It's this realization that if I can't find a job, if I can't find somebody to, as someone else said, have that door be open for me, what other problems, which are much more complicated than that, I might be unable to solve, right? And then the first job that I got was actually at Lewisburg, the federal prison camp in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, and I was a GED teacher there. And I made a point of absolutely throwing my shoulder into it and making sure that every single man who came into that class was going to pass the GED. Sometimes it took them 2 or 3 tries, but everyone was going to pass. And nothing was going to stop that from happening. And some of the guys, I'd be the one delivering the news to them that, great news, you passed the GED. And some of them would give me a high five or a fist bump. And sometimes, this would be a grown man just dissolve in tears and fall into my arms at the thought that they had passed the GED. And, honestly, I was making 37 cents an hour doing that job. And it could have been 37 cents an hour. It could have been $37 an hour. It could have been $3,700. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's so
You were giving back.
And be able to hold the shirt in the thing.
Now, talk a little bit about your sense of what work meant to you and in terms of your life and your life's mission and your purpose.
Okay, thanks again for having me, Governor. I met the governor through Integrity House. So I transitioned I did over 20 years in prison. I transitioned home through Integrity House. I went through Talbot Hall, which is currently a Violent Event Assessment Center. It's no longer there. Went to Integrity House, met Governor Greavy, and we connected. Upon leaving Integrity House, I returned to work there part-time as a weekend coordinator. I'm gonna back it up a little bit. So when I got arrested, I was homeless, addicted to cocaine, and facing life under the 3 strikes law. I'd been to the prison twice before. My daughter was 3 months old. I vowed to never go back. Came home February the 1st, 2011, started working for Integrity House, March 2011, and never looked back. Working, being able to provide for my daughter, being able to be a part of society, being able to contribute successfully, that meant so much to me. It wasn't easy. I got the job from Integrity House. My second job I got through a friend of a friend. At that time, there weren't as many offender-friendly hirers in the workforce. Now it has become a lot more, easy for people to get jobs in different industries. but there's still barriers. So some of the barriers.
So it's your family and connecting. So what I'm hearing is, Calvin talked about the purpose, Michael talked about connecting people to business. Trace talked about, the ladder, working with labor. Chairman Plumright talked about training. Ulysses talked about the gratitude. Rich talked about flipping or utilizing skills in the sense, and Robert talked about obviously the struggles with addiction and not having those opportunities when you come home. And you hear from Reverend Bartley and you hear from Peter. But I just want to go to Frank Mazza. Frank does a great job in Hudson County. And so, Frank, what should we be doing? You hear these stories from Trace, you hear Michael connecting us, but what should we do systematically, right? So thank goodness that there's Senator Testa and there's a Cumberland Dairy and there's a Rob Carter. Well, what should we do so that every Rob Carter, every Ulysses that comes home has the opportunity to connect to training and to private sector employment if they're able?
Well, so first let's take a step back, right? When somebody comes out of jail or prison, it's not as easy as just training them, getting them a certification, and putting them into a job. You're talking about somebody that has needs across all systems of support, right? You're talking about public systems of support. And then a lot of times when you're talking about government, good ideas sort of fall short in their execution, right? So if I were to get in line, if I lost my job, get in line at welfare tomorrow, there might be somebody who just got out of jail after 20 years in front of me. And there might be an 18-year-old mother behind me who has 2 children, working a job, but still is eligible for some benefits. We're going to walk into that building, and welfare is set up. It's a general provision for people living below the poverty line. So that general provision is going to be applied to us in the same way. All 3 of us are going to get the same sort of response from that agency, but we all have unique needs. So I think from a systematic standpoint, we have to make sure that our systems reach their potential. Oftentimes they fall short of their potential. And it's just paying attention to the person. Also, these systems, somebody comes out of jail, when you're talking about a job, you're talking about somebody being stable, someone being able to sort of have a place to live that night. If they're worrying about where they're going to sleep that night.
Or a shelter.
Yeah. But that increases stability, functioning, job retention, right? All these systems need to work together. And ultimately, the way you get that is through accountability. The systems aren't connected. Our systems of nonprofit tend to be advantageous for help, but there needs to be one sort of somebody sitting above that system, right? You're talking about systems that are competing for the same dollars, systems that get funded for the same things through different funding sources. So you're talking about duplications of services. So you need somebody sitting at the top of all of these systems of support, coordinating these systems of support, and making sure they're applied in a way that's tailored to the individual that's sitting across from the person. Mental health, physical health. I just want to tell a quick story that sort of shows how something like this can happen. Prior to the Affordable Care Act, there were criminal convictions that
And the Affordable Care Act is Obamacare. Yeah, just so.
So there were convictions that barred people from getting health insurance for life, Medicaid. And they were related to drug charges. Now in Jersey City, I think there's 1 mile that is not a school zone. So if you're getting arrested for drugs in Jersey City, you probably are going to fall into a category that bars you from getting health insurance. The reentry population is defined in large part by folks that have chronic illnesses, right? Physical health issues, mental health issues, addiction issues. And because they haven't had health insurance, they tend to use the emergency room. And they tend to use the emergency room only when in crisis, which does 2 things. Makes it very expensive to treat them, and second, lowers the quality of life for the individual, shortens their life, right? If you're using the emergency room for something like diabetes only when your diabetes is out of control, well, odds are you're not taking care of yourself too well. So the Affordable Act comes and it removes all these barriers, it removes all these charges, and anybody can have access And we sit back and we say, that's the fix. That's it. We give them a Medicaid card and now they're gonna go use their Medicaid and we've solved the problem. Well, you have a huge portion of the population that has just been using their emergency room when in crisis. Now they're just using the emergency room when in crisis and they're covered, right? So now Medicaid is covering it. So the answer isn't you give them a Medicaid card. The answer is you give them a Medicaid card and you teach them how to use the Medicaid card appropriately. You teach them about the federally qualified healthcare centers. You teach them about the primary healthcare network. And then you do two things. You drive down the cost of delivering
So
healthcare.
I want to convert it,
Yeah.
point the whole thing, so I want to convert this to work. So,
Well-
and I agree with everything you said, because we have to provide for housing, and we have to provide for healthcare, and we have to provide for mental health care and addiction. But take that metaphor, or take that paradigm on affordable care, and what's the analogy, or what's the metaphor to workforce training?
So if you teach them how to use that Medicaid card and they're tapped into the primary care system, they're stable, they're functioning at a high level. Their ability to receive job training is at its highest level, right? By doing what you do on the healthcare side, you raise the potential that somebody is gonna benefit from the training. By doing that, you raise the potential that they're gonna become employed. They're gonna sit across from an employer and look attractive to that employer. And what you're also going to do is you're going to ensure that when they get that job and they know how to use the medical system, they're gonna hold on to that job. All of these systems are connected. It just is what it is. So these systems need to work together. And as long as they're working together, you will have good outcomes. There is no magic wand. The services are there. You just need to have somebody sitting on top of it.
The services there on healthcare, I don't know if the services are fully there on employment and training. But anyway, that's a longer thing, but in terms of accessibility, in terms of our population, you know, Frank is a dear friend, but I mean, so we'll talk about this in the next panel, but you know, one of the challenges when you go to the one stop, sometimes they want a driver's license, sometimes they want your GED, and then you have to pass the COTSIS test, and it's barrier. You come to New Jersey Reentry, boom, you're in the darn welding class, and you don't have to go through hurdle.
Well, maybe we're saying the same thing.
No, yeah.
The services can be there.
Yes.
They're not there. Someone needs to remove the barriers to make sure they're there.
Okay.
And someone needs to pay attention.
To break the idea of that. So what is it like?
Good afternoon, everybody.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me, Governor.
Sure, just jump in.
My name's Douglas Kissel. Before I speak about what I got looked up for, I grew up in Roosevelt Park, New Jersey. My father was a police officer and my mother was a commercial insurance broker. Graduated Roosevelt Park High School, and I also lived in Seagard, Spring Lake, Point Pleasant Beach.
All right, we got your.
The reason I'm saying that is anybody can wind up going to prison, no matter where you're from. I got addicted to drugs and alcohol and did a 10-year sentence, federal sentence. And when I got out, I went to the reentry program, introduced myself, and I had nothing. No IDs, no money, no clothes, nowhere to live.
So this is what it's like, no ID, no money, exactly.
They helped me get my birth certificate, my social security card, my non-driver's ID from the Division Motor Vehicle, and they helped me get health insurance, which is everything I have in my wallet right here in my back pocket. That being said, I was a pretty good chef. So I started knocking on the doors down in Hoboken, where you would have been, and I cook at Grubs. So I'm there, I have a full-time job, I have a great job. Tomorrow I get paid. I see some people don't have ties on. If I knew that, I would have spent my last $65 at Macy's yesterday. And I don't have the tag, so I can't return it. So, but that's okay, because I get paid tomorrow. And the rent's paid.
You have a witness.
Yep. I got a beautiful woman in my life, and we live up in Jersey City Heights, and I help pay half the rent. And like I said, there's food in the refrigerator, lights are on, the heat's on, I take a nice hot shower. It's a great neighborhood. I've been up there 5 years. Everybody knows me, you know.
All right, so what was significant? and I really appreciate it, and serious about what Frank said, but what was significant in terms of you getting a job?
Oh, by me getting by going through reentry. That's
Okay,
without
so
that.
connecting people to
Oh,
services.
absolutely. That was the main thing.
So I want to go back to Tracy. So Tracy, you know, you're a 1%er, you're probably voting for Trump in the next election. So what, you know, you get that budgie, so what was it, as somebody who's the thought leader and somebody who sees the long arc of reentry, what is it that we could do as a state to go to what Senator Testa said, to go to connect people to these services? When I hear Rich talk about, you know, flipping the skills, when I hear Candido talk about his service as a chef, what is it that we can do to better able these folks to access opportunity?
Well, I think one of the main things, well, number one,
And then closer to the mic.
I don't think I'm part of the 1%. I know a lot of very successful, incarcerated people that are doing great things in public country. But to your question, I think if we credible messages, me and Michael was just talking about this. Programs are out there in a lot of communities across the state of New Jersey. We need credible messages that are delivering these messages to the communities with folks to access these programs. Everybody just can't walk up and tell someone this program is available. Do it. I tell you, it's good for you. I have plenty of conversations all the time. You know, I teach entrepreneurship. So I have plenty of conversations with folks that don't know that there are programs available out there to help you learn how to own your own business. But coming from a credible message of someone or a suit, it's easier for that to land in a soft place. So I think having credible messages.
Michael, Senator?
You know, you have to come to that realization, and this is something that Tracy and I were speaking about, that I was saying how so many times everybody's in their own silos and they're not communicating. So that was, you know, what we did, Governor, in Cumberland County. You know, here you had a halfway house that really wasn't aware of the services that were available in order to help people get driver's licenses. And to Tracy's point about credible messengers, look, I have to deal with the reality. I knock on a certain person's door and I don't look like them, and I'm not from their neighborhood, they're not going to necessarily answer the door. But if Tracy, who in his own words wore the orange suit, the message delivered, we might be saying the exact same thing, but that message is more powerful and more impactful coming from him because it's more credible. And you know, I think it's a pretty simple thing to do, but far too many times, and this was to the other gentleman's point about there are so many programs out there, but everybody seems to be in their own silo and they're not communicating. That we need to do a better job at having an integrated message that, you know, through whether it's through municipal government, county government, state government, our halfway houses, everybody needs to be speaking the same language and communicating with each other.
Well, I also want to thank Chairman Plummerai, and she's not here, but Commissioner Victoria Kuhn, because she's working at that. She's working diligently. I mean, Emily's on the phone with folks behind the wall, coming to New Jersey reentry. We're going to fairs. We're turning the corner, but to go to, I think that some of the questions or points made earlier, we have to start so much earlier in the process. So I just want to go down in the remaining time that we have left, and my timekeeper, Lacey Ann. So Rev, so if you were to do one thing to go to Senator Testa's point and to go to Tracy's point, how do we best connect? How do we best connect services and linkage between the private sector, government, and the nonprofit community, so that we have stronger linkages, not only in terms of training, but in job opportunities when folks came home? You were blessed to have a great father, a family, but for somebody like Rob or whomever who may not have had those opportunities, how do we create that iron triangle between the private sector, government, and the nonprofit community?
I think we need to do more of this. I think there needs to be more gatherings where people know what's available. I think one of the mistakes that we're making is not talking about what's available. So many of us need to know more, not only for ourselves, but for our family members. You know, Judge Kurtz and I, you know, we worked together a long time when he was Attorney General. and even the judge, and there were all these resources that were made available. I think that when we talk about job training, there also needs to be other job training other than construction. What if I don't want to be a construction worker? I want to be an accountant. I sold drugs. I like counting money. Entrepreneur, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a businessman. I own several facilities, businesses. In fact, McGreevy, I want that rent to be a little bit more next month. But to be able to do that, there needs to be more resources made available, and people know that you can do it.
Yep, thank you. But I think it's also what Reverend Slaughter said earlier about changing the market by providing for incentives, government providing for incentives in the private sector to hire court-involved firms.
And when you say that, Governor, I'm thinking about, the green efficiency, that we're working with right now with PSE&G, and how we were so keen on trying to get some of your clients in these jobs, and now they're this offshore wind. A lot of people don't understand how important it is for this climate change. There's so many jobs available that we're not exposed to. And there needs to be some avenues and legislations, as Pastor mentioned earlier, that these things are passed so that it will include us all.
Amen. Thank you. Peter?
I would, again, I just want to thank everybody for their time and attention today. Thank you, Governor, for all you do. And I'll just leave everybody with two quotes. One is from 2,000 years ago tonight. 2,000 years ago tonight, a guy was having dinner with his friends, and he wrapped up dinner by saying, "Love each other as I loved you." I think that's a big part of solving the solutions that we're talking about at conferences like this. And I was listening to a lot of the speakers, particularly the fellows that have been away, and I was reminded by a quote from another person who wouldn't consider himself a theologian, but I'm going to call him a theologian, Oscar Wilde. Oscar Wilde once said that every saint has a past and every sinner has a future. Happy Easter, happy Passover, and happy Ramadan, everybody.
So I don't know as far as much as what we can do with regards corporate and I'll leave all that up to you, Jim. But having the opportunity to work every single day in the sites with the clients, what I would say we need to continue to do is to build up our clients, build up their self-esteem, let them know that they don't have to settle for warehouse jobs and manual labor jobs. You need to build up their mindset just as much as you need to do everything else that goes along with that. You not really stabilize, but we need to continue to how do I say teach, but somehow get our clients to believe in themselves more than they ever have before. Because when you walk into a job interview with a PSE&G or someone like that, how you present yourself is just as important as your resume or training or anything else that we can provide for you. So I just want to, I'm grateful for the opportunity to work with the clients that we do at the New Jersey Reentry Corporation. I want to continue to build their self-esteem and set them up for success, not just, in their near future, but for life.
Thank you, how grateful I am for your program and all the people that work there in Jersey City. Without them, I wouldn't be here today or have the success that I'm having, and look forward to it. I also want to address that with my job and everything, that my recovery comes first, going to AA, being in touch with being friends with people in the program. Because without that, I've done it 100 times. Go get a job, get a big paycheck, get all this money in your pocket, and then what happens? You just do the same cycle. Go back to drinking, go back to drugging, lose your job, get arrested. So it's that vicious cycle. So without addressing the drug and alcohol problem, some people, then without doing that, you just keep going back to jail over and over. When you address that situation, you start seeing your life come together and things are happening good in your life. Like Keith from Reentry, he helped me yesterday get my checking account. So now I put money in the bank instead of stealing the money from the bank.
So Rich Cleveland, Rich was working with our guys in our mechanics program, and I can tell the story, and a couple of guys said, that like that nasty old white guy he must just be a racist son of a blankety blank blank. I said, no, he's just a Marine. but Rich is so tough and so loving with our guys. And I'm so grateful because nobody walks the walk the way this guy does. And he holds us all to high standards. And Rich, Rich has a really successful career in the automotive industry, went back, got his degree in counseling, and goes behind the wall to work with guys all the time. And I'm just really grateful, Rich, for a nasty old white guy.
Now I gotta say nice things about you. One of the things you said before is there needs to be more services behind the wall. Every Tuesday, I go behind the wall with Bob Luby, and we spend 10 weeks with the veterans. At the end of that 10 weeks, they know their resources, they know where to go, they know to go to gyms, they know what they have to do. The other part of this is what my part is, I teach them how to interview. I teach them how to tell their story. Because anybody that's an employer who's done it as long as I have, your interview is over in 6 minutes at best. Most of the time it's 30 seconds. So what we do is we do the sample interviews with the individuals, and then we let the other individuals in the group critique it. That's where it gets to be a lot of fun, and they learn and teach themselves how to tell their story. The only suggestion I would make to Jim is the next time you ask me one of these things, this room should be filled with employers. Because I keep nagging them, we should have a program, adopt a returning citizen, and let's get more mentors involved in the workplace.
And I want to say thank you to Rich, but also the Port Authority. Chairman O'Toole is announcing today at the Port Authority board meeting of a partnership with NJRC and the Port Authority, which represents us. I understand that after 9/11, they banned persons having felony convictions, but frankly, I understand it's terrorism, but having a felony conviction for CDS, having a felony conviction for assault when you're 14 years old or 16 years old or 24 years old shouldn't ban you from a life of the Port Authority. If I can lift up Chairman O'Toole and the Port Authority, that's being announced today while we're having this conference. So thank
you. I think that what I would like to see happen is when we approach reentry through legislation or through programs that we do it with the understanding that, yes, the individual is the client that needs the help. But just as important as the environment is the client that needs help as well. That's the systems of support, that's the community. We need to understand that there needs to be more healthy doors in the community for people to walk into, right? Our systems need to speak with each other in a way that we can apply services in a uniform way. And I think you achieve that through more organizations that aren't providing direct services, but rather sitting atop of this and holding accountable, sort of a conductor of systems of sort, and to make sure that everything is sorted out. Because when you walk out of jail, it's complicated. It's almost easier to give up rather than deal with all of these systems of support. So more organizations that hold somebody's hand and just walks them through and sort of clears things up for them and then holds accountable that entire network. I think that would be impactful.
And I just also want to say thank you to Frank because Reverend Boulevard requires me to do a caseload. And so when it's like 7 o'clock at night and I need somebody to get housing, I can call Frank and he's always there. So I'm really grateful. My dear friend Ulysses, give it up in praise. I mean, like, Ulysses.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to remind everybody that, you're not just helping someone out that's coming from incarceration. It's also a benefit for you. Because you have to remember,
Amen.
Every inmate that converts back to criminology, they're affecting your people. They're affecting you. The carjackings are you and your family. The drugs are being sold to you and your family. The robberies are going against you and your family. So at the end of the day, any person that you prevent from going back to that way of life, you're protecting yourselves and your families. So I can't see any more benefit than that, than anything else.
But it's also what President Walron and the Cardinals said. It's also we're being, it's in giving that we receive.
Exactly.
So it's not only public safety self-interest, but you know, and Holy Week is also spiritual stuff.
It helps everyone out.
Yep,
Yeah.
Chairman?
I think we have to do a better job with our message. Senator Testa indicated, I think he's right on point. It's very clear that the programs that are available work. And statistics don't lie. I mean, New Jersey gets a bad rap for a lot of things. I will tell you that in New Jersey, the national recidivism rate is like 70%. New Jersey's 33. So I think that speaks volumes as to the programs that we do have and are working. So I applaud you and those that we contract with to do such a great job. So thank you.
Thanks, Sam. The great bourgeois, Mr. Sanders?
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for having me this morning. And you had mentioned, Commissioner Kuhn, and someone had mentioned about how we need to start, in the prison. And I just gotta give a shout out to Commissioner Kuhn, Dr. Sessom, and Director Morris, who have been doing an amazing job with NJ Lee to make sure these are proper programs that are in prisons early so that we can capture, folks before they come home. So just a shout out to them. You know, Governor, 70 million people in America touched by the criminal justice system, you know, and those are just the ones that's been caught. You know, the Bible teaches us that all of us have sinned and fallen short. So I think if we can have a little bit more compassion for our neighbors and for our brothers, we can really, really begin to decrease crime by giving people opportunities. And yes, the dignity to work reduces crime in our communities.
And it's, I think that Frank would know, 1 out of every 32 people in prison, in jail, parole, probation. I mean, America is what, 5% of the world's population, 23% of the world's incarcerated population. And so work and changing behaviors behind the wall and creating entry is so important. And Senator Testa, I just want to say thank you to Michael on a personal level, time and time again. He's been there for reentry.
Well, Governor, thank you. For those that have known the governor a while, he has truly found his life's calling. I can't thank you enough for putting this together and being so committed to this movement. I've heard a lot of quotes today. One of my favorite quotes comes from Cicero. Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all others. And from what I've heard from the panel before us, the panel here right now, for myself, is I have a lot of gratitude for being able to speak to all of you and for these individuals for being given a second chance at life. There's no such thing as a throwaway human being, right? There's no such thing as that. You know, time and again, every time I've called you or every time I've called Rob Carter, the phone gets picked up and there's immediate action. I think we need to do a better job at advertising our wraparound services because they are absolutely necessary. And this may come as a surprise to everybody in this room, but there is a world that exists below 195. I would suggest respectfully that we host one of these in South Jersey. And while I may have had the award for traveling the furthest, I see Chairman Plousis in the room. I think he actually traveled further than I did. We may compete for that, but Governor, I hope you're very open to the fact that we should host one of these in South Jersey. Obviously, my love is in Cumberland County at Rowan College of South Jersey would be my first suggestion. Thank you.
Well, we'll do it there right now. I just remember, I should say this, I remember when I was running for governor and, you know, I had to go down to the Salem County Democrats and they were like, you know, I don't think there was a minion, they were hiding in the room and they had muskrat stew, Trevor. And,
don't knock the Muskrat Festival.
exactly, like Elizabeth. And they said it tastes like chicken. I said, well, why can't we just have chicken? Well, now I'm having roadkill. But anyway, but thank you. It was lovely. Everybody should do it once. Al Tariq, my dear friend.
Thanks again for having me, Governor. I just want to lift up a couple of things that were mentioned by the panel. First of all, I'm a director at the Returning Citizen Support Group. We're based in Newark. We meet every Thursday night, 6 to 8 p.m. It was started by Chino Ortiz and Carmelo Ortiz. One of the panelists mentioned AA, how important that is to his life to stay grounded. So you have AA, you have Narcotics Anonymous. What we have on Thursday nights is like CA, like Criminal Anonymous, and that's trauma-informed care we need every week. We provide supports. We also have an MOU with the Department of Corrections, go inside, meet with the guys, help them transition out. I
I'm
want to.
grateful for everything you do.
Right. Thank you so much. I want to celebrate Frank Mazza and Usher County officials, Ebony Scott, Marie Tempomino. So what they did was they just helped establish a model where people coming in that have outstanding fines and warrants to detain them throughout the state or cities, whatever, helping address those coming in, because Senator Tesla mentioned it about people having outstanding fines. So that's very important. Exactly. And one last thing, Workers has a new opportunity for people returning from incarceration. It's called a Reopen Program. It's a Reentry Opportunity Program for Entrepreneurship in New York, working under Shantae Palmer, who's the Vice Chancellor. These are some important initiatives where we are connecting these services. We're making sure that people are connected. And the city of New York, Kieran Blakely, Reentry Council. And Mayor Barack, exactly. Rahman Muhammad, I saw him come into the room. And one last thing.
You got everything.
Shout out to the New Jersey Women Workforce and Equity Task Force. It's a CDC, and Reverend Coleman is heading that. So we're trying to make sure that we cover all bases. Thank you.
Now here's Calvin, and Calvin's been a friend of mine for how many years? 30 years, and I get choked up because Calvin went in when he was 14 years of age. He got in when he was 14 years of age, driving away. He did more time than the guy who had the weapon, but he's got a heart of gold. And Cal, you just give us some advice of what we could do to be better.
First of all, I'm honored to be here again with the governor, who I know when he was the mayor of Woodbridge when we first met. And he's the same person he was then as he is now, a person of his word, and he goes far and beyond to help those that need the help. What I'd like to share before I go on was as he spoke about second chances. And the parole chairman, who I thank so dearly for voting in behalf of granting me parole. And he attests to New Jersey reentry. And I believe everybody in this room believe in second chances and want to see our recidivism rate stay low. And I feel that we are sincere about it. We will implement New Jersey reentry in each and every prison in the state of New Jersey. The reason I say that because JCAP doesn't get it. JCAP is somebody you see a week, 2 weeks before you grant a parole. That's the social service department. And you fill out a whole bunch of forms. You're gonna be promised your social security, you're gonna be promised your birth certificate, your SNAP benefits, Medicaid, all above. But when you get out, you'll be home for 6, 7 months, sometimes a year, and you never receive. But when I came to New Jersey reentry, just not as an employee, but also as a client, I was given all of these things. And they also take you by the hand and they prepare you and they guide you along the way. And these are the things that individuals need when they come home after doing long stretches. You can be highly educated, get your degree and all that behind the wall, but you have yet to experience life on the outside. And you need that hand to guide you along the way. And New Jersey reentry will do that. And I'm living proof of that, and I give testimony to that. I also wanted to share briefly how the Rev had a panel. And Reverend Barkley, Algie Reed Richard, and myself, we served time together. Okay? And I feel good to see that we went from a khaki uniform to wearing suits and ties. You know, these are things when you are sincere about who you are, and you are blessed to learn your purpose, this is what it produced with the proper support. Supporting cast. And I credit that not only to my personal family, but to my family at New Jersey Reentry, who is still showing me the way, who's still helping molding me and preparing me for society. As I share every day with my brother, Reverend Hawthorne, and we dialogue, and they speak about, Brother Cal, when you go in there, you talk to the brother, talk to him about hope, and how hope got you the way you at today. That four-letter word packs a hell of a punch, just like faith. But it also says faith without works is nothing. I mean, you gotta keep that together. And I'm just so happy and honored to be here. I'm rejoiced, and God knows words can express my gratitude to be up here with this panel, with my brother Rob Carter. Okay, and then to be here with the parole churn. Come on, man, the parole churn. And I'm here for real. We don't see the parole board behind the wall. We see them as those that want to hit us and take us outside the guidelines and get blood from a rock. But if they can meet the parole churn and hear the things that he's saying, you have a whole different outlook on this thing. I'm just so happy. I thank the governor as my friend. I love him so dearly because I can honestly say he's a people person. God bless you all. Thank you.
Life is how it is, and he's nice. I just want to let you know how tough he is with the younger guys. He doesn't play. I'm like, pal, go easy on them. Like if people, anyway, I'll just leave it there. He's real, like the young guys come in and they think they got everything covered and they know what they're doing, and Calvin's just like, you know what you do when you just came out of prison. Don't tell me, but anyway, Calvin's got street cred that I know I don't have. And I just want to, if you want to see Reverend Bass, excuse me, Calvin Bass, the joke. But I just want to say thank you. We have a round of applause for our panel. And again, I just want to say thank you to everybody. I want to say thank you for your commitment. If anybody's interested, if you have a parole application, please drop it off at Sam Plummer at table 2. All right, you guys are done. Next, we have our trainers. Come on up. Thanks, Alfred. Thank you. We have George Wood, Jim Gowsey, Andrew D. Davis, Max Ford, Mark Olin, John Palomino, President Reaver, Emily and Nick Tone. Regina Thomas is in the house. Exactly. All right, we're going to just ask the panelists to come on. We're going to keep it going. Come on, Brett, sit down. So this next panel is focusing on trainers. We're just going to keep it moving. Jimmy Pelosi in the house. All right. So training, and why training is so important. Max, thank you for being here. You're not going to John Palomino over here. All right, Lauren Margolin, why is training so important?
Good morning, everybody today. Training is important for a number of reasons. Training gives people skills, it gives people credentials, it gives people a pathway so that they can start maybe with a job, build to a career, and it gives people self-esteem, confidence, and hope that we heard about.
Exactly. So you gives people skills. So Dr. What do you do? We do the state of New Jersey is they're rebuilding and they're going to need trade workers. They need construction. Look just louder, doctor. Just louder. Oh, there's other one. The state of New Jersey is in a rebuilding mode. Infrastructure is being rebuilt. They're asking for all types of skills. Construction,
electrical, HVAC. And so we've got to train and prepare those people to run the whole town. And that's what the people in that. We also understand that our doing this, a great deal of women infrastructure. And they're coming in as well.
All right, Sam, what does one huddle do, Sam?
We have workforce training into mobile games. We know that we live in a world today where the jobs are changing faster than ever. Folks know these are work. Keep banging millennials, but there's Gen Z out here now.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Sorry.
So for us, our whole focus is how do you make workforce training more accessible to more people? Today, only 1% of workforce training is mobile first.
All right, say that again, Sam.
Only 1% of workforce training today is mobile first. 91% of training, according to the Department of Labor, happens in a classroom on a video-based learning platform. So I think if we're serious about making training not just effective when you start, but continuous as work changes, you got to meet workers where they are with technology. That's what we do. We use it.
So what does one huddle do for New Jersey reentry?
So we take existing.
Thank you.
So one huddle takes.
Sam, closer to the mic, please.
One huddle takes all of the CASA's training, onboarding intake information, and we convert it into quick burst mobile games. The whole concept is not only is it.
Sorry, Sam, just make it like simple. So you make games, so like.
We turn into games.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what is, so basically I can go on and I can play a game with Home Depot. I can play a game with.
So before an interview, when you walk into an interview with Home Depot, Audible, Amazon, Whole Foods, you can play a 2-minute game that prepares you, gives you the confidence and the talking points you need so that you stand out when you walk into the interview with an employer.
And what you also do is give our guys understanding and fluidity with computers and programs. Because so many of our guys don't touch computers behind the wall.
Correct. So you're learning technical skills on a platform that again is meeting you where you are, regardless of your device. So that again, you're increasing confidence that people walk into a training, they get the most out of it.
Yeah, John Palladino.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having me here.
Hey, if you don't listen to John, he's got friends.
Good morning, everybody. John Palladino. My company is Safety for Safety. I do the training for the governor at the reentry program. I'm in close proximity to all the clients and teach them and talk to them every day.
What do you teach them?
So I'm a double trainer. I do 2 courses for OSHA, but each course has several other courses built into it. So for instance, the construction course, we do a flagger, a scaffolding, and an SST card that's good for New York City. Because we try to make the clients viable geographically to go work where the work is and where the real fazul is. It's gotta be about money at some point. So I also do a general industry class that is anything that's not construction. It's hospitals, warehousing, and we do a forklift class, scissor lift.
So what do you guys learn why is the forklift class? And we're about to, by the way, this summer, we're gonna have 200 young people, overwhelmingly from urban communities, trained in general construction, solar and forklift, 1 unit, and another unit focusing in on phlebotomy, medical arts, medical coding. 200 young people this summer, 2,000 next summer. NJRC is doing it. And I want to thank Hudson County Community College, and I want to thank the Council of County Colleges and the Port Authority. And I also want to thank Congressman Gottheimer for being our partners. But this is so critically important because what we're doing is we're giving people young skills that are connecting them to the marketplace. So what does it mean, John, when you have a forklift accreditation? Did you talk about the 4 accreditations that every single guy gets?
Yeah, so in the construction class, we do the OSHA 30. We do a 4-hour flagger, a 4-hour scaffolding, and a 10-hour SST card. Those cards are mandatory when you're working on a job in the city or in New Jersey. And it's good to have the industry recognized credentials. Otherwise, you'll never make it onto a job site.
All right. Well, tell us a little bit of what you're doing in Soul One.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me. Solar One is a solar installation training provider for New Jersey Reentry Corporation.
And I think Solar One is tremendous.
I'm glad to hear that. So we provide hands-on hard skills training programs in a short form style to help people learn skills in a relatively short amount of time. Our goal is to provide them with actual, real work-life experience in a supervised setting. So students at NJRC are learning the basics of green construction, so carpentry, but with elements of sustainability. Being mindful of waste and how a structure is built from the ground up. And then how does solar integrate into those types of projects? So solar in New Jersey is booming, as many people can probably see visually on all the roofs they drive by. There's a huge need, demand for jobs. It's only going to continue to grow, and we're honored to be a part of that and providing people these opportunities.
Thanks, Jeff. Go ahead.
Good morning, my name is James John Hanson with
No.
And we're excited for the training for dignity. And it's a multiple felony. It's so great to see Main Street Recovery providing peer support, peers in the workforce. And I'm honored to be a facilitator.
Tell in English. What do you do? Can I want to do it? You do it?
We just finished the class yesterday at Governor's Training Center. It takes 46 hours in the classroom.
What do you teach? What do you teach them? What do you do?
We put a lot of times labels on what they've been doing, helping their loved ones get ID, taking them to an NA meeting, walking alongside of them in a peer role, recognized state credential, certified peer recovery specialist, getting 46 hours in the classroom and 500 internship hours. And this is where felons are welcome.
So, something Rob Carter said. So basically, these are folks that have suffered from addiction, and it's taking their pain of addiction and giving them a certification that they can get a Medicaid. Medicaid will actually provide them an income so that if somebody, if somebody's suffering from an overdose and you go into an emergency room, you're basically going to be on a gurney with an IV. That's it. But now having a credential from CCAR that James gives, they will be able to connect that person to detox, to residential treatment, to intensive outpatient treatment, and also eventually to medication-assisted treatment for induction of MATs, Suboxone, etc. But what you're doing is you're taking the pain of their life and you're giving it meaning in terms of a work. What Tracy Slybeck said in the previous panel and what Rich Schliegler said on the previous panel, taking the crime and using those skills and making it marketable.
Right.
You got it. All right, now we have Reber, and I will just shout out in terms of Lori Margolin, President Reber. We've got a great partnership with the county colleges. And President, why you look at county colleges and people would think, they're 2-year programs to 4-year programs. Hudson County's breaking the mold. They're giving job training to folks coming home from war, from jail, from prison, from addiction. Just talk about from your heart why this is important.
Absolutely, Governor. Thank you. This is an inspirational day. So we're a comprehensive urban community college. We have the ability to connect dots for our students, working with K through 12, working with our own programs, working with institutions. We're offering a whole growing array of certificates, short-term, through associate degrees, transfer to career institutions. We have the ability to serve every student. In fact, not just the ability, but the responsibility as a community college, open access mission. We serve every student that comes through our doors. Every student matters. We don't.
Can you tell about
us? Okay, so the reentry community these are citizens that are part of our mission, and college-wide, we are working to remove barriers. We're working to provide holistic support services. So in the case of our partnership,
Well, welding, you just talk about.
we're doing short-term, here's how we're trying to add value. Short-term industry recognized credentials that students can earn in a short period of time, earn a credential that can gain them immediate access to good jobs that pay decent and even family sustaining wages. And so, for example, we're doing welding. There's a shortage of welding personnel here and nationwide. And we're offering the training that leads to welding certification and jobs that can pay 60, 70K with benefits in a short period of time. We were able to secure one of 10 grants to community colleges
Nationally.
in the nation to help provide funding.
How about phlebotomy?
We just started a short-term phlebotomy, shortage of workers, very critically needed in our health community. So we're offering a short-term, 3 or 4 month phlebotomy program. Students in partnership with others will have clinical skills, and they will, in a few months, have the opportunity for a good job. We're doing this in the area of hot foods proficiency certificate training. We have a nationally ranked culinary arts program and others. And so if I could just expand this one other piece, because I think this is important. So we're working with NJRC, NASA, and the Hudson County Department of Housing and Community Reintegration in the Hudson Correctional Facility credit programs. And we're helping reentry citizens. And the idea is we want to provide short-term training as an accredited, comprehensive post-secondary institution that can get students jobs, but they're also on a pathway. So, in the old days, when I was a high school student, way back when the world was there, you basically were at a fork in the road. You either went a vocational or a technical career pathway or an academic pathway. And the two never met. Now they do. This is one of the great opportunities of our time as it relates to education. The students in our phlebotomy program, in our welding program, in anything we're doing at the Governor's Reentry Training Employment Center, not only are earning this immediate credential and having the ability to get a job to begin to provide stability in their lives, as the book expressed in so many ways, but they are already then on a pathway. They've earned a certain amount of credit on a pathway that can lead them later, if they choose, or immediately.
So we can stack
and then transfer to a 4-year institution.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you, President Weaver, and thank you to Lori. We've got a great partnership. So the person who does the work, so the air traffic controller, it's all about having strong, powerful women in your life. People like Lacey Ann Francis, Lacey Dubé, and Emily is the air traffic controller. So basically, Emily, what are you doing? Go ahead.
So I work at a training center, along with Mike, he's our director. So I basically just take, we have 8, 10 different sites total, including the training center. So I take clients from all the other 9 sites, who express any interest in any classes that we have. And I just, compile master lists basically for each class. And I start making phone calls, reaching out to clients, whoever is interested in whatever class, whenever we have it available.
So do we require them to have a driver's license?
No, we do not.
Do we require them to have a GED?
Certain classes if we have to go through one stop, but reentry funded classes, no, anybody can come, construction, forklift, computer basics.
Is you go through the Department of Labor and federal requirements, they will require some folks to have a GED. They'll require you to have a driver's license. They'll require you to pass the CASAS test. The reason why that's important is from President LBJ to Barack Obama, there was always something called the TAPE test, the Adult Basic Education Test. It was a 1-hour test tied to 9th grade. It was tough enough for our guys and gals. And the Trump administration, because they wanted the workforce to be more competitive, I would respectfully say that probably wasn't the best place. They changed it to a 3-hour test tied to 12th grade. So what happens is you go from 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, our guys and gals zero out. So effectively, they can't pass the copter's test. They don't have GED, many of them, and they don't have a driver's license. So the whole goal of our reentry training center is you walk in, you eat Candido's bad chicken. It's a joke, Candido. And you have a training, but you walk out to go to what Dr. President Reaper said, a certification in welding, a certification in phlebotomy, a certification in terms of Cisco certification, and you get a job. And while you're studying, we will get you your GED, and thanks to the leadership of Rod, Tada, and Damon, and our legal folks, we'll also get you your license. So it happens concurrently. It's not a barrier. We work with you to get your GED. We work with you to get your license while you get the certification. So that's, for me, it's a significant difference. We're approaching the end. I want to say thank you to Sam. Sam is incredible, One Huddle, and it's been a game changer. Cynthia Rojas is here, our employment director. And we've got an app that Sam donated to us during COVID. Sam, can you just talk about how for you this is in part changed the mission of One Huddle, your partnership?
Sure. When I started One Huddle, we moved to the city of Newark. One of our early investors was Don Katz and Audible. When we launched, one of the things we learned is the companies that were buying our platform were giving it to the people who generally got access to everything within the organization. 83 cents of every training dollar goes to the top. It doesn't get down to the front line. And working and being and building in the city of Newark, working with NJ Reentry, working with the nonprofits in the city, we realized the way we need to build a product that is going to create a strong workforce, it's got to include every worker at all edges of the community. And, again, global first, we built it because folks have to be able to get access to training wherever, whenever they are.
And our guys actually got better, more comfortable. Many of our guys had never touched a computer. Many of our guys had never touched a laptop. And so they were learning about employment opportunities while they were doing what I call games.
Yeah, one of the things we learned is you can get someone from 0 to 60, 45% faster using these 2 to 3 minute quick burst games, which is so critical in this environment where you only have so much time to prepare. Time matters.
Thank you. Dr. Blunt, George, I just want to say thank you. You've got great instructors. You've got a great team. We love Christine. Thank you.
Without question, we continue to put forward this effort of taking them from the jail to work. We also work inside the jail. So that's a program where we're in the jail, then they come across the street to the reentry center, so you get them both ways. And we have found some things that we can do that will enhance that process. Of course, there are some soft skills that need to be done. There are some certifications. Like he mentioned the other day, John mentioned OSHA, that's one. Occupational Safety and Health Administration. And then of course there's EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, because they are then licensed to work with air conditioning.
Thank you. John, anything more about the puzzle?
Yes. It's very important that these guys understand the concept that everything is a stepping stone. So you may start out here at a lower level than you want to be at, but you have the ability to project yourself into the future by refocusing your energy and your thoughts. And so big difference between a job and a career, and we're trying to give people careers. Anybody can go get a job, but a career with some longevity and the recognized credentials for the industry make a huge difference in what you're going to be making monetarily. And at the end of the day, that's what we're all trying to do, make the most we can for the effort that we put in our workday.
John, how has your personal story helped to inform your care, your training, and your mission with the guys?
So a lot of guys here know me from being institutionalized in the prison system. I spent over 20 years in prison. I've been around all the prisons in New Jersey. I've been in the feds. And I made a decision at one point to say, if I could dedicate this much time to do bad in my life, why can't I dedicate some time to see what the outcome would be if I was to do good? And the only difference that I found is this. It's a matter of patience. And if we could all just be a little bit more patient in what we're looking for and just stick it out, we'll be fine. And I think Marcus Aurelius said it best, neither crushed by the present nor fearful of the future. So I'm not crushed by whatever happened to me, and I looked always to the future to be better, to be more productive, and to get myself where I needed to be. And here I am today, like some of the other gentlemen that have been on this panel are in the room, happy and successful and grateful, more grateful to God. I'm also a Christian young man, and I believe in God, and I believe that having a faith base is what really gives you the strength to move forward with all of your ideas and just to refocus your energy.
Yes.
And thank you very much, Calvin.
Thanks, John. Matt?
So, one stat I just want to share with everyone. New Jersey has a very ambitious goal of meeting all energy needs by 2035 with renewable energy. And solar is a huge part of that. It's not all of it. I know we talked about offshore wind, along with some other more obscure options, but solar is a huge portion of that. It's a very large market, and it's somewhere that people with limited previous experience in a hands-on field can get some direct entry. There are many developments all across the state, and it also, like my friend John next to me said, I think the point of thinking of careers and not just jobs is really important in all this workforce development work we're talking about. And solar has that type of pathway, along with a lot of other renewable energy sectors. You can get your foot in the door relatively easily.
And thank you, Max. I just want to say thank you to Solar One because they've done a great job, not only training our folks, like all the vendors here, but also employing folks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lori, the great Lori Margolin, God bless Lori. Lori takes our phone calls any time of the night or morning. She's a saint.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
You're lying on it, but it's okay.
So I guess the last comment I would have is that training can be transformative for any student, but particularly those who are returning to the community. It changes the trajectory of your life, gives you self-esteem, it gives you hope, and we've seen this up close and personal in our training programs, how the students talk about it, what it means to them, what it feels like to them, to be able to get a credential. It's not just a piece of paper.
And Lori does it, and it's, President Weaver has a great vision. But Lori has to make sure the nuts and bolts are there, and I just want to, on the phlebotomy course, on the welding course, the financing, thank you. The great James, is Patterson in the house?
Yeah, Patterson's in the house.
We have Patterson equitably distributed throughout. James, thank you for your mission and thank you for your passion. And James, by the way, James is on the street with recovery, with addiction treatment. So thank you for your ministry as well.
Thank you, Governor. We have an amazing team, Main Street Recovery. We have founder and CEO, Joel Malice. We have Sheila Powell, facilitator, we have Kelly Barr. The problem says hope deferred makes the heart sick. So we are giving them an infusion of hope because we are hope givers, peace pushers, serenity sellers, and truth tellers.
But more importantly, you're getting people jobs.
Yes,
And
it's a hope job.
Exactly.
For the credential that's recognized, C-cards recognized in 40 states. So the training they're getting is recognized in 40 states. And it's a credential they get through the certification board where you get your LCSW, your LMFT. So it's a recognized credential. It's got somebody a job.
All right. James, we gotta keep moving.
Thank you, God.
Thank you. President Rinder.
I would just say, this not only is the work transformation, we heard so many stories that are inspirational. We know that this is important. We all believe in this. But I want to also share, it works on another level too. So even if there are naysayers who are not completely on board with what we all believe in our hearts and needs to be done and what we're doing, this works on a financial level for communities, because when we are training folks, that you're moving them from public assistance to a skilled workforce that's needed for our economy and family sustaining wages, and we're moving them from public assistance to taxpayers. And that raises the boat for everyone. That's important to our economic development. So this is important on every possible level. And we're just so honored to be doing some of the work. And the final thing that I want to mention is our students also are not only immediately now on a pathway to bring credit and as far as they want, in four-year schools, but they're also supported through holistic services that we as a community college provide. Pets and Health Resource Center, emergency funding assistance, mental health counseling, social work counseling. All of those services are part of our academic mission.
And I want to say thank you. Last is Emily, who's the air traffic controller at the Reentry Training Center.
I'll keep it really short. Just basically, I've been given a lot of opportunity myself, with education in school. I'm getting my license for mental health counseling now. So I think it's just important to share those skills and that education for.
So again, I'm just gonna wrap up and we're gonna call upon, our speaker, Congressman Gallagher, but I just want to say to Sam for allowing technology to be accessible to men and women coming home from prison, to Dr. Blunt, to John for transforming lives every day at the reentry, for putting up for me when I interrupt your classes, for Max, for believing in our guys and gals, for Lori for putting up with us and for making this a reality. So it's not just a pie in the sky discussion. For James, what you do every day, for your witness and for who you are as a man, for Chris, for being a partner, and for Emily for putting up with my kayak and my partner. Do we have a round of applause for this? Great. You can take the bottle of water home, and that's your compensation. So we've got somebody really special. And we're going to call up our next speaker. And our next speaker is someone, and then after that we've got business and unions, and then we've got our Women's Missionary Society we're going to recognize. Judge Arleo just came in. Madeline, quick round of applause for Judge Arleo. All right. So, if I can just have your attention just for a couple minutes. So, Congress and the President passed something called the Infrastructure Act, Investment in Infrastructure and Jobs Act. And this is going to be the largest single investment in our country's history in bridges and roads and tunnels and infrastructure. And the reason why this is so important is because this is an opportunity for jobs, and this is an opportunity to put our folks to work. And so the reason why this is important, and I just your attention for a second, is because one of the main driving forces of this legislation we're going to hear from is going to be the next speaker. But it's not only just about rebuilding America, as critically important as that is, so we have a safe road and a safe highway, and we have access to infrastructure in terms of the internet, but it's also about putting people to work. If you think about President Roosevelt, and you think about infrastructure, and the WPA program. So I'm really honored to have a young man. I mean, everybody under 50 is a young man to me today. I'm really honored to have a young visionary who understands not only the importance of building America, but the importance of building Americans, the importance of building jobs, and giving people training opportunities. And with that, I'd like to call upon a dear friend, somebody who I believe is a transformational leader, the Right Honorable Congressman Josh Scott Heimlich. Come on, sir, give him another round.
Thank you very much, really appreciate it. Afternoon. In the afternoon. Yeah. By the way, this is the best part of coming today. I didn't realize I was getting peeps. If you didn't get your peeps, take your peeps. Happy Easter. I didn't even know they still make these last 28 years. Thank you, Governor. I do want to recognize everyone here and say thank you. I know laborers here. We've got senators and assembly members, just very grateful to be here and honored to speak with all of you who do so much in the community. I do want to thank, I'm thinking of people thank Governor Jim McGreevey. We all know the governor, from his life on the church pew to the governor's mansion to the chairman of New Jersey Reentry Corporation. Jim is not just a good friend to all of us, but he has become a mentor to so many of us. I think we can all agree with that. He just looks out for us and serves in unimaginable ways every single day. And has led his life followed by that calling. And I just want to say thank you. As all the faith leaders will tell you in scripture, whoever sows sparingly will reap sparingly, and whoever sows generously will also reap generously. I think we can all say Jim is a paragon of sowing and serving generously. So thank you, Jim, for putting this all together. I'm very grateful for you. And all these faith leaders, I was listening to the last panel and the discussion about our communities, and for reminding all of us that even in the darkest days, if we look to our faith and to each other and muster the strength, we can all carry forward and become even stronger, right? That's the hope that the minister was just talking about, that hope that you can be even stronger if you find a job, as Jim quickly said, you need a job. The job will give you hope and give you opportunity. And so I'm just grateful for NJRC for what happens every day on reentry and job training and providing everything from housing to healthcare services for veterans, for citizens, of course, and all those returning from incarceration. It makes a huge difference. This room is full of people who make a huge difference. And for me in Washington, and from doing what I do, it gives me faith and hope and makes me even more motivated to give back in ways that help you, because that for me is my job. And seeing what happens on the ground every single day gives me that hope and excitement. So I'm particularly impressed by the 16 specialized training programs and certifications in industries with a high demand for workers. And in 2021, we know NJRC opened up with the Governor's Reentry Training and Employment Center in Kearney. And as you just learned, post-release individuals can receive certification in a wide range of fields, from mechanics to solar technology to construction to electrical work to forklifts to HVACs, the phlebotomy and healthcare maintenance. It's just incredible what goes on in this program and the training and preparing people for interviews and getting licenses. And the reentry program has strategic partnerships across the board with labor and businesses and training vendors and Hudson County Community College, we just heard, providing internships and credentials. These are the jobs that Jersey needs, that our future needs. The 17,000 participants, more than 1,500 apprenticeships. And this to me is what blew me away more than anything when you look at these numbers. The Governor's Reentry Training Employment Center, the employment rate is 92%. To put that in perspective, that deserves a round of applause. The national number, employment rate of persons released from federal prisons after a year is partisan, people working together. But more importantly, it is a victory for fixing our roads, our bridges, our rail, New Jersey Transit, our getting our water clean, and it will lead to millions of jobs over the next decade. Everything from broadband jobs to fixing road jobs to New Jersey Transit. All these jobs will happen because of this bill. The key now is to make sure we have enough trained people to be able to do the work. And I believe there's no better place to help train than in this room, and this organization, working closely with labor and with other people around the country. We can make sure we put our families to work and get good paying jobs. I've been talking to the trades about that, the building trades, the AFL and Mayuna, the operating engineers, about what more we can do to make sure we get more people to work, more good paying jobs. It is a game changer. These pre-apprenticeship programs that NJRC works on creates a pipeline for these jobs, for justice involved population to compete for these jobs. And these jobs are good jobs. They can pay $100,000 or more when you get the right certifications. These are excellent jobs. They produce the most highly skilled people in our country. I'm committed to making sure I do everything I can to make sure you have the resources to be able to build these jobs, get trained for these jobs, make sure NJRC has everything they need to make sure everyone in this room can be on a pathway toward jobs that pay family sustaining wages and a good income for everybody. So with that, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for what you're doing. I'll keep making sure I'm doing what I'm doing in Washington, but also on the ground here with infrastructure to make sure we keep fixing things, making Jersey's economy stronger, and making sure we have those jobs. Every dollar we put into one of those infrastructure dollars is $3 in economic output for our state. This is just a win-win for everybody. Jim gets that. It's why he's invested so much of his life in this, because he knows when you look out for people and give them a second chance and you put people to work, it's great for our state. And of course, it's great for them. Everybody wins. And that's what this is about in the greatest country the world has ever known. So thank you so much. This is around Harvard. And I just want to
Congressman, we've got this major, they say between 12 to $14 billion of investment in New Jersey roads and New Jersey bridges. So what more can we do in terms of New Jersey to provide training for persons, whether it's the court-involved population or young men and women returning from prison or addiction or combat veterans suffering from trauma? What can we do to more properly link them in a hard handoff so that they can develop these skills?
Listen, part of what NJRC is doing is obviously giving some of these skills. There's the pre-apprenticeship programs, of course, right? It says to get to the apprenticeship, you got to start with a pre-apprenticeship. These are great jobs that are needed, and we have a huge need for jobs right now. We need more people, because the only way New Jersey is going to be able to fix all of our roads and fix our water and all this infrastructure is if we have the people to do it. We got a lot of the dollars, but as you know, Jim, if you can't actually do the work, you can have dollars all day long, it won't get done. So the training is key. Working closely with labor is key. Obviously, our state legislators are here. They play a key role in this too, to make sure that we can support programs like this one and encourage it. But this is the best pipeline we can get to the future. And it's just a matter of making sure you have what you need. And as you said, we get rid of some of the blocks in the way, some of them coming out of the labor department, some of the things that just don't make much sense, right? That are just bureaucracy in the way of getting it done.
So I just want to say thank you, because having Congressman here who's been a leader in passing the legislation, and Kendall looked at his leadership to make sure that our community, that the folks we're privileged to serve, share in the largesse of this. Because at the end of the day, when we talk about the dignity of work, it's providing real opportunities, and that's what the congressman is focused on, and that's why we're really grateful. So thank you, Congressman.
Thank you. And I want to wish everybody a very happy Easter. And Passover for those who are observing. Eat your peeps. They help you grow, I heard. Eat some peeps. But seriously, I just want to say thank you for what you're doing here. You should all be incredibly proud of what goes on. This is the future right here in this room if we put it to work and do the right stuff. My job is to help you. but I just want to thank Jim for leading the way. Thank you. God bless.
Our training panel, we got the House of Labor. Come on, we got Mike Hellstrom here, we got the laborers here, we got the carpenters here. Watch your wallets. Senator here. Professor Lyons, Dr. Lyons, Laura, Michael, right up here. Jeff Piazza. There he is. Senator Bucco. Hey. All right, so we got, all these big shots here. I just want to say thank you. Michael, why is this so important?
Why is it so important that unions, or?
Training, how do you think it work for guys coming home from prison?
Look, I think I heard a lot this morning about the dignity of work, and we know that, there's no, job that lacks dignity.
All right, so it's been frankly for a community of color, often to break into the House of Labor.
Look, okay, for 10 years, we've been running a program in, New York City called Pathways to Apprenticeship, where we're taking justice affected individuals and putting them directly through an apprenticeship program, directly into the building trades. And over the last 10 years in New York City, we have placed over 500 formerly incarcerated people that are coming home into union apprenticeship program. And we know that when we give them the 6-week pre-apprenticeship program and we put them into a direct entry position into an apprenticeship program, recidivism rates go down, their quality of life goes up, and their past becomes really a thought, and their future becomes bright. And so job training is essentially important to give people the structure that they need in order to thrive.
Okay, I was gonna go to Anthony and then Senator Bucco.
Well, I could say one way to start is by memorializing and solidifying a partnership with NJRC, which we did last night by executing our MOU with the carpenters. So we do look forward to that cohort that we're going to work with your organization to make sure that in addition to the communities that we're representing now, we take that to a whole nother level and make sure that the constituents that you're serving are afforded the opportunity that we have. And I'll say this, besides giving somebody free education and training and putting them in a position to be economically successful and giving them a career, not a job. And at the end of the day, at least for our organization, providing somebody a free college education without debt, affording them the ability to actually become entrepreneurs outside of just becoming tradespeople is extremely important, not only to changing an individual's life, but their family's life, and really the community culture that we've been living in for generations now. And I think we're doing our part. We could do a lot more, but it's the people in this room that can help make a difference. And I'll say this because it's extremely important. There's a lot of stakeholders in this room, and we'll say labor, the business community, elected officials, community leaders, developers, nonprofits. But at the end of the day, we talk the talk, but if we don't walk the walk and we don't hold each other accountable, then none of this works. And at the end of the day, if there is no light at the end of the tunnel, and I'll tell you what the light is. The light is the job.
Amen.
Everything within our power on this board. But if there's no job at the end of the day, and we don't hold employers accountable for creating middle-class economic opportunities for working people, regardless of where you come from, the whole system fails.
Exactly, thank you. I just want to thank Senator Bucco, who's been a great leader, not only a leader in terms of policy, but in legislation on practical change. And Senator, why is this so important, what Anthony just said, what Michael just said, in terms of providing not only economic opportunity for people coming back, but also sort of raising the bar so that there is a middle class there for the future?
Well, first of all, Governor, I want to thank you for all the work that you've done in this area. I am so encouraged by being here today, listening to some great panels, understanding that the job fair is going on downstairs. But you heard from a lot of folks there. And all of the pieces are in place to bring this together. And that is why I introduced Senate Bill 368, which is the Second Chance Program Act, which would establish a program in the Department of Labor that would allow the Department of Labor to bring the labor organizations and folks in reentry together to be able to use that infrastructure money that we heard Congressman Gottheimer talk about to create these jobs, the certifications that NJRC is working on. This would be the vessel to bring that all together, to create great paying jobs, to give folks that are coming out of prison a chance and some hope, and to give them a sense of pride so that they can build their lives off of these programs. This legislation was passed the Assembly 78-0, and I am hoping to the Labor Committee, which I sit on, I am hopeful that we get a hearing on this bill in committee and that it will pass with bipartisan support, I am sure, in the Senate, because this is not a Republican issue. This is not a Democrat issue. This is a human issue, and it's a human crisis that we need to address. The money, the state needs to put its money where its mouth is when it comes to this issue, because we have people that are struggling all around the state, and this is a sense of hope.
Yeah, no, I want to thank the senator for, you can clap. Yeah. Candidly, it's in the Department of Labor, not in the Department of Corrections, which is the right place to house it. And I just want to say thank you, Jeff. Then you just, as a fancy attorney general and senator and whatever, you were really instrumental in during the Christie administration, not only in establishing reentry, but cleaning up some of the barriers and certifications. Because in New Jersey, everybody's licensed, right? And thanks to your leadership and also Senator Singleton's leadership and Senator Boco's, we've made good strides. What is it in terms of from an attorney general's perspective, if you will, from a criminal justice perspective, if you will, what more should we do to allow folks that are court involved to have access to training?
Well, the first thing I would say is everybody should spend 20 minutes watching you with the folks that go through this program. And they'll recognize how committed these people are, how joyful they are about the opportunities they're getting that they never thought they would get. I walked in with James from Patterson. I don't know if he's still here.
Is James still there?
And just talking to him on the way in here reminded me about when I spent the time with you there, what an incredible door opening this is for these folks. You were at the bail reform panel we had at Seton Hall last week or 2 weeks ago with Governor Christie. These things are all interrelated. People make mistakes. People have addiction issues. The problem is that we've turned our back for too long on those issues, and we immediately stigmatize folks in a way that prevents them from having any opportunity to do the things that Senator Bucco and other leaders in the legislature are now allowing them to have the chance to do. So it's opening the eyes, it's educating people, but honestly, the more folks that have the chance to see what you're doing and to meet the people that are coming out of these programs should rush to hire them, because that's how committed they're going to be and how really thankful they are that they have these new opportunities in their lives.
It's almost what the Cardinal said earlier. It's seeing people's face. Probably has. Thank you. I just want to, being Rutgers Business School, obviously we're really honored. So what are you, from an academic perspective, or from the perspective of the business school or the business of the New Jersey economy, why is it so important to connect people that are returning from prison or treatment to training to be in the workplace?
Thank you. Thank you, Governor. So for Rutgers Business School, we are the top business school in the Northeast. We are also a national leader in job placement for our students, all of the students, including formerly incarcerated students.
We give them job skill training. We work very hard for every student before they graduate. They have to have experiential learning experience, internship experience, get involved in real life projects.
And then when you say that, that's really interesting. I'm gonna call upon my dear friend now, the editor Jeff, is because what we do in training, Anthony, is we do something a little different. Because we do experiential and we do both. We just don't do all experiential, we feather it back and forth. So if you've been in jail for 7 months or 7 years or 17 years, you haven't been reading a lot of books. And so part of it is we brought in a team from a university to look at how we teach. And basically what we do is we do back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So I just want to ask Jeff Abramowitz. Jeff, you work for a great organization. What more should New Jersey be doing to connect the business community and the labor community to a trained or involved workforce?
So, thank you for the question. My name is Jeff Abramowitz. I'm the CEO of the PD Green Program. I am also a subject matter expert for the U.S. Department of Education, pursuing their portfolio on correctional and reentry education. And there's a great show, the old show, The Newsroom, where he gets on, he's being asked the question in front of a large audience, why is America the greatest country in the world? And he won't answer it. And finally, he gets on and says it's not, and he explains why. So we've been talking about training, and training's not the answer. I got silence. It's not the answer. Education's the answer. Men and women today that are going through our criminal justice system need education. They need to know how to read and write. They need how to use digital literacy skills when they come home from prison. They need to know that when they get out, that there's something above just a credential, that there's a pathway to a career, to college, to post-secondary. And we miss the ball when we don't recognize that when we have labor sitting at the table and they talk about getting into a union, people are not getting into the union simply because they can't pass the darn test. We need to get people smarter in math and basic reading skills. We're here today and we're talking about second chances. I spent 5 years in the federal penitentiary. And during those 5 years, the men and women that I lived with were Black and brown. We talk about second chances. They didn't have first chances. And we shouldn't stop at second. How about third and fourth and fifth? So the answer is, I think it takes a village. It takes labor, it takes education, it takes training, it takes it all to be put together in one big piece. Thank you.
Thanks. Michelle? Michelle Friedberger, and I can't say thank you enough. New Jersey Business and Industry Association is a great partner. When my dear friend Rich Liebler talked about business, Michelle's a tremendous partner in opening business doors to NJ Reentry. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you, Governor, for the great partnership, and we'll continue to lift it. You know, we open doors, but unfortunately, we don't open enough, and enough aren't open for us. And I want to say, I think what might be different now, and I almost say this in a sad way, timing is on our side, and why we have the largest workforce development crisis ever. You know, I've been doing this for a long time. There's no workforce out there. So I think now employers are looking for unique ways to attract the workforce. And one way is to look at unique populations. And this is a population that's been overlooked for way too long. Governor, you know, I can go back 20 years, Rescue Mission at Trenton, good old Mary Gay Barrett. My husband's chaired the Rescue Mission for over 15 years. We had these discussions over 20 years ago. And in my small community there, tried to open the eyes of our employers. They're nervous, they're scared. The employers, the business community needs to be educated. And we take up that role seriously. That's what we do at BIA. We educate them. When you bring someone who's second chance, when you bring someone who's been through the system, you know exactly what you've got. And they've got the wraparound services. And they're probably the best employer you're going to get, because I'm sure, as Rich said, and I probably missed it, they're the most motivated, they're the most passionate, because they take the opportunity seriously, because they realize that's an opportunity door that's been opened for them, and they can't mess it up, and they don't want to mess it up. So we're there to hope to open more doors, and I really hope that timing and this workforce crisis affords us the opportunity to really make it happen in a more significant way. So you got us as a partner, and anything you need, going.
So it's the employment crisis, it's certification. But Anthony, what from the corporate perspective, what more should public policy be doing?
Well, first and foremost, I mean, let's go back to the root of the problem, which I think no one ever really talks about. So we're focusing right now on a reactive solution what happened with related to incarceration or imprisonment, and how do we fix that when people come out of the system, which I believe we have all the stakeholders here to make that change. But I think for organized labor, the business community, and to Jeff's point, education is fundamentally the approach we need to take. And how do we do that? College is not for everybody. We've had generations and generations where our parents, our guidance counselors, the system has told us that college is the only option. The reality is things are trending in a different direction now. People are starting to see that technical studies are important, technical schools are important, and alternative forms of employment and education are beneficial. So if we can get back to educating our communities of color and communities just in general, that whether you're a tradesperson, someone who's going into styling or cosmetics or whatever other industries, hospitality, that you can make a living, it's extremely important. But the problem is, because we've been doing this for so long, that there's this resentment or we undervalue working class people. And at the end of the day, if I'm an apprentice coming to an apprentice program with no student debt, and my colleague or friend who went to college has $100,000 in debt, by the time he graduates with that debt, I am making $100,000 as a tradesperson with zero debt, with healthcare, with a living wage, able to buy a home, able to buy a car, and sustain a family living lifestyle. But that has to happen in early school, in elementary school, and middle school, and high school.
Well, I mean,
We don't do a good enough job.
So you can look at and Senator Bucco talked about his legislation, but you could even look at the German system, where you differentiate between those who go on to university education, those literally split after middle school to go on to technical education. The difference between, I think, Hochschule or Gymnasium. So, I mean, part of it is it has to be a deliberate educational route. We have to begin to understand the importance of technical skill in an economy that places a virtue on those technical skills. Joe, can you just jump in and talk about why this is so important as Client Solutions and Progressive Pipeline?
Yes.
NJRC?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Joe Martino with Progressive Pipeline. We are on the employer side of this equation. So this is so darn exciting for me to be here, see the energy in this room. But we employ laborers, we employ flaggers. We are an infrastructure company, to the previous speaker talking about all of the investment being put into our nation's infrastructure. So for us, what is so appealing for me personally is there's two attributes of being a good employee, and it's attitude and aptitude. We're getting the aptitude here, but getting the attitude any day. And what I see and what I hear from the folks here is that the folks that have come through, the clients of NJRC, they have the attitude, and with a good attitude, and now with the aptitude that they're going to get from this training, I can't wait to get them on our team.
John, could you just talk a little bit about your sense of what happened to you and your story? Go ahead. Sorry.
Hi, my name is I'm John Noonan. I'm the program participant from New Jersey New Jersey Reentry Corporation. Excuse me. I had a bit of a rough go. I was in rehab and recovery all of last year. I did need the help. Through the recovery process, I learned about the reentry program and what it could do for people like me, the normal everyday working person. And there was a couple things that I needed. I needed my birth certificate, social security cards, little things that can actually make a big difference.
So those little things make a big difference in your life.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
birth certificate, social security, Medicaid, whatever.
If they can't identify you, then you might as well just be another statistic somewhere else.
But what did you get in terms of training?
Oh, okay. So I am a certified welder. I graduated in November of last year. I also attended both of John Palladino's courses, the construction site safety and the forklift, scissor lift course as well. So I'm also certified as an operator.
Good. And those training give you increased job competitiveness?
Yes. Now, the only reason why I did that is because I wanted to have something to fall back on in case I wasn't able to find any type of job placement, which unfortunately at this moment I'm kind of facing at the moment. it's not that the job opportunities aren't there, it's that I still don't have certain necessities to get to these places.
Lined up.
Like transportation, where I am, it's not that bad, but the places that do work are hiring are two and
Too
two
far
plus
away.
hours away, 4 train buses, what
But
have,
you're in a different place though now because you have the certificate.
absolutely.
Yeah. Laura, can you just jump in and what does it mean to give, to employ those that are court qualified?
What does it mean to employ those that are court involved? You know, I came here today because I need your help. I need everyone's help. We have an immediate need right now,
You
today.
sound like Michelle.
No, seriously, we would hire 5 to 7.
Well, you can go down to the 3rd floor and we have a job there.
Well, right, but the point is, we need people to, I'm from the automotive business in Summit, New Jersey, Douglas Auto Group. We have Volkswagen and Infiniti, and we have a body shop. We used to have 7 people working on the cars. A body shop, just in case anybody doesn't know, I didn't know, if your car's in an accident, you have to take it to a body shop to get fixed. It's a different type of mechanic. Okay? We used to hire 7. You know what we're down to today, Jim?
What?
2. That means I need how many? 5. I need 5 today. We would hire 5 today.
Well, and you have hired some of our folks, so thank
Yes,
you.
but I wanted to make sure everybody that's involved in education and training and policy, I wanted to make those 2 points, that right now we have an immediate need for body shop. And in the future, it's going to be electric cars, right? To repair and fix electric cars. Yeah, yes, we have hired 2 previously incarcerated people, and one of them didn't work out. One of them is a superstar. We love him.
No, thank you, Laura. Well, you know, Senator, can you find her 5 people before we? 5. And there was a trick question, Senator minus 2. And we stumbled. But so I just wanted to go down, you know, when I heard what Jeff said about education, Anthony said about lifting the wage, Senator Bucco talking about, you know, the Department of Labor integrating it. And I appreciate what Senator Kids said about understanding the face. But when I heard Michael say, there's a change in labor, that labor now understands the importance of providing these opportunities. It's important to Martino, it's important to Noonan. As the director, Michelle said, we have an employment crisis. So we have a convergence, if you will, of opportunity based upon maybe less than optimal circumstances. By virtue of this employment services, maybe our population has a new chance, has a new beginning if they're properly trained. And Michael, can you tell me what the laborers are doing to be responsive to that? And if we don't hold it against you that you're in New York, by the way.
I would think the governor, listen, he picked me first, gave me a tough question to start off this dialogue. But, you know, everybody's returning home has one obligation. One must seek and maintain employment of what is remained free. And that is the first condition of their release. And so if, back to my partner here at the Carpenter says, and it's right, is that the choice for the formerly incarcerated is either to find the exploitable job or the career job. And training gives them the opportunity to find the career and minus the exploitation. When we think about criminal justice reform in America and millions and millions of Americans are being released, which we should, we're the most incarcerated country in the world, and we have to have justice reform, that if we are not taking the steps, and I agree again with my brother in the Carpenter, that everybody, every stakeholder has an obligation here to make sure that we do not miss out this transitional moment in our society. When we look at the bipartisan infrastructure bill, it talks about very specifically about taking this money, bringing it out to communities and touching everybody in our community. And that includes the formerly incarcerated. That includes.
So what you're saying is that this is a moment in time. We have a moment in time to pick up on what Michelle said. We have an employment crisis. We need body. we have a moment in time to pick up what Michael said, that we have an Infrastructure Investment Act. We have a moment in time, what Senator Bucco said, we have legislators willing to provide for coordination. What Anthony said, it's all boats rises. What Jeff said is about education. So we have an opportunity. And what do we have to do to seize this opportunity? Besides to get Laura her darn 5 jobs.
Look, I can tell you that we have to be deliberate about it.
Yep.
If we're not deliberate about it, all we'll do is talk about it, right? And so when I tell you about being deliberate, the laborers here in New Jersey are gonna commit themselves to 70 union jobs from reentry population. And we want other building trades affiliates, our partners, to be considering the same proposition. We can do this in New Jersey so that the next generation of workers is a skilled workforce, a middle-class workforce, a sustainable economy, and we will be able to measure up. And I'm a guy of scripture also. Jesus Christ said this, and he said it very simply. For what you do of the least of these, you do for me. And you know what? When I get that, I'm going home. I'm going home happy. I hope he says to me, welcome, good, faithful servant, because I did the work of my father. So that's really what.
Thanks, Michael. Just quick, Michelle?
In terms of things that we're doing, so njcareerpathways.org. I'm gonna repeat it, njcareerpathways.org. This is a partnership where we're seeing what skill sets to build the pipeline of in-demand jobs are. And many folks here, Frank Preston, I'm gonna give him a shout out, AC Medical and Dental, right? Feeding the pipeline, which is important. You want to talk about intention, one person at a time? I just took John's phone number. I have manufacturers who need welders, okay? Hudson County, let's see what we can find, right? Identify the opportunity, make the connection. We can do it on a grand scale, and we can do it on a small scale too,
So, but being intentional, I love what Michael said, and it's doing with the laborers and they're doing the Carpenter Center.
Off topic, but, in addition to being able to provide the jobs, we have to provide affordable housing.
Yeah.
And that affordable housing. Affordable housing has to be where there is transportation, where the jobs are, where the infrastructure is to support that affordable housing. The system that we have today, in my opinion, is broken. And we need to go back and look at affordable housing in New Jersey and figure out how sound zoning policies with the infrastructure and the jobs and the transportation are available. So the folks that get into that affordable housing can take advantage of it and work. If you're putting affordable housing out in the middle of nowhere, it's not gonna help the individual who's coming out of prison and has to get a job 2.5 hours away, that they have to spend an enormous amount of money to get to. So this is another area that needs to be looked at the state level.
All right, Jeff, just in terms of, to pick up on what you said about education, and we do GED and we try to provide those ancillary, but I just wanted to pick up on, you know, one of the challenges with the Department of Labor is sometimes they want you to have the GED, they want you to have all the credentials up front, and that candidly is a barrier to our funds.
It's a huge barrier, and we have.
Driver's license, CASA's test.
There's 44,000 documented barriers for people coming home, and 84% of them stay with them for their life. So the reality is, what we need to be able to do is we need to go back to the basics. We can't get skilled labor until we make sure people can read and write and that they can advance in a job. We talk about jobs today. We should be talking about careers. We're talking how do we get them to that pathway.
Thank you, and thank you for PD Green, and thank you for using stuff. Dr. Brandon?
Thank you. So I would say this, you know, as a.
By the way, it's alphabetical. We didn't put all the Italians in one area.
That's fine. So I would say this, as a consequence of capitalism, and capitalism really drives our country and many people benefit from it. The reality is, I always believe there's a balance between profit margins and the working class people, and that hand in hand we can come together and, you know, make business money but rebuild the middle class. And I think if we're fortunate enough to rebuild the middle class by investing in apprenticeship and other alternative forces of education other than college, then I think we can fundamentally change a lot of the issues that we're talking about today. Obviously, we need to address these issues, but we also need to address the root of the problem, which is education, okay, of everybody in our country, but also ensuring that people have the ability to work with dignity, have the ability to have healthcare, and have the ability to retire, just like our ancestors who migrated here and were exploited but came together for better working conditions. It's history repeating itself over and over again, and it's up to us in this room to fix it. Thank you.
Yeah, the other thing I would say, in addition is, one of the things that COVID did, at least in my experience, is make people reluctant to show up for work, physically show up for work. Never gonna have that problem with the folks coming out of the government reviews program because they have so much passion and are so thankful for the opportunity. So that's a spot where I think that the folks that are coming out of those programs are gonna have a leg up on other people.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. And that's one of our employers says, no millennials, just ex-offenders. So I don't like using that term, a Discord bubble, but thank you. Michael, thank you. And I really want to thank you, and I want to thank the Carpenters, Anthony, because it's also about stepping up and being real. And so.
Yeah, I mean, I would close with that. If we deliberately demand a society that we all want to live in, we can make the changes that we have to make. You know, I echo the statements of my brother, the carpenter here, that, you know, we are fighting a doctrine read, and it's going to take every single one of us right here in this room to make sure that everybody of this returning population coming home and others can actually thrive and succeed and have real reentry, not just reentry, but real permanent reentry and real entry into the middle class.
And that's what Senator Testa said earlier about, you know, providing those connections with the private sector, with the labor union, with Cumberland Dairies. Dean?
I would like to reiterate the importance of education. And this education is not a one-dimensional education. It is a beyond job skill training. It also includes the training and the development of professionalism, resilience, responsible, resourceful, and reinventing yourself to meet the need of the industry. We graduate many students who formerly incarcerated. They all get very good jobs, not only good jobs, but very well paid jobs. One of them will go to Georgetown University to continue on master. Many such examples. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Thank you for being here and RBS's commitment. Laura, hopefully you get your 5 people on the way out.
Yes, I also want to give a big shout out to Cynthia Rojas.
Yeah, where's Cynthia Rojas? Where they on the back?
So give them a shout out because they helped me hire 2 people. One of them is with us. And please, let's think about electric cars as now.
Okay, Exec Joe, thank you. Good call.
Thank you so much. Very excited to be part of the solution, actually, with Progressive Pipeline. We're a diverse company. We have people of all colors and ethnicities. We're also a veteran company. I'm a veteran myself. My boss is a veteran of the Naval Reserve. But we're also acting on verba. The whole phrase is deeds, not words, and we're ready to go to work. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom.
Just want to say thank you to everyone here for coming, for New Jersey Reentry Corporation, for Jim. He's always got me on speed. Hey, John, you got to come to this conference, buddy. Thanks. And Emily, always for being the sunshine. I've met a lot of good people through this program, and I'm actually really enjoying it. I was at a point in my life where I had no hope. I was just at a really bad point in my life, and now that I feel that I have a purpose back in my life, I have my spirituality back, I have my family back, I have my ethics, my morals, everything that's good about me has returned, and I want it to keep going. I don't want it to stop. I don't want to be that person that's always, you know, thinking that life is just about everything that is bad. And it's really not, because the people in your life actually make it a lot better. And you can't do anything without asking for help if you need it.
Amen, thank you. John, I just, the interest, when I was governor, I think NJBIA had a dartboard with my picture on it, so it shows you how far I've come, or how far, whatever. But I am proud to be the NJBIA representative to the NJDOC task force. I said, Michelle, really must have run out of people to select. But I want to say thank you, because it's so important that the business community, we have really good partners, the importance of strong, positive business leadership and rational business, pro-business policy. So thank you.
Appreciate the partnership once again. And I just want to say, heard a lot of quotes today. So the number one social program is a job, right? So it's one thing to have jobs, it's equally important to fill them. And we take that role very seriously. And I just want to say one more thing too. We heard a lot about the gentlemen in the room today. Let's not forget, as a female leader, we have a lot of women who need to like up too. So let's make sure that we do that.
So, folks we're gonna honor. So this is like what we always do. And so I just ask for God's grace. Ladies, could you just make sure that people can get food on both sides? All right, so this is, you know, the good book, Bread, Fishes, and Loaves, right? And so, you know, we do this, and this is, a lot of this is donated. So we just ask people to understand that we want to feed everybody. And then we have folks on the third floor, we have a job fair going on. So typical Jim McGreevy style, we have, you know, 5 meals and 15 people. So if you're not hungry, don't eat. So this is an opportunity, right, Reb? And so you can eat, yeah, exactly. Reb just picked up the peeps, you can eat the peeps. But in any event, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this really fast. Reverend Bartley, we're gonna do this really fast. Row by row, we're just gonna ask you to grab and go and come back, because we're gonna do some great folks right after this that do God's work. I just want to lift up the AME Church and some people during COVID, feminine hygiene products, personal products. It was the Missionary Society that made sure every single woman was taken care of. You know, all these millennials, sororities, and fraternities said they were going to do stuff. Give me 5 old church ladies or young church ladies. Like, get stuff done. Get stuff done. Lunch, 15 minutes. Go. How's that for direction? Oh, good. All right. So, I really like to say, oh, sorry. I just
Taking 2 cents. 1, 2. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 1. That's 1, 2, 1, 2. That's 1, 2, 1, 2, 1.
There's nothing. Test again. Test again. And 2.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate everybody's patience. This is really important in recognizing the people who do the work. And I'm just really honored that Sister Wilma Robinson, who's the president of the New Jersey Conference of Women's Missionary Society, and we're going to ask her to come up. Ms. Chanel Robinson, First Lady of Ebenezer AME Church in Galway. Hey, can we give it up for Sister Wilma Robinson? Put your hands together. Oh, I don't know if I'm going to get to the promised land, but I know Wilma is. Reverend Dr. Marty Robinson and Mr. Bert Robinson of the director in the Real Special Way New Jersey Conference, the AME Church. Could they please all come up here? Thank you. Can we put your hands together for not only Wilma, Chantel, Reverend Marty Robinson, and Bert? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jade. If they could just close those doors. So during the COVID crisis, when the state of New Jersey and Governor Murphy made the decision to release upwards of 6,000 individuals from state prison, obviously there were a lot of folks that were coming home that didn't have personal hygiene products, women's hygiene products, undergarments, toiletries. And so we needed some place that would raise all of those goods. And so in a really special way, more than any other institution, the African Methodist Episcopal Church, and particularly the Women's Missionary Society, the First Episcopal District, answered our call. And I'd like to thank also my friend Leslie McRae. You know, I think Leslie victimized the entire Robinson family. That's another story. Robinson family is really put together, godly. They do great work, they do great ministry, and all of a sudden they had this force in their life talking about reentry and reentry women and hygiene products and 6,000 persons. And I'm saying at the end of the day, and Jada Fulmore should be up here, because at the end of the day, it was these largely, overwhelmingly, the AME Church and the First District that did it. So ladies and gentlemen, you know, we have a great conference here. We have a lot of folks, but I just want to let you know, people came home from prison and they didn't have underwear, they didn't have toothpaste, they didn't have feminine hygiene products. One organization, one community, more than any community in the state of New Jersey, changed that reality. And so, as a small token of our appreciation and recognition of the ministry of service of the Women's Missionary Society, the First Episcopal District of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, the New Jersey Reentry Corporation expresses our gratitude for the time, the treasure, and the talent so generously offered by the Society, presented this sixth day in the year of our Lord, 2023, on behalf of 6,000 New Jersey reentry persons. I'd like to present this in the right honor we will provide.
Thank you so much, Mr. McGreevy. We look forward to our continued partnership with you in making a difference in the lives of our brothers and sisters. We are called to make a difference in the lives of others, and we are blessed to share our God-given resources to be a blessing to others. And we cannot do this without the pastors and missionaries throughout this New Jersey conference. And I want to say thank you to the 81 pastors of the New Jersey Conference who make a difference in the lives of others. Thank you so much.
To God be the glory for the great things he has done, is doing, and will continue to do in all of our lives. To the one and only Governor, James McGreevy, let's give him another hand. One of a kind. And I'm just so happy to be here. As my parents are behind me. Mrs. Wilma Robinson, my father, Bert Robinson Jr., and the bestest part of me, my beautiful wife, Chantel Robinson. She's in the back with her, what is that, pink fuchsia. She's looking bright today. We thank God for her, and I'm sitting down. And I'm the pastor of Ebenezer AME Church in Rahway, New Jersey, and we are the greatest church in the diaspora. And God bless you and thank you.
I think my husband said it all, but we are called to make a difference, as Mom said. And we're called to be a blessing for those that are less fortunate, that are marginalized, that are on the sidelines, that sometimes society forgets about. And so I thank Governor McGreevy and what he's doing with NJRC and Jada and all of the team and the folks behind me that are doing such great, yes, give it up. They're doing such great and marvelous things. And again, we were called to be a blessing to those that are in need. God bless you.
And Pastor just reminded me of Pastor Hildebrand. I don't know how many folks are here from Mount Zion AME Church in New Brunswick, but God rest his soul. It was a dear friend, as Pat knows him, of my late mother and family. So Pastor Hildebrand had the voice of, I think, the Almighty. So this has nothing to do with reentry. But I remember when Pastor Hildebrand, I was running for governor, and Pastor Hildebrand invited me on, Pastor Robinson invited me on Ladies' Day. So you remember, well, so Ladies' Day, he talked about how the men abandoned our Lord. It was the woman at the foot of the cross. The men were quaking. And then he says, and now here's Jim McGreevy. I'm like, oh Lord. So anyway, but God bless him. This is tape, so I was running against Governor Whitman, so I shouldn't say this, but at the time, Leslie did say, before he introduced me the next time, he says, look, I can't be partisan. This is Pastor Hildebrand. He says, but all I know is our Lord rode into Jerusalem on the back of a donkey. And I said, thank God. That made up for inviting me on Ladies' Day. The next person is a young woman on a serious note who has done so much. And if you take time to look at the Golden Lotus Project, this is a young woman who has given so much of her time, her treasure, and talent in giving back to the reentry community. And this happens every day. Every day we do reentry. We have 17,000 clients. They stay with us for 3 years. And I just want to call upon my dear friend Regina Thomas to present this award with me to Mariah.
If McGreevy says it, then it is so. That's what I'm gonna say. So it is a wonderful opportunity to give to persons while they're still living and for the great work that they do. So I am pleased to have the opportunity to be here to help present this award to you.
So, and again, to Mariah and the Golden Lotus Project, what they do literally, and Jada will attest to it, at the Governor's Reentry and Training Center, literally thousands and thousands and thousands of goods would not have happened but for Mariah and the Golden Lotus Project. And I'd ask her to just take a few moments to explain the project and her vision on behalf of the folks coming home from prison and addiction treatment in the state of New Jersey. This is a small token of appreciation for the lives she's changed. Right?
So when I was turning 20, my birthday is March 24th. So my golden birthday when I was turning 24. And I wanted to do a give back for my birthday. So I assumed it would be a one-time thing to celebrate. And I was going to do some type of give back. And I used to take the train back and forth to Philly. And I wondered what happened when people who are less fortunate, who are living in the train station, what happens when they get their period? And what do they do? So I decided that I would collect menstrual hygiene products. And instead of asking for gifts, I asked for people to make donations. And here we are 8 years later, and 24 days of giving is still happening. And so when Sister Leslie called me during the pandemic, I met her through Sister Andrea Robinson. And she said, do you have any more products? And I said, yes, because even though I do it March 1st through March 24th, people are always giving me donations. So we came and we met at her church. And I remember she said, hold on, I have someone on the phone. And I'm like, okay. And she passes me the phone, and it's Governor McGreevy on FaceTime, and I'm like, what is going on right now? And ever since then, we've been stuck together. And you know, I am a woman of faith, and I serve a God of second chances. So it only makes sense to align with an organization who works day after day to give those who, it's not that they deserve it. It's just what we're born this way, right? So there's not anyone in this room who deserves a second chance more than the next one. So it all makes sense to me. So it's an honor, it's a pleasure to work with this organization. I'm excited. Period poverty is a thing. I'm not ashamed to say period because that's what it is, period. So if you have questions about that, I love talking about it. But what we do is just a Band-Aid. So in the next few years, we're working on making sure that we have a solution to it. So this year we are donating all the items we collect to New Jersey Reentry Corporation. And I'm excited to see what that partnership looks like along the way. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mariah. Thank you, Reverend Dr. Thomas. And now I'd like to ask our panelists to please come forward. The great governor of the state of Virginia, Terry McAuliffe. John is one of my oldest dear friends. Where's Stanley? Stanley Richards, where's Stanley? Stan, like, what are you getting, that extra cup of coffee? And is Don with us? There you go. Thank you. Not gonna cover it. So, yeah. So, all right, so we're here, so Governor McAuliffe did great things. And, you know, I'm sitting here with, I see my dear friend Larry Lusberg and the great panel that's coming. You got Phil Lodger from Essex County. The great Congressman Rob Menendez is here. Do we feel put on the board? In fact, Jack was gonna shoot me. I have a bunch of children's books. And we have Don Pat and we have Stanley. So part of it is to get their thinking. These are four different thought leaders, three different thought leaders and myself bring up the rear. So Terry as the governor in terms of government, Stanley in terms of the nonprofit community, and Don in terms of the private sector. So we believe these three individuals, and my sole role is to be the moderator, represent the tripart, the triangle, if you will, that's required to provide, to link people coming home from prison to training, to necessary jobs. And the role that government plays, the role that the private sector plays, and the role that the nonprofit community plays. So first I'd like to ask Governor McAuliffe, you know, and I could go on about the things that Governor McAuliffe did that showed great courage on questions of civil rights and prisoner rights. And just bluntly, Virginia ain't New Jersey. And he did really courageous things. So first, can we have a round of applause for Governor McAuliffe for what he did. What he did, especially, you can Google it, you can look at what he did, which is so incredible. But we're focusing on jobs. So Governor Terry, what would you do in terms of bolstering or increasing job opportunities for court-involved persons? What's the role of government?
Oh my goodness, the government plays a huge role. So when I got elected to office in 2014, I had analysis done of our whole criminal justice system. You're right, Virginia is not New Jersey. We had an excessive sentencing up in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I think of one study in literally my first week in office, a young man, 15-year-old man, Travion Blanc, 15, stole $63, 2 cell phones, and a joint.
Could everybody listen? This is an incredible story.
So 15-year-old stole $63 from a drug dealer, a joint, and 2 cell phones, nobody injured. Guess what his sentence was in the Commonwealth of Virginia for a 15-year-old for $63? 6 life terms plus 118 years. You can Google it yourself. He spent a long time in prison until I got to be governor, and I'm part of the one. He went into 15. I can give you 100 of these stories, but I'm not going to do that today. So the first thing Jimmy had to look at was the sentencing, excessive sentencing, the first part that you have to do. Then I had to go in and look at, you know, what's our recidivism rate? I looked at our juvenile justice system. We were spending $186,000 per juvenile, and within 3 years, we had an 88% recidivism rate. They were back in. So the system wasn't working. The same thing on our adult facilities. So the big thing for me was, all right, if someone's coming out of returning citizen, I want them to go to work. I was spending $35,350 per prisoner. So morally the right thing to do, but also from a state chief executive, I wanted people coming out. I wanted them to job. So what we did, I added 16 college courses. Everybody in our Virginia system got a driver's license. they got a commercial driver's license. And we started having them driving the trucks between all the different prison facilities in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Why? We had 68,000 open truck driving jobs in America, starting to pay $90,000. So I take the areas where I knew they needed employment, and we began training facilities, certifications, credentialing inside while they were, so that when anyone came out of a Virginia prison, they had a state ID card. You don't realize how hard this would be coming out. They don't have any ID. They had a driver's license. They have had a commercial, or you had a skill set. I trained 5,800 culinary workers when they came out. So we got them an opportunity. The biggest thing you can do is make sure that when they come out, they have skills. We provided opportunities. I did the largest investment for reentry on housing, so they have a place to stay, and facilities for mental health treatment. So those are the big things. I'm very proud. I'll end the story. By the time I left office 4 years later, I had the lowest recidivism rate of any state in the United States. And the point is, if it's going to be a job, it's going to work. The last thing I'll say, and I'll be quiet, but the other huge challenge I had, Virginia was one of 10 states in America. In New Jersey, if you come out of prison, you get your voting rights back. Well, in 10 states, many of the southern states, that's not the case. In 1902, a state senator by the name of Class put in our Constitution that if you commit a felony, which then was $100, you never vote for the rest of your life, ever, never vote again. And he said that day in 1902 in our General Assembly, I am putting this in the Virginia Constitution, quote, will eliminate the darkening from being a political factor in Virginia. And that was in the headline of the paper the next day. I said, well, this is wrong. People want people to come back here like full citizens, not second-class citizens. So I hired lawyers, got it, a long story short. 114 years later, I stood where Senator Glass put in our Constitution, and with the swipe of my pen, I restored 206,000 voting rights in the United States. Most of you know what happened in this space. Republicans sued me, took me to the Supreme Court. Court came out 8 months later, said, oh, he doesn't have the authority to do it. I clearly had the authority. It's one of my 4 enumerated powers. With Virginia, like South Carolina, Republicans appoint the Supreme Court by the legislature. So they did a political, and they said, well, we're not going to let the governor do it because no governor's done it before. Well, that's not a constitutional theory. I'm not gonna lie to you. I went to Georgetown Law School full-time day. I never went to a class. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. When I graduated, I remember, well, you're not gonna hire me to be a lawyer. But even I knew that that's not a constitutional theory. It's a political thing. No governor's been impeached, better than you can't do it. So now everybody, they said the governor has to do it individually. Oh! I said, are you kidding me? I told my chief of staff to get all 206,000 petitions. We're going to go in front of the governor's office. There's a big civil electoral. I'm going to sign every single one myself. So they immediately rushed to the court to get an injunction. By this time, all the appropriate American court. And they came back and said, well, if he does it individually. So I ended up, we signed 206,000 individual petitions. But here's the best part. When I did the original order, people didn't know that I gave their rights back. They're not reading the newspaper, watching the news. I said, oh, I'm under court order to do them individually. So at state expense, I had a beautiful petition printed up with my signature and the seal, put them in an envelope, self-addressed with a voter registration form and a self-addressed return envelope. Cost me $48,000. We got a lot of people registered to vote. But I mean, so, but it's also the injustice of the sentencing. I appreciate what Governor McCullough put through his leadership, but just listening closely, identifying reentry friendly job opportunities and training people behind the wall for those opportunities. So when you were conscious of CDL, you were conscious of culinary training that we're talking about it in Essex County, and then those people would have, I mean, I see John, forklift opportunities, then people would be able to translate those out into the community. So how did the Department of Corrections all of a sudden, Terry McCullough wakes up one day and says, we're going to train X number of individuals that have CDL licenses? What was the reaction? It's a great point. And the most important thing we did is we hired a guy by the name of Harold Clark, who headed up my Department of Corrections. He had done New York. I think he may have been in New Jersey, and most people know Harold Clark. That's a great point. You have to have someone who is the head, or else it's gonna die in a bureaucracy. I can say, oh, I want the governor's office. It just dies a slow death. But if you got a willing head of DOC who came from the same place I did, morally it's right, but with all these people working, and they're not coming back. And he was our great partner, and I can't give all my Department of Parks and team enough. And, you know, in fairness, had they not, like you when you were governor, had they not been forthright and doing what we wanted, they probably would have been fired. But I didn't need to do that because Harold was great.
So Stan, Stan's a dear friend of mine, and also David Rothenberg, who founded Fortune Society, is here. David, can you stand up? David, you know, he says he's the alpha doctor, but he founded Fortune Society, and he's a role model for many of us, myself and Stan. So Stan, as Deputy CEO, of the Fortune Society, how does Fortune, which is our partner in New York, we have a lot of folks in New Jersey who wind up in New York, we have folks in from New York who wind up in New Jersey, and we have a great partnership. What does Fortune do to improve the training to link people to good jobs?
Well, a couple of things. One, we work directly with people impacted by the justice system. We see about 10,000 people a year. Many of them come through looking for employment, rebuild their lives. So we provide direct services. We partner with hard skill training providers, OSHA, CDL license, culinary arts. We provide internships, direct job placement. So we help people get to the place they need to go. The other thing we do is we work on policy. Long ago, we decided as an organization to continue the work that David started in 1967 about educating people and changing the policies. In 2011, Eric Holder talked about a report that came out from the American Bar Association when they looked at collateral consequences for people's justice histories. 38,000 statutes barred or impacted people with justice histories when they came home. 80% of those statutes were around employment. And so at Fortune, we do a lot of work on trying to reduce the barriers. One of the things government can do is take a look at those issues. What are the statutory barriers that prevent people from obtaining certain licenses? What are the statute barriers for people with justice impacted that impacts their ability to get a job? And they can change it. And so at Fortune, we work both on a direct level with individuals. We work with businesses in the community to educate them and to make a pathway for people. One of the things we say to businesses, we are not asking you to do anyone a favor. We're asking you to be fair, because the people we serve have skills, they're committed, they're motivated, they want to build new lives. I'm a formerly incarcerated person, and I can tell you, I haven't met anybody who came home and said, I can't wait to go back to be in that cell. But the experience barriers that swiftly diminish hope. And when you don't have hope, you go into survival. And when you're in survival mode, you begin to hurt, and you begin to hurt your community. And so we say to businesses, here is a pool of people who are ready, willing, and skilled to be able to do the job. And so we partner with businesses to help people obtain it.
So Governor McCullough, Terry talks about, you know, his vision on sentencing and frankly addressing what to most of us would see the profound wrong that existed as a vestige of perhaps the Confederacy. He corrects it, he provides job opportunities, provides training. Stan talks about continuing what David did in terms of training at Fortune, changing policy. And we also blessed to have Don Katz here. Don had a vision in Newark and a vision for Audible, which is, you know, so I still have problems putting in a CD, but I'm not even sure what Audible does. But although my daughter was really impressed, I said, Dad, it's good that you're just not talking about welding and CDL. But on a serious note, Don had a vision as a Newark-based corporation that would radically provide training opportunities to the local population. Don, could you just talk about that and how that impacted also the court-involved population?
So even though you're not one of the dozens of millions of people listening to Audible now, it's all.
I do.
Because what you are is like, so I have to say this, when I look at this, and it's room full of mission people who live the golden, it's true activists. It's just, it's incredible, but I have to, it reminds me of the old song about Jimmy Carter using, one of the great Americans who used elected office to be a stepping stone. To better things beyond that. It's so impressive to be here. So I think that, I might be, the truth of the matter is that it's this mission driven. I probably represent what is often a mercenary point of view. And I just decided that if Audible became as successful as it became, we weren't going to be that company. I was very much a student and involved with urban equality in particular, coming from Chicago. So as soon as we were successful enough, the first thing we did is we moved to Newark. We moved without any incentives. We moved about 100 people. The company was small in 2007. And then there's almost 2,000 people working for us there. But what we tried to do immediately was engage and understand the headwaters of fundamental urban inequality and generation poverty. We abjured arm's length philanthropy, and it's the chagrin of many of the nonprofits. Basically said, we're going to use our inventive forces and our ability to see scalable solutions and try to invent any number of them. And that's what we proceeded to do. The first thing we basically did was said, no more nepotistic internships going to friends.
Could you talk about the Cornerstone program?
Yeah, so let's go to the Cornerstone. So the Cornerstone program was, the first thing we did was that we have hundreds of people who were interns and scholars for community-based. The next thing we did was started Newark Venture Partners, which Sam Kauchi talked about, to create little audibles for companies to keep the intellectual capital of the great people in Newark. The third thing we did, and this was only a couple of years ago, and was to basically say, let's now use our inventive chops to find people who are fundamentally unemployable on paper, particularly by tech companies, which tend to only have elite employees with either educational privilege or financial privilege in their background. So we immediately went out, we worked with Covenant House, we worked with City Hall and other organizations, and we basically said, my line was, all you need to be is native, smart, and gregarious. You got to be outgoing to be very, very well-known technical customer care. It's not call center stuff like everybody hates. It's we're like 96% customer satisfaction. We changed the learning styles, onboarded people to all the training they needed, and people who were always unemployed, people who were homeless, people who were.
Hey, Don, I gotta interrupt. Bonnie Watson Coleman, my old friend, just walked in. We all. I'm sorry.
At any rate, they became these employees came in. They're some of the top performers in the company, and we've included justice related people in the program. But it takes a lot of work to do this. I was
so Don Katz did it because Don Katz is Don Katz, right? Sincerely, there aren't many floating around, anyway. So how do we get the private sector? So Governor McAuliffe does the right thing because he believes in it. Stan does this because this is part of his mission. You said it. Yeah. You represent the more mercenary leg of the triangle. How do we get, Michelle Sikirka does it because she believes in it. How do we get the private sector to realize it's in their interest to do this?
One of the best ways that I use is to show them the data that it says that it's good for business, to do it much, much differently, and just not going to the gala and writing the check, or have a movie that are employed. That would be a good start. But what you do is you get far better employees. The kinds of people who give in society are the people you want to work for you. And they will be responsive to being part of a company that has this, they have a codified mission to address inequality. Of course, people get refused based on their ability to be part of this.
So part of it's the core corporate mission.
But I will say one of the problems though is that when there's all these three sectors that have taken turns throughout, particularly the 20th century, stepping up and then not being relaxing. There's a lot of bias to not getting the action down. When I tried to do an audit, the workforce board when I was on the Economic Development Corporation, it was really painful right after the recession. There was something like $8 million to get 22 jobs at an airport. This was an organization assigned to do this. You do the math on that, it's ROI. But nobody really wanted to look at exactly what was happening, nor were they looking at programs that
Well,
often
can you,
train
all right,
people.
so, and I'm with you on the data, so give me 3 things that you think business would step up to if government provided for it. So at the end of the day, if I have Stan Richards up, I have NJRC up, I have Fortune, and you have a governor, somebody, whether it's this governor, what are the 3 things that business wants? Yes, you're gonna have a better employee. Yes, you're gonna have the data, but what are the 3 incentives that you want to see that addresses your bottom line to encourage you to hire justice involved individuals?
Well, the main thing is to look at scalable usage rather than just placing 8 people in basically a somewhat stigmatized thing in your company. And
So stack credentials.
Basically stack credentials, and also you basically have to work hard to integrate them into the real life of the company and have them have real jobs, not peripheral checks.
And is there any financial incentive that not you, Don Patch, but your peers would want to see?
Actually, your company is going to be better. You know, I could prove it. We pay our employees $500 a month after taxes to move to Newark. And I've been able to just prove that their productivity and the rub off and the investment in the community and the dollars, because I come from, the Martin Luther King, like, if you don't look at the why, you need sharing.
Yeah.
You're going to be in bad shape. So they inject money in the local economy. And so every company could look at ways to build wealth for others. That's what they do. Because if they just have wealth,
I'm not as optimistic that there are as many Don Cats who are looking at the bottom line, because people do, we all do, I do, we do what we've always done. So I want to change behavior. So I'm just going to ask the good governor, Terry, what would you do to help change? I mean, God bless us if we have 1,000 Don Cats, but in the absence of that, what should we do to incentivize the business?
I think first and foremost, what's important you can do is actually have a governor who cares, who should have the bully. I mean, everybody knew what I was doing when I talked about returning citizens. I was on the TV restoring 206,000 rights to return. This was national news. People understood, and there were business folks in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And of course, so if the governor cares about this, I do too. I would host business leaders to the governor's mansion, explain to them that I would like to see you begin a program to hire returning citizens. We were very successful. I also entertain that we do tax cuts for businesses if they hire returning. Going to my point that if I can get someone a new job, they're not going back in, saving $35,000 a year. So while you get a tax cut for business, the individual save 4 or 5. Of course, I do. That's just good. That just makes good sense. So if I did a lot of those, and I do think, honestly, Jim, having a leader of your state out there is really important to this because the business community, like that. Juvenile detention, I was just aghast. I had 2 were first governor of this. I went to both of them. Maximum security prisons, 2 of them, time-free. These are kids. They're kids. And so I would go and do a town hall. I said, what do you want? You're telling us we need to learn more. We don't have access to the internet. I said, we don't have access to the internet. Well, we don't have access in here. I said, oh, Lord, is that true? Well, in my car, my low-key way, I called my head of technology and said, 2 weeks to get full capability internet in both of these facilities, you're fired. Here's what they had. So we got it done. I closed one of the big ones down and we built small community-based facilities so that these children were closer to their families so the families could visit. It's an important thing we didn't have to have before. And, I had them form a student council, which you'll be proud of. And I invited all the elected officials, new kids from the juvenile, to the governor's mansion for a dinner. And we had 20 or 30 of these. That stuff was all in the newspaper. So I think for the business community, they said, this guy's aggressive. So I think that is a really big point.
Jim, another thing I just wanted to put is what we actually talked about is also funding and helping small businesses. Small business entrepreneurialism, that is, and most of the people are working for in the food industry, basically, and it runs down, through the small farms and the like. But if you really got good numbers in your head, just like I'm going at a job, you can get, so they can actually seed fund these businesses, small businesses. I mean, if you come out of prison and you're just a good leader and you've got, and some folks come out of prison, they actually know a lot about business. And so, you actually, there's interesting programs that, that's, we just haven't really talked about. There's another way, because if you're the boss, nobody's gonna judge you.
So leadership, small business, and Stan?
Yeah, I would add, we need to elevate some of the work that's going on, like the work that Don is talking about. I don't think we elevate that work in our public discourse around mass incarceration and reentry. JP Morgan Chase, Jamie Dimon started this whole second chance work from JP Morgan Chase, where he's using his bully pulpit to encourage other businesses to look at economic opportunities for people impacted by the justice system. He has 4,600 businesses signed up. He's looking at his workforce for the US, hiring 10% of his workforce, people justice impacted. He is providing funding and service funding to nonprofits like Fortune to do work in Philly with our Philly partners to expand economic opportunities for people impacted by the justice system. He's changing policies, working on banking policies that right now impact someone's ability to have a career in the banking industry. And so I think we need to lift you all up in the work that's happening, because it is happening and we don't talk about it.
What about what Josh Gottheimer was here earlier talking about, the Infrastructure Investment Act? What about set-asides for court-involved persons? Does that make sense for the infrastructure investment? I mean, like, so set-asides, I remember Bonnie and we did set-asides based on economics, on urban populations that were historically disadvantaged. Can we do set-asides for the court-involved population, Governor?
We should, absolutely. We should be using the government to incentivize to get people back to work. I will say this, morally, it is the right thing to do. But as a business person, as young man who started 25 businesses in my life, I also look at it from a business perspective when I ran the state of Virginia. It saves taxpayers money. If you're getting people to work, you're saving it on the other side. And this is what government should be doing. We should be doing tax breaks for small businesses if they want to hire a returning citizen. It's for the good of us all. The only thing I would disagree with you a little bit, I do think there are so many businesses that do want to do this. I think they do have the goodness in their heart. It makes them feel good when they go home at night. We all have to do a better job giving them that opportunity.
Well said. Don, did you what in terms of providing incentives for the hiring of the court-involved person?
Yeah, totally. It should be highly incentivized, but it also should come with looking all the way through to how they become successful at it. Because if they fail, I mean, then you end up with the same problem of you get through a training program, you actually no job. It's a whole continuum. That's why in the Cornerstone program, we changed everything about camp characteristics of that training system to basically be appropriate to the population. And then you actually have to have the kind of support systems, clinical.
So we've got a great program with Newark where Mayor Brock basically employs our guys and gals.
Yeah.
They work for DPW. They don't get health benefits, but they get paid for 6 months to a year, and then they get training. They get training to become a welder, or phlebotomy, or whatever. What about the role, Governor, in terms of cities and counties, in terms of providing employment while people transition into professional stacked career?
Yeah, so as I said, we did that. So while you were in prison, we got you your commercial truck driver's license. So while you were in prison, you were driving around the state of Virginia delivering products from the prison, a lot of agriculture, things like that. So while you're in, we would go ahead and get you employed and get that skill. So we walked out, you had cities, counties, everybody out. This folks,
it's frustrating to me because when we ask people in the private sector to hire folks that are in prison, and some, like my dear friend Phil Lodge is here, and they hire folks that are court involved, but there are counties, candidly, municipalities that won't. I mean, so it's like we ask the private sector to do, we should, governor will have to do it.
Governors, mayors, the government can play a major part of this. And in New York City, we look at how many vacancies we have in our government right now. Like that could be a pathway. But what it takes is leadership. It takes stick-to-itness. Like I sometimes think, government wants to try to solve an entrenched problem with an investment of a nickel and expect it to change in 2 weeks. And that's not what we're talking about. We are really talking about sustained effort and not just set-asides for people. We're talking about truly including people who have been impacted by the justice system to have careers, jobs that lead to careers. And government has an opportunity to play a critical role, but you have to see that that's your role. You have to partner with businesses to make sure that that is the process that's going forward.
Good. I just wanted to open up if anybody had any questions. We've got we got a moment for a couple of questions. Any questions for the audience for Governor McAuliffe? I see, Jim Pelosi is in the back. I see, anybody have any questions? Go ahead, David. Can you give him a microphone? Thank you. Somebody said you have a radio face, but I'm not saying it.
The other side of this, if you go to an ACA convention, the American Correctional Association, there's a field house with vendors, architects who have an investment in building and sustaining prisons. And a lot of the corporate world is making a lot of money, which is called the prison industrial complex. So while Stanley mentioned that nickels are being spent on reentry possibilities for jobs, the government is investing with, and I don't know who they're giving, I don't know who these corporations are supporting politically, but the Rockefeller drug law was the reason why we exacerbated the population of jails and prisons around the country, and that continues there. So it's, while what you're all talking about is admirable after the fact, and before the fact, corporate America is spending a lot of money to keep people locked up.
We did not do that in Virginia, trying to reduce the population, and I had everybody, private sector, everybody on my side reduce that. I can just tell you when I took office, the budget I inherited had a gigantic deficit in it. And I had to cut all my different areas. And the choice for me came down to, from my correctional laws, cut all the reentry programs that I just touted or shut a prison down. I shut the prison down. It was not that difficult for me. So the point is, going back to our point earlier, is who's at the top. And if they're going to drive that train, this thing will move. But if you don't have someone who cares about this issue, it's not going to happen. That's why, I don't care how you vote, but when you vote, vote for people who have the same concerns that you do.
And I think that Governor Murphy also cut dramatically the prison population in New Jersey, but it's, as to go to what Governor McAuliffe said, it depends upon one's perspective. I think that challenge is always there.
Yeah, and it's a narrative, right? Like I look at New York's. When I was in the system, in the New York City Department of Correction, 22,000 people were detained when I was there. We are now down to 5,900. Unfortunately, the number's going up, but 5,900 from 22,000. New York State, the max was 72,000 people incarcerated in our state prisons. We are now down to 31,000. I was on the governor's prison closure commission. We just closed 12 prisons that we're going to repurpose because we don't want those communities who have used the trauma and harm of people who've been incarcerated to be the economic engine for those communities. So how do we reinvest so those communities don't have to have prisons in their backyard that provide economic opportunities? So we have, I'm a sort of half glass full guy. We have made some progress, but we need to continue to do it. And we need our elected leaders and our business leaders to lean in with us. Not on the short term.
David's point, but Stan, David's point is, and I hear what you're saying, but I think what David was also arguing is that there's incentives to keep this going. And what your point is, we have to have business on this side of the equation, why they should support alternatives, diversionary programs, and so to try to flip that equation, which is hard to do. Because even if you're not building prisons, there are those folks that are vested in the status quo.
Governor, let's cut to the chase. You give me a map, I will tell you today where they're doing the practices and not want to reduce their prison population, okay? I'll leave it at that. You can figure it out yourself.
That's what I'm Dave's point, but we tried for years. Audible's a powerful technology. It's a culture product. People learn and ascend. They're successful because of it. We could not get it in the prison system because of what you're studying. Some vendor had this right, some vendor had that right. It was like, oh, the internet's dangerous for prisoners. It was every reason you couldn't for years. I Whoopi Goldberg ready to amplify the program and take it from prison to prison. It just never could happen. So
Yeah.
it's really.
And I think what Don said is so critically important because Audible was out there very early, very willing to give the technology away. We have time for 2 more questions? Anyone? Can we get a microphone over there?
We got one right here. How y'all doing? My name is James Brown, with Respect Corporation founding president. I'd like to give thanks to Jim McGreedy, Governor Jim McGreedy, for the wonderful work that he's doing. I'm like Calvin Bass, I was a man in khakis and a hat. I got a suit now also. But we're talking about education, we're talking about training, we're talking about jobs. I came home 9 times. I got 40 years of addiction. I got 21 years in prison. And as I come home, the education, the training, and the job I can't keep because there's nobody teaching me discipline. You know, I believe that we need to learn as being formerly incarcerated people some discipline. We talk about soft skills. I have a lot of soft skills. I got certificates, I got certifications all through the trainers and all through the Jim McGreedy program. I'd like to give thanks to everybody that's on your staff for helping me and giving me the love that I needed. That's what you need to do, some love. You know what I mean? Your whole team gave me some love. Your whole team helped me build my Massachusetts Corporation. Your whole team gave me a job for 36 an hour. Your whole team taught me to work for myself. So when you can't find no job, you have all these fellas, you have all these situations, you need somebody to teach you to work for yourself, to build your own business.
I think James is a friend of mine. I think what James said is really important. It's also about changing behavior.
Gotta change some
and it's changing behaviors and it's a hard thing because James, I agree with you in my heart. We can do all the things about skills. We can do CDL, we can do HVAC, we can do phlebotomy. But I often say people are going to make decisions when Cynthia Rojas isn't there or Kathy isn't there. And so what you do in the quiet. So it's changing your heart and soul. So it's a lot of the things about hope. And for us, I know public violating 6 federal laws, but it's also faith. I don't care what you believe in, but you have to have you can't have a community of chaos. You have to believe in, whatever you believe in, whether it's you have to have, people, places and things, but I agree with you because behavior, we heard again and again, people say like the light clicked. The light just doesn't click because of technical training. The light clicked because you have hope and you want to do the next right thing. I don't know if Ben?
Yeah, I want to speak because that is so spot on. At Fortune, one of the things we say is our job is to see the beauty in people, even sometimes before they see it themselves. And we hold on who they could be, not what they did each time they served, what their crime was, who they could be until they begin to see it and believe it and then live it. And that is a big part of our work. I mean, when I was appointed first deputy commissioner of the New York City Department of Corrections, and people said, "Oh man, you're going into corrections." I said, "Yes." They said, "How are you going to do it?" I said, "I'm going to bring all of me." And so when I went into that work, seeing the correction officers, I went into that work, seeing the incarcerated people, and tried to walk into that place as a place of light. Because if people don't know that you care about them, you can't tell them anything. They don't care how much you know. It's how much you care. That's the starting.
One last question. Hey,
Good afternoon. My name is Reggie James. I'm the founder of Revision Inc. in New York City. We're best practice trainers for recovery coaches. I'm also the managing partner and founder of Revision House, which is a 10-bed
licensed sober living facility that's contracted with Hudson County for reintegration residents. First of all, Governor, from Virginia, I would like to really compliment you on some of those things that you those racial doors that you knocked down. You know, that's what and Mr. Katz, and to other participants that have been here, I hear a lot about training and jobs and careers. I don't hear about anybody doing an incubator thing. I'm a social entrepreneur, so I'm about us owning and controlling our own destiny, not just working. And I was wondering, did you have anything in your mind, if you don't have anything operational, about people that are really good and have those qualities, like the brother was saying, not just discipline, but mindset, focus, and being consistent with consistency and patience to build businesses so we could have businesses, not just work for people, because all of those tradesmen that were here before, that's great what they're doing, but they're not allowing us to build in our community for ourselves, to own it and control it.
It's so, and look, the truth is, there's not a lot of directed money, even with all the money coming down through society now, that goes to that particular thing, particularly Black businesses in particular. I mean, if you look at the state's numbers here, it was kind of referred to this morning, I mean, the standing wealth of people of color in this state is multiples below the national average, and the white folks are multiples above. It's and part of it is no businesses, no assets, no things to grow. So when I was working on the Economic Development Corporation, we would just give a grant out to a community person who had a vision, but they didn't get any of the kind of support you need, the coaching. You didn't even have, you didn't have accountants, you didn't have people who would come in, basically take you through. But you're so right, the entrepreneurial instinct, kind of bored with it, and it just, you know, and so, but to get the support, it takes a lot of focus, and you're right, incubation and the like. Now, I started a venture company that was spawned a lot of little companies that are planting in Newark. They create a lot of job roll-up, but it's mostly the scalable businesses that can go much larger. The tech businesses are kind of like that. But as you can say, there's a lot of good experiences. One in Las Vegas is very, very successful, where you do have to incubate and help people and guide them forward and get them the focuses they need. I mean, you remember when Robin Hood Foundation started years ago? That it was not so glitzy thing. It was literally like, get all these people to say, we'll help you with your accountancy, we'll help you with all your back office. You go out in the street and do the social mission you do. But that stuff's not happening.
But I just want to jump in that New Jersey Reentry, thanks to the LaFrac Foundation, is doing it for women. But we have targeted micro grants that we're giving to women thanks to the generosity of the Francine LaFrac Foundation. And so focusing on women's projects, entrepreneurial, because traditionally women have been least able to access that capital. And that's gonna be rolled out in September. That's really exciting. Dan, last question?
We have microloans up to $20,000, right? I used to be chair of the EVA, Special Economic Advisory Committee. There's microloans, but you need a business plan and you need help creating a business plan, right? And that's an important thing to go to any bank to look for financing. You go to state EDA, I believe they have small loans, but the micro loans, I believe, are up to $20,000 to start your own business. And whoever can help any community member, anybody wants to start a business, you have to start with a business plan. And I believe New Jersey Reentry is steer in the right place to help with that.
Yeah, and that's what we have. We have a great group. We have a great group on the Governor's Reentry Training Center. A great group of business persons. We have a great group of attorneys that will help people with business plans. But bluntly, was also access to capital. So we're starting with the women first, and then we're going. But I just want to conclude. We started out 3 legs of this triangle: government, nonprofit, and obviously the private sector. And I appreciate Don's honesty. Private sector has been the most mercenary. I'm biased to nonprofit. I know Stanley and And David, they do God's work, and in many ways my mentor in government. It's having someone of the stature, the courage, and the leadership of Terrence McAuliffe. And there is optimism in this room, but I'd like them to have the concluding thoughts. We'll start with that end, go down, and say, what should America be doing? We heard time and time again from Michelle Sikirka. There's a shortage of employees. We heard that there's a need for training. There's an opportunity with the Investment Infrastructure Act. 2 sentences, what is it that the business sector should be doing?
So the business sector wasn't as mercenary as it became in the 1980s when Milton Friedman won the war, and all they think they need to do is profit. That's the job of a CEO by TikTok. It's not true. It wasn't true in the Marshall Plan. And Mayor, you're here that talks about the urban Marshall Plan. It wasn't true at various other times. You literally can kind of have a better society, and believe me, you're going to make plenty of money if you change to be much more focused than expiating guilt through writing checks to charity.
I just wish they were more Don Katz's in the world. But anyway, I can pray. Stand. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Don Katz.
Yeah, I think traditionally you have government working on its stuff, and then you have businesses doing their things, and you have nonprofits trying to knock on the door of business, and you have knock on the door of government. And I think we need to figure out a way of really working together where we're using our gifts and talents and our resources to bring about a systemic change for people impacted by the justice system. Economically, housing, all of the things we know that will help people rebuild their lives totally.
On an ongoing basis. Thank you, Stan. And now, the great governor of the state of Virginia, Terrence McAuliffe.
First of all, it's an honor to be with everybody. You know, listen, when I became governor, I had to fix a really racist, unfair criminal justice system, and I really leaned in. It's something that was in my heart, my passion, something I really believed in. I come from a place, everybody in life makes a mistake. Everybody makes a mistake. If you told me someone has never made a mistake, I'll show you they're a liar. Now, people got mistakes. What do? How do we give people second chances? So that's what's important. And for all of you to be here today, and Governor, thank you for your great work. This is really important. The last thing I'm going to say, and if you couldn't have gotten the point with me since I've been here for the last hour, you got to elect people who care, people who are going to lean in. There is nothing more important than electing a governor who cares about these issues. Because we run, and I'm a big fan of fair work, but I'm just saying, we run the Department of Corrections, all the things that are going to change. One person can do it, and that's the governor. When I went into office, the average phone call was $4.90. Well, guess what? People couldn't afford to call their family. Within 6 months, I got it down to 69 cents. You may not think that's a big deal, but making people give them the opportunity to be able to call home and do those things, it matters who you elect. And you got to vote in every single election. You cannot stay home. There are people who do not believe in what we're doing here today, and the only way we can show them we're right is to make sure we get out and vote. Thank you.
All right, so John Katz, stand with you. From my dear friend, unfortunately, Governor Terrence McAuliffe, in the great state of Virginia. Thank you. All right, next time, come on up. Come on up, Congressman Coleman. Congresswoman Watson, the great Philadelphia Chairwoman is Chairman Pelosi. All right. There we go. Governor McAuliffe is signing books, so get over there.
Congressman Menendez. Congressman Menendez. Okay, you ready? All right, Frank, ready? All right, we're gonna just do a quick video. Thank you very much, Governor McCullough. Thank you, Mr. Katz, and thank you to the great State Richards and David Rothenberg. Thank you. Video, Frank.
American story than second chances. And that's what you do when you hire
There's
someone.
nothing more basic in the American story than second chances. And that's what you do when you hire someone who has court involvement, a history of addiction, or coming home after confronting trauma and battling foreign forces. I want them to have a second chance, and with your help, we'll do that.
My name is Bobby Washington. Was born in Freehold, raised by a single mother.
My name is Bobby Washington.
When I was 12 years old.
Was born in Freehold, raised by a single mother. Started using probably when I was 12 years old. Been in and out of penitentiary system for years. My name is John Thomas Noonan Jr. I grew up in North Bergen, New Jersey. At the age of 23, I entered the military, New Jersey National Guard. At a young age, dabbled in drugs and alcohol. That's what led me down this dark path. I lost my younger sister to this disease, so I'm currently helping out my mom raise her daughters and her son.
My name is Esperanza Maldonado. I am a senior salesperson at San Antonio. Coming home from prison, I didn't have any real skills. I just had a hunger to want to be more than what I was.
My name is Fareed Ali. I'm a resident of Newark, New Jersey. In 1990, I was incarcerated for several years. You can grow, change, and be better, or you can stay the same and become an angrier, older person.
I decided that I needed to change. I got sick and tired of running in and out of prison, using drugs, finding myself homeless, and having kids that I wasn't there to support.
The program that I went through allowed me to hone in on the skills I didn't even know I had. Being able to talk to people, being able to fill out applications, being able to be in rooms where I normally wouldn't even be invited into.
The training that I benefited from in NJRC was computer literacy. The amount of time that I was incarcerated, they still had us using word processors from the early 90s. People need skills that they can come out and actually use in the workforce.
There were a number of different careers that you can go down: HVAC, electrician, solar panels, but the one that really stuck out to me was the welding. So I decided to become a peer recovery specialist, which I'm going to school now, Annual Reentry. It was a course for construction safety, so I am certified with my OSHA 30. My welding, it's about 2.5 to almost 3 months. I loved everything about it. It was a phenomenal experience.
The importance to us for NJRC is that they put the individual through their paces before they come to us. The individuals that come here to interview pretty much know what they want and they're ready to go.
One thing works incredibly well, and that's job training. I don't want our folks to be working in a warehouse for 30, 60, 90 days, let alone 9 months, 9 years. I want them to have a career.
And we have plenty of opportunities. There's a shortage of employees out there, so this ties into us very well.
Talking to a young man about moving into a leadership position, and he was talking to me, he was getting visibly emotional. He looked at me and says, you know, when I came here, I was just happy to get a job. Now you're talking to me about a career.
I believe that dignity at work is the essence of what a good community is. It allows people to grow.
They've gone through probation, they're still here,
and they've come back to my
children,
higher
a lot of people
supervisors
have
and
a lot
said
going
how now they've
for
got a
them. They
car,
don't
they have an
believe they can get a
apartment, they're
career. They don't
providing
believe
health
that that's
insurance
something
for
they
their
can ever
children.
have.
A lot of the people
That's
coming out, a
false.
lot of
If
people
they earn
going
it,
through the
they should be
system,
able to
they
have
don't
it.
believe they can get a
I'm
career. They
currently a
don't believe that
homeowner.
that's something they can ever
I'm
have.
opening up
And that's
my
wrong.
third
If they
business,
earn it, they
and had
should
it
be able
not
to
been
have it.
for a program
I'm
like
currently a
NGRC, I
homeowner.
wouldn't be able to tell you
I'm
this
opening up my
so
third
it's important.
business, and had it not
And if
been
you
for a
were to
program like
invest in
NJRC, I
people
wouldn't be
coming
able to
out,
tell you this
the
today.
majority of
So
people
it's
won't
important.
fail
And if
because
you
they'll see
were to
something concrete,
invest
they'll see
in
a
people
light
coming
at the
out,
end of the tunnel,
the majority
and
of
they'll
people
try to
won't
get to
fail
it. And for each young
because
man
they'll
and
see
woman,
something
the
concrete,
move
they'll
is what's
see
the
a
second
light at
chance
the end of the
for
tunnel,
better
and they'll
people,
try and
a
get
better
to it.
state,
And for
a
each
better
young man and
community.
woman
Thank you.
who is blessed a second chance for a better people, a better state, a better community. Thank you.
Jimmy Virgil Lights. Thanks. So we've got a great panel. I don't know what happened to Phil Elijah. Floating around here someplace. He's on the phone. We got a call to Jimmy. But I just want Phil to come on up here because it's such a part of what we've done in Essex. But in a special way, our moderator who's gonna introduce, we're real. I've got the great Congressman Bonnie Watson Coleman, who's done so much in New Jersey, going back years and years and years. I'm so grateful. Our speaker, who carries our NJRC water, and has been just not only a dear friend, but an advocate every step of the way for reentry, and I'm really grateful. Andre Thig, who's the mayor of the city of Patterson. Yeah. Patterson in the house. And we have our chairwoman, cheerleader, someone who's always been there, who's always gracious, always a supporter, Ileana Pinto-Moraine. Also happens to be from Essex and keeps Phil Elijah in trouble, though he's passed. Ulysses, who is one of our stars, Jim Pelosi, who's changed radically Casino Control Commission and access for persons who are court involved. Congressman Menendez, who's opening up not only the Port Authority, but infrastructure investment, the opportunity for port involved people to work for the Port Authority, at the Port Authority, or the infrastructure jobs. I want to say thank you. And we have Kaya, who's in our phlebotomy program. And ladies and gentlemen, 3 times it's Kaya's birthday today, so we're not going to sing. Can we just say 1, 2, 3? You're cut off. All right, and now the person who is important, Governor McCall is still signing books. Thanks, Terry. The person who is our intellectual engine. This is a guy who is so smart in terms of public policy, fights the fight in court, fights the fight in public policy. He's a friend to us all up here. He just gives of himself constantly to the mission and the people. And I can tell individual stories how he's gone to court for people that were arrested as young persons and he's had their sentences reduced. But nobody does the hard work as diligently and as conscientiously with the heart of our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, really doing God's work, Larry Lufberg.
You'll notice that I took the mic from him. To those of you who have been through this panel in past years, typically that I have my own mic and he has one which he interrupts me whenever he feels like. And as he said, when he does it, he usually violates 5 or 6 federal laws. That gives me much more work to do. So this way, just took the mic. To moderate this panel, I'll like it. Some repeat offenders on this panel. But it's all people who truly do God's work in the sense of that third, we talk about private industry, we talk about nonprofits, this is government. What you see before you, in addition to people who really get the benefits of NJRC, are dedicated public servants, people who have week in and week out, year in and year out, do the right thing and have made all this possible. So today we're going to focus on work, unemployment, and talk about some of the amazing initiatives that some of the people here are behind. And we're going to ask about them, and we're going to ask for their plans for the future. Every year when I do this, I also update all of you on some of the great things that NJRC has done. I'm just gonna take a minute and do that, as well. Governor McAuliffe talked about the problems that Virginia's had with the incarceration of juvenile offenders. Here in New Jersey, we have made extraordinary strides through the courts mainly, with the legislature as well, in terms of cutting juvenile sentences. Governor McAuliffe talked about how difficult it is for people to get occupational licenses. Unfortunately, Senator Singleton, who could not be here earlier, was behind tremendous legislation to liberalize the way in which occupational licenses are received here in New Jersey. So we are making tremendous progress. This year, one of the things that NJRC was behind is something called a reentry program, which has now been introduced in the legislature that would provide wraparound services for people who are pending their criminal cases that is either are on bail or would otherwise be incarcerated. That legislation is moving forward as a pilot program, but it just shows you that we don't here at NJRC sit still. We consistently try to make the world better, and part of that program, part of every program, is getting people good employment, and that's what this tremendous program today is about. Today, we're going to talk about how that's done at the federal level, state level, at the county level, at the municipal level, and how it affects returning individuals. So let me start. I'll just kind of do the alphabetical thing, even though Bill on his phone. So let's start at the county level. Bill Lodge, as Jim has said, is the Essex County Chief of Staff. In his position, he directly reports to the Essex County Executive, and his efforts, his individual strong efforts. There's 4 training courses that will soon be implemented at the Essex County Corrections Facility to provide persons with technical skills for increased employability post-release. And he has also provided job opportunities to NJRC participants in particular through the Essex County Department of Public Works. Bill, my question for you is, how do you see the specific role of county government in terms of providing employment opportunities for returning individuals?
I think because of bail reform, it becomes a little different because unfortunately at our county facility, we're not releasing many people back into society. They're at county jail. If they have a small offense, they're getting released. Our guys who spend, a year going on trial, if they're convicted, they're going to the state, or if they plead for a long time. Whereas 4, 5, 6 years ago, we had 200-300 people who had short sentences who were getting released into the county directly from our facility. How we can help now, we need to work with the state and work with organizations as a county, less with our own prison on reentry, our jail and reentry, but with the state prisons, because that's where the men and women are coming home, is from the state. So we need to work more closely with Governor McGreevey, the reentry program, and the state facility to provide the job that Joe and the county are willing to do and to provide the service. We're hoping though that while they're with us, they'll get some certifications, they'll get some training that they can bring to the state, and hopefully when they come home, can use that to further get things.
How about job opportunities, not just for incarcerated individuals, but we talked about job opportunities that you provided for NJRC participants at the Department of Public Works. Can you tell us the kinds of things that Essex County is doing and what's planned?
I think that we always, as we're hiring people, we always want to, Governor talked about set-asides. We're always talking about, hey, if there's an opportunity, let's hire someone who's coming back in the community, either from county corrections. We used to have a much pre-COVID and pre-jail reform. We had a big entry program with the state where they were sending people to us for the last 6 months of their incarceration, but they don't have as many individuals who qualify for that. So that sort of died down. But we want to make an emphasis of when we have, public works, when we have jobs in mosquito control, on our roads through, on whatever, even where we can, we want to hire individuals who are coming. But it's hard in jobs like in welfare because there are background checks that certain offenses aren't allowed to work in some of our departments. Parks is a difficult one,
Thanks, Phil. So Let me move, since you mentioned state, let's move to our state officials, and Andre, I'm jumping back to the municipal level in a minute, I sort of started there. So, Sweet Poplin's here, just so you all know, Greg has been a steadfast supporter of NJRC. When I talk about repeat offenders on my panel every year, I think this is about the fourth time that Greg has sat through, and he really has been just an awesome, steady support for all of what we do. In this year's past session, and you heard a little about this earlier, Craig supported legislation that will establish the Second Chance program. Craig, maybe you could just give us a sense of, well, first of all, why year in and year out you're such a steadfast supporter of NJRC and such a clear believer in it.
Because I can't say no to human reason. It's a force of nature. I feel like trying to hold back a tornado.
I hear you. I hear you.
Now, well, the truth of the matter is that what the work that you do is profoundly important for the people you serve, first and foremost. But most importantly, I think it's what you do and what we ought to do as a state, as people, is make sure we give people a chance for opportunity, right? I think on any level, that perhaps it's appropriate that whether we're here in Ramadan and Passover and Easter right around the corner, we talk about forgiveness and we talk about being able to rehabilitate yourself and have a second chance. I mean, this the term that we use all the time, but what that really means is let's give everybody the opportunity to be successful, and in doing so, you really help society. We're all better if we're all successful. It just makes perfect sense. And to the extent people have an opportunity to come out and have a fighting chance to rehabilitate their lives, then they're less likely to face the dire situation that led them to the situation that got them in trouble in the first place. So I think the reason that I've done it is truly because I've been educated by my dear friend Jim McGreevy, who I've known was measured in decades, but mostly because I think it's consistent with what we want to do and achieve as a state. But I think we've been very successful over the last years, and that is to recognize that people ought to have the chance to succeed, and that just transcends reentry programs. I mean, that's in business and in education and all the things. That's our job as a state government. Put the tools in place. And so we should make sure that people come out with that fight chance. Training within the prison makes a lot of sense. Make sure you have something as so most of us take for granted. Have an ID. So you can get going there. Let's try to eliminate the stigma. Look, we get to make the rules. When I was first introduced to the assembly and had my training session, the person giving the class said, you should remember this. There's 9 million people, it's now 9.3, but there are 9 million people in the state of New Jersey, 121 of them get to make the rules, and you're one. When you hear that, it really is profound. But what it really does is it pulls on you a duty to make sure you're going to help all those people. So we get to make the rules. We say, if you do this, you're violating the public trust, you're going to be punished for that. We get to decide what the punishment is. And then we ought to work to say, okay, you did that, and you're guilty of that, and you served your time. Now let's get about the business of making you a successful, productive person in the state of New Jersey. And I think that is what has driven me to recognize and to pay attention, because there's many competing interests. I'm sure we hear, and what an incredible talent you have. It's a privilege to be among them. Recognizes that getting people's attention about something is really what matters. That's where Jim Reed comes in. But by doing that, we make everybody better. We all are better. People are successful. We'd be better if nobody was in jail, right? Because they were all out being productive. And look, there are things that violate the public trust, things that offend the conscience, and people ought to be concerned for that. And we get to decide what the punishment is as a society for that. That's what having a representative democracy is about. And then we should move on from that and say, okay, you've done. It's like on a smaller level, when a teacher gives somebody detention. Well, okay, they had detention. The detention's over. Now let's go back to being a great student. Let's go back to teaching you and working with So I think those are the things that have motivated me, and recognition of the incredible job that, you know, NJRC have done making that difference. And seeing it firsthand, like Sansone, I saw the young lady up there who works at Sansone. Sansone happens to be in my district. And the work that they do with NJRC and for veterans as well is really, you can see it makes a profound difference. Having a real job. You know, I heard the one gentleman talking about how he just became so exasperated, frustrated. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of being in jail. I'm tired of struggling with addiction. I'm tired of not living up to being responsible for my children. Finally decided, well, the best way to be able to take care of that is to find a place where you're welcomed, where you have a chance to succeed. And so I think you guys do a terrific job of finding those places. So keep up the good work. And for my part, it's also I'm speaker, which is, by the way, it's on re-election year in Woodbridge, Saraville, Southampton, Perth Amboy, Colorado, for me. And so, you know, and then we should keep. So thanks for having.
Thanks, Greg. My very close friend, Liliana Santor-Marin, is here. Liliana is also a strong supporter and has been for many years of NJRC. She, among other things, is involved with the Women's Reentry Commission. And I wonder, Liliana, if you could talk a little bit about the particular challenges that you see for women in the reentry context and what you've done in this very concrete stuff, year in and year out, about it.
Thank you for having me. So I think for us females, it's a little bit different. I think there's a more general focus, just naturally from a male perspective, going into a lot of the trades, right, and finding those spaces. For us females, it becomes a little bit more difficult. And a lot of the reentry programs and training really focuses on the trades, right? I see that we've done a tremendous job in kind of expanding that. But also, it's not just a trade. I mean, being able to be hired, get employment in a trade area. Right? We all know, yes, women can do anything we want to, just because we're better. But it is more difficult, right? With the construction or company, and HVAC and all of that, right? So I think it's trying to figure out. I think we're getting there. A better space where our females can be trained, not necessarily have to be just office quote unquote focused, but have a trajectory where they're going to really be able to provide for themselves and for their children, right? Because that's a whole other situation of moms that come out and now are faced with the struggle of being able to find a good job that is going to be economically the best for them. Also how to provide for their child now, because there's a whole reentry between the child component, depending on how far we. So I think we're doing some great work. I think we still have a long ways to go. You know, we've been fortunate that there's now a lot more attention to the female component, because our numbers, when you compare it to the male demographics in the jails, are very different. Because we're on a smaller scale, but overall, I think it just requires, to be quite honest, I think it's even more expensive because there's a more lengthy process to the whole component of females coming home, whereas our male counterparts really face different challenges. So I think we're getting there. You know, Sanson, like I said, does a great one. Wait Fund does a great job as well. But it's being able to start there. That's where I say for us, many of them who are going to be or single moms who start there, but then being able to be in a pathway to a different trajectory to be able to grow and prosper in that career.
And you're a visionary legislator. You've been for a long time. What do you see as the next thing that the state can do to keep that process moving forward?
So I think the state's really been trying to focus, and I would say really in the last year or two, the commissioner's done a great job. Her being a female in this kind of space itself, has really brought a different perspective and a different light on having females that are incarcerated, having a little bit more of that compassion piece on even, mother-child and what we can do to kind of have a unification while we're incarcerated, and then how do we continue that once we come outside. I think there's space there. I think that she's been a really great partner. And I see us really within the next year or so as we have some serious discussions on even a female prison, what it is that we can do to kind of change some of those images and how we can make it better.
Thank you, Leanna. I'm gonna turn to Kaya Thompson, who's a participant in NRC, and maybe you could just tell folks here a little bit about what the particular challenges you feel have been for you as a re-entering woman. The Vibing program.
Yes. First, I want to say I'm grateful for this opportunity. So I was having some troubles and challenges battling addiction with alcohol. So when I found out about reentry, I was in I spoke in church. Clients would tell me I have to go to reentry. It's so great. And I'm like, well, what did they do? And they're like, oh, so I go there, and reentry was great because they offered to look at my driving abstracts for the DUIs that I've had, the multiple arrests that I've had. They also helped me with like all the fines, driver's license, and getting me informed on how to move forward with getting a new driver's license. So they were very helpful in that sense. And then I reached out to reentry for a recovery specialist. But because I'm a single mom, wasn't really able to do that because of the scheduling and the time frame of that particular trade. They reached out to me for a provider. So it was a 3-month program. They told me to come show up with some information. It was free. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so which means I still have to daycare, feed him, get him ready for still be able to get him to school as early as 8:30 in the morning. So a lot of me has because prior to the alcohol addiction, started um, I'm just really happy and grateful to be here and have these opportunities. I've also pushed reentry on some friends, some family, a lot of people who don't have a GED and they offer those classes, computer classes. Peer recovery specialists is a really big draw too. So a lot of people can relate to that particular group. So reentry is amazing. And they're literally in every single turn. They even provide transportation. I'm having car trouble, so they said, we'll pick you up. I said, this is quite great. So, thank you. That's all.
And just talk a little bit about what services are being provided in terms of actually securing employment, the next step?
So Reentry has partnered with LabCorp, I believe. They came to our school, they gave us an interview for, for an externship, but basically I had the interview with LabCorp. They asked me where I lived, so they were able to find a LabCorp in my city, which is Patterson. So they had options and they asked me which LabCorp could I prefer. I told them and they said, well, we think you're gonna do great, so we look forward to seeing you. So that was kind of like said and done. They also help with resumes. They're going with that, doing the clinical hours. School is just about finished in about 2 weeks, so I'm looking forward to it.
Real stories that are just so inspirational. Let me turn to Jim Clusis, the last person from the state level that we'll talk about today. As Governor McGreevy said, Jim is the chairman of the New Jersey Casino Control Commission, and in that capacity, he has really provided the most comprehensive overhaul of the Casino Control Commission guidelines to ensure access for a court-involved person. And so I wonder, Jim, if you could explain what it is that you've done and what the results have been, and where you see it going from here.
Well, let me begin by saying that I'm a big believer that reentry and reemployment are synonymous. And I think that's why we're here today. Prior to being chairman of the Casino Control Commission, I was chairman of the Parole Club. So when I went to the Casino Control Commission, one of the first things I did was ask all the executives to hire former offenders. And my chief counsel said, well, there's some problems with that, Chairman. You better read the statute better. So we reviewed the statute. The statute had prohibitions on hiring former offenders. Now, as background, we have 30,000 employees in Atlantic City. It's the largest employer in Atlantic County, the largest employer in Ocean County, the largest employer in Cape May County. So we were blocking 30,000 people from working in the system. So we met with the casino industry and they were very receptive, especially Hard Rock. Joe Gingoli was very in tune with giving people second chances. And we started formulating how we could change the Casino Control Act to allow former offenders and people who successfully completed drug court or a program behind the wall to get a job in the casino. We worked on the legislation, and the speaker was very supportive of the legislation as well as the Senate president, and we were able to get the governor supported it wholeheartedly. So in January of 2020, we were able to pass that. Now, the symbolism there, I think is really important. The casino industry is the most regulated industry, not only in this country, but in the world. And the New Jersey casino industry is the most regulated in the United States. So if we can take a shot, the casino industry in general, in giving people a second chance, that should set the bar for any industry to take a second chance on people. So with that being said, last year I gave the keynote speech at the International Association of Casino Advisors, explaining our change in the legislation. And they were shocked that we were able to get this through in New Jersey. But again, I think you heard it earlier today, New Jersey has really been the model in regards to our parole system is excellent here. We have a former director of parole sitting there and Governor McGreevy, but really I have to commend the legislature in both the Senate and the Assembly. When I was chairman of the parole board, we truly have a menu of services that we can give people. And I think this is the next step. We can break down the barriers on the licensing. And as I say, I think this symbolism, if we can hire you in the casino industry, the most regulated industry, we can hire you anywhere.
And what have the results been so far?
They've been excellent. We've been tracking it. Of course, COVID has really hurt us to some degree in regards to, of course, we were closed for 105 days, and we're not quite back up to the employment level that we were pre-COVID. But I speak to all the industry executives. They all like the people that they're hiring. They're saying they're some of their best employees. And I hear that time and time again. And the positive is now they can start at the bottom level and literally work themselves all the way up to be the president of the casino with this change in legislation.
It's fabulous. You have a sense of the numbers, Jim, so far?
And the numbers are, at the moment, are still minuscule. You know, again, with COVID, the law passed and then 4 months later, COVID hit, so it really sidetracked us, but I think it's a bright future. Part of the legislation, I gotta give it to the legislators in New Jersey, was part of that was it mandated the commission also to educate the public on the change of law. Matter of fact, we have representatives on the third floor today here talking about you can apply for a job. And just for footnote, the casinos employ people from all 21 counties in New Jersey out of 30,000.
Fantastic. We're gonna do our big wrap up a little later with our federal legislators here. But before we do, I want to go back to they say it's like Mayor Patterson, well known to us all, and Mayor has been critical in terms of creating job opportunities for court of file people. I was doing a little research on it and seeing that there's been efforts to synchronize operations with other municipal governments. But I really want to talk to you a little bit about what you see as the unique role of our cities and municipalities in New Jersey in terms of what can be done to employ court of file people.
Thank you, Larry. First, I want to dovetail on something the speaker said earlier relative to not being able to say no to Governor Jim McGreevey, because you can put me in that category as well. Not only does he possess the power of persuasion, he also possesses the power of prioritizing. He has prioritized reentry. He's taken something that was on the public discussion or part of the public discussion and put on the public agenda, so that not only we're talking about it, we're acting on it as well. And as far as what we've been able to do, what municipalities can do, open up your doors, respective city halls, job fair, multiple job fairs, so that people know that there are employment opportunities that are available. For example, we have a major project that is being undertaken right now. We are reviving one of only 2 stadiums still standing in this country that hosted Negro League games. Every other stadium that hosted Negro League games has been demolished. So this will be reopened in May, and it won't just be the stadium, but also a museum to tell the story of the struggle for civil rights and social justice. So we'll have our very own Negro League stadium. But our satellite will be here in Patterson, New Jersey. And I will point out that we're also going to have a professional team relocate to Patterson. So that could afford opportunities as well as far as employment is concerned. I just spoke to the general manager, Bobby Jones, who played for the Mets at one time. And he said he wants to meet with the governor based upon what I told him with this conference and what it holds. But also want to let the governor know that you've inspired us, because we have written a grant so that we could have someone in our office that deals with reentry as well. So for the first time, we have a reintegration services coordinator. She's here, Valeda Hall. And to your point, Assemblywoman, she focused on women. So the first thing she did, she contacted Hudson County Jail. She found 7 women from Patterson that are about to be released, and she's been with them every step of the way, acting as a resource. Somewhere back. She's all the way back there. She's about to cough. Okay. I can hear later. Governor. Yes, that's right. So we have trade schools where we're partnering with them. And correct, with women, he's coaching me on here. So I'm doing well. Come on, so
Would be worse if he had the microphone.
sure. See, you can't say no to this guy. He's just barking out orders. Thank you, Coach. We're at St. Peter's, right? It's Shane Holloway. I good one last year. Glad he went to St. Paul. But anyway, my point is, there's so much that we can do on this level, because we have the power to convene, but we also have the power of creating partnerships. And that's what we've done with Governor McGreevey and his team. Thank you.
And Mayor, I know that you specifically opened up opportunities at the DPW. there
Yes.
in Patterson. So could you tell us how that's worked? And
Yeah, it's worked well. I mean, I can tell what Phil was saying earlier. Like, there's various positions, whether it's been recycling, shade tree, all these different divisions where there is a need. We got hurt by the pandemic. There was the great resignation. It happened in recycling, in particular in Patterson, which upset a lot of people. But we got it together. We were able to hire some individuals that the governor recommended, And we're back on track. People are getting their recycling collected on time every day.
So it's a great thing, not only for those individuals, but also for the community as a whole.
It's a win-win for Patterson.
And all good experiences as a general matter with the NJRC folks?
I've received only positive reports.
There you go.
And if I don't, I'll let Governor McGreevy know.
Those are the only calls sometimes he doesn't return.
Thanks.
So, before we turn to our Ulysses, you've gone through the training program as well. Don't mind sharing your experiences with which programs, and then, as I understand it, you've had success in gaining employment opportunities.
Yeah, my name is once again. I served 20 years in the federal penitentiary for drug trafficking with a gun. I came home on June 1st of this year. I came home to nothing, absolutely nothing, no ID, no birth certificate, no social security card. I got out with McGreevy Reentry Program, as of today. Got the birth certificate, got the social security card, got my ID, got my driver's license. OSHA, occupational safety hazard. I'm a peer specialist counselor. I work for Dresco Foods. Actually, I work in another hour. I work night shift. So I actually came here, about 2 hours worth of sleep. I have a banking account, checking and savings. I'm in the process of looking for my own car. Rich from a car dealership who I'm supposed to be getting up with. I don't know where Rich is, but I have to get up with Rich because I'm supposed to be purchasing a car. Unfortunately, my son is incarcerated in Rahway State Prison, so I'm able to send him money every week, and explain to him, how the best way to be productive during this time and guide him to come out here and also go through the same process that I'm going through. I'm in a position where I'm able to help my family out financially. I'm able to give my mother money. She's up in age, so I'm here to take care of her. And listen, I'm happy. I'm happy as happy can be. I'm wonderful. I'm in a great place. It's just a blessing. It's a blessing. Like I said, I got my time. I paid my debt to society. I don't feel like I owe anybody anything. So now it's just about me, taking the steps that I need to take to make my life, where I want it. Oh, and I also created my own LLC.
Everybody, so that they know. How does it make you feel to be able to have a job? How important is that to the whole reentry process to you?
It's something that's hard to place and to put in words. It gives me an honor. It makes me feel good. It makes me feel worthy. It allows me to take my proper place in society. I'm somebody who, I'm a prideful person to a degree, humbly. And I just know that I was supposed to be in a good place. I'm beyond being incarcerated and someone telling me, when to eat, when to sleep. I don't blame that on anyone because it was my choices that got me there. So I think that reentry starts while you're behind the wall. You have to take responsibility for what you did. Once you do that, everything just falls.
How many guys write about this? Getting a job, it says in the screen behind you, training for the dignity of work. It's not just about making money, right? It's also about being a constructive.
In 20 years, I worked the whole time in the kitchen. In 20 years, I never missed a day. So it's not about the money because I was only making cents, but at the end of the day, it's purpose. It's the ability to be able to take care of yourself. So that's the best way I can put it. But it has nothing to do with money. Of course, we want to make enough money, to be able to do the things that I mentioned. That's the icing on the cake. But for just the basics, it's just about feeling good and having purpose.
That's awesome. So I want to conclude our panel. We'll go back and give everybody a chance to say something more with our amazing members of Congress who are here today. Two of them are here, and they're both people that we respect and admire so much. Let me start with Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman, a longtime friend to so many of us. As you all know, Bonnie is an extraordinary progressive legislator, and as she has been both at the federal and state levels, but that has been in particular, for purposes of this discussion, with regard to her treatment and thought about court-involved people. In 2022, she voted to pass HR 3372, which is the One-Stop Shop Community Reentry Program Act, which I'm going to ask her to explain to you all. But as I understand it, it provides grants to community resource centers to assist formerly incarcerated people, concrete stuff that our federal government can do. She introduced legislation, the new Pathways Act, require the Federal Bureau of Prisons to help individuals obtain government-issued ID. We've been hearing about that from others, and to overcome other barriers. Bonnie, I think what we would love to hear from you is what you think the federal government can do in this area. And I know because you're a courageous legislator, you'll talk about not only what we are doing, but what you think could be done more. And then I know you'll make happen in the years to come.
Thank you. I'm on that bus that McGreevy snatched up and they come up here from South Jersey. And I'm glad to be here because I always like to engage in his ministry. This is what I think this is. So I'm going to tell you that I think, first of all, it's money, 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 money. Federal government should be putting money into issues that recognize the majority of the people that are incarcerated come out from that incarceration, and then we want to make them taxpayers, not people that have to live off of other taxes being paid. So fundamentally, it's the right thing to do. The other thing I think federal government should be doing is some of the legislation that you mentioned and some more legislation. I think the First Step Act barely scratched the surface. And so Corey and I have the second Step Act, which is more comprehensive. Third thing I think we need to be doing is, I'm going to say, I think we should be spending the money that we should be sending. We should be looking at the alternatives to incarceration, because we should be banning private prisons. That requires an industry that requires that constituency becomes Black and brown and poor mostly. I think we need to reframe the discussion and look at what is causing this country to be such an incarcerating country. What is causing so many of our poor and Black and brown women and men ending up in incarceration? When does it start? When I was young in state government, we had a girls' school, which is now housing the Department of Corrections. And it was for girls who got into trouble in their communities, had a brush with the law, girls who were pregnant, young, etc. It was a school, it was a residential school, and it was part of the Department of Education, not the Department of Criminal Justice. We had a state home for boys where you captured the same youth who are having their brushes with law early on. And that was at Jamesburg, and that was part of the Department of Education, not the Department of Criminal Justice. We didn't criminalize our young people as we tend to do now. We don't stop that. We can cut that. We can stop that. We can re-examine how we are categorizing, how we are supporting, how we are framing the programs and the support around people. But even with all of that, there are going to be some people that end up in prison because of the crime that they have committed if they have retrial and they have been found guilty. Necessitates their being incarcerated. But incarceration should be an opportunity to change behavior, not to punish it. It should not be containment. It ought to recognize the majority of people are coming back. So what do? We need to make sure, and these are things that I did when I was in the state legislature and try to carry on in the federal legislature. We need to make sure that everyone can read at the level that they're supposed to be able to read so they can understand what they need for to get a job and to be a part of society. We need to make sure they have all the documentation that they need. We need to not be so skimpy on the skills training that is about. You ought not have a waiting list in a prison to learn how to be a carpenter. You ought to have sufficient training so that when you come out, you have some preparation. And then you need to continue to have the kind of and support the kind of broad, holistic reentry, returning citizens programs that somebody like a Jim McGreevy understands because he recognizes the whole person. So it's about making sure that we have the right behaviors, helping somebody to negotiate an interview for a job, helping someone to negotiate a difficult situation, managing one's anger, managing one's expectation, not only giving them the hard skills, but the soft skills that I heard about. So it is about who are we? Who do we think we should be, and what is our will in the context of ensuring that our next generations have different outcomes? Because if we don't change, and if we don't continue to invest in more investment and more investment into alternatives to incarceration, into re-entering society, my husband used to say, it's not re-entering, Bonnie, it's entering, because some of those people have never really had the opportunity to be a part of society. How we treat people and the dignity and respect that we show them, even in their condition, will impact how they will react when they become part of our society. So for me, it's government should be spending the money, should be designing the programs, should hold the accountabilities, whether it's the money coming down from the infrastructure program or the any other program, that everybody gets a shot at the jobs that they're capable of doing because they're ready, willing, and able to work, not what their past problems have been. Because as Terry McCullough said, we've all made mistakes. We haven't all been caught.
Fantastic, Bonnie. Could you just talk a little bit about what the second step back will do? I think a lot of people kind of know the first step back, but I think people aren't entirely on top of what reforms that might affect.
Well, it's much more comprehensive. It pays attention to what's happening with young people, where to put them, how to deal with them. It defines where you will be placed if you have to be incarcerated. It talks about the training that is a must, that you should be subjected to if you are incarcerated. And it speaks to the kinds of programs that should exist to support you getting back into society, becoming job ready, finding apartments. It talks about eliminating the discriminatory bans against public housing, public services and benefits, things of that nature. It just looks at the issue sort of more holistically. It talks about not using the kind of prison systems, prison facilities that we have, and it's a big leap. So it's going to take a lot of educating and a lot of evidence. When we were in New Jersey and we did months worth of hearings around the state on the whole criminal justice system, it took a host of people to become and present the evidence to us before we could even recommend a package of bills. Some of which you've discussed today, some of which are still in the middle, and some of which are informing even Washington, D.C. But we can do that. We just have to be willing to engage in that narrative and to recognize that we're not looking just for an entry-level job. We're looking for careers for people, because when they have careers, they have stability in their families, they have stability in their communities. That makes their community safer. That makes your community safer. That makes this country
safer. So our newest member of Congress, I believe, still, is Rob Menendez. A familiar name to us all, but already a strong voice for the disenfranchised and needy, and people who are in need of the hand up that NJRC does, and that's really at the root of this conference. Rob has some experience in this because before going to Congress, he was a commissioner of the Port Authority, and in that capacity was responsible for creating jobs in general, but for re-entering people as well. Rob, I'd love to know what your initial feeling is about these issues now that you're in Congress, what you feel can be done, if you could share with us what you think that the chances are, the frustrations might be, and where you think this is all headed. And thank you for your leadership in both capacities.
No, thank you, Larry. And first, I think Bonnie hit every major point exactly on that. That's why she's such a leader in the space in Congress, time in the state legislature. She understands what we're talking about today. So, I mean, again, I think we should just give it up for Bonnie Watson. I could hear this speaking story, just say I was associated myself with all of her comments. One is to Congressman's point, we need to continue to make sure these programs are funded, both through the DOJ and the Department of Labor, to make sure that we get money out to states and communities so they can fund their specific programs to deal with their specific reentry community. Because it's not one size fits all, and there's unique challenges, whether they're in densely populated areas like where we sit today, or suburban or rural areas, and we have to be mindful that it's not a one size fits all approach. Two is, as much as we should give credit to Governor McGreevey, he is incredible and such a force. The participants who are here today, who haven't given up, despite the legal system, the prison system that we have. Ulysses got 20 years, right, and wants to have that opportunity. So I think for the folks on this stage, when that there's folks who have gone through the system, for however fair or unfair it may be, they want to re-engage. And so it's incumbent upon us to make it possible. So whatever the likelihood is in Washington, as go from the majority to the minority, we have to stay focused on it, both on how we incorporate people back into our communities, because they will be part of our communities. So it's incumbent upon us to do that work. But two, we also need to think of the front side of this, and think about what type of communities we're creating in terms of access to education, access to healthcare, things that when you talk about who makes up your incarcerated population, you have the data now to know how we prevent it. And so if we sit here and do nothing, we take a lazy, easy approach, then we'll see the same outcomes, which I think everyone in this room agrees that we should accept. So I think for us, we have to not accept the status quo. We have to challenge ourselves to figure out how we better integrate folks once they've served their time. We also have to think about how we can be protective. Make sure there's a smaller prison population, no matter what our laws are, right? Because there will be penal laws, there will be people in front of our office who want to be tough on crime and spend a big game and it's lives in jeopardy. That's going to happen because that's part of what this country has done. What we can do is be prevented. We talk about trades on coming out. We should talk about trades on the front end. And one of the things I strongly believe in, I've talked about this with the governor, is introducing them back into our earlier, so people have different career options at an earlier stage. We present people with opportunity, and options, they'll take advantage of it. If they don't, they're going to be left with limited choices. And so, is that fair, especially when it predominantly impacts Black and brown communities? Absolutely not. And it's something that I know we just don't accept. We have to do a better job of figuring out, commit ourselves to figuring out and doing the hard work. Because the governor and MJR do is hard work. And a lot of people just want to take the easy way out. And we deserve better, our communities deserve better. And that's the work I commit myself to. One thing I'll just say about the Port Authority, the federal government right now, I guess there was a panel earlier about bipartisan infrastructure law. Any of these large infrastructure projects is years of capital planning, right? So what the pipeline is for the investment of public dollars. So what projects are, what jobs are needed, and where there's gaps in terms of the workforce. So why not do it? And that's one of the things I would always say to the Port Authority is we have 10-year capital plans. So we know where we're allocating our dollars. We know what those jobs look like. Let's start training a specific workforce of communities like Jersey City, like Newark, like Patterson, like Elizabeth. And let's give those jobs not just those folks in those communities, but also specifically for folks who are going to be facing the toughest challenge of reentry. So we have the ability, we know where the dollars are allocated, where they're going. So let's prepare and plan for a way that makes it more inclusive workforce. We can do that, we should do that.
So I think what you all had the chance to hear today, as I said you would, is this extraordinary group of public servants at the municipal level, at the county level, at the state level, both legislative and administrative, and 2 members of Congress who are leaders and who believe in what we all believe in here, which is creating real opportunities for people who have been court involved. To me, this is an inspiration because, We often hear about all the bad things about government. We hear about deadlock in Washington. We hear about corruption. When you listen to these people, you see, what you hear is people who have a vision, who are trying to make the world a better place, and really over time, and we see it over time, are succeeding. Yes, I mean, we're all lucky here in New Jersey to have these kinds of public officials, and we're lucky to have Governor Jim McGreevey, who leads this effort and really has put it on the map. But all of that wouldn't be possible, as Rob just said, without all of you who are re-entering and making the extraordinary efforts to overcome past addiction, and really taking the difficult things, changing their lives. What public officials do is to help make that possible. What you do is to make it a reality. And what all of us do who get the opportunity to work with you is to be honored by your presence every single day in our lives. So I want to thank this group. I want to thank all of you.
And I just wanted to fill, and the speaker, and Bonnie, and Andre, and Ileana, and Jimmy, and Rob, and Kaya to know that today, Kevin O'Toole's chairman of the Port Authority is announcing in the State of the State for the Port Authority a partnership with us for job training for reentry folks at the Port Authority. I talked to Mayor Rock's name, and almost the same, and Jody's name. There's 3 people that would be happy with that result. So I just want to say thank you. We have a round of applause for our government panel. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you very much. Thanks, Speaker. We're done. We're done. That was subtle. Thank you, Speaker. Thanks, Greg. We're done. And now we call upon the great mayor of the city of Newark. And I just want to say that the city of Newark has the best reentry program, I believe, in the state. That put it together. Come on, put it together, Newark. Put it Newark. That puts it together. That gives people opportunities 6 months to a year. And Reverend Boyer, nobody does it better. So, you know, we got Mayor Say up here. We have the speaker. We got Phil, Eliana, our chairwoman. Thank you very much. Kaya, Larry. There's no one who's done this better. And I had to beg, borrow, and steal to get him to come here today, but he came. Can we give it up for the mayor of the city of Newark, Rick City? Come on, this is the real deal.
So it's a pleasure to follow that panel. I think it was a high-powered panel that was here, and thank all of the elected officials and appointed officials and folks that were here. Next time, Governor, when you invite me to come speak, gotta tell me that Congressman Bonnie Watson-Coleman is on here, because she's gonna say everything that I wanted to say anyway. Because we like kindred spirits. And I said she's gonna say everything I want to say anyway. So, you know, I appreciate that, and it's incredibly important. This is a very serious topic, and I just want to thank Governor for allowing us the opportunity to convene. I know a couple of years you've been trying to drag me here, and I've been busy and stubborn, but I'm glad I'm here now. That things happen at the right time for the right reason. So thank you. And I believe that all the time, that things happen on time, that things happen in season. So I appreciate that. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to address something that I'm very, very, very passionate about. I think it's incredibly important to us all in this state and in this country. And I think the Congresswoman started us off in the right place by kind of reframing the discussion. I think that is incredibly important for us to reframe the discussion, because I know we like to feel like we're doing people favors by giving them opportunities to work because they've been through some things. We feel like, you know, that somehow that makes us, that elevates us, because we now are employing people who we think other people don't want to employ. We don't look at it as our job or our duty. Right. We think we ask people questions about how they feel when they work, when we know how it feels to work, because we have a job. We talk to people in ways almost like they're children when they engage in this space because we think somehow it's something that they're lacking that prevented them from being employed like the rest of us are employed. And we don't see the inequity that we live in, that we support every single day as part and parcel of the problem in and of itself. And because we don't address that, we get the opportunity to talk to people as if we are doing them something that we shouldn't be doing anyway. I know there's a scripture that says, how come when we fast, you do not see us? Or when we humble ourselves, you do not notice us. And that's because we have not sheltered the poor wanderer. We have not freed the oppressed from their yoke. We have not dealt with inequity in our community, in our city, in our states, in our country. And so because of those things, we have what we have. So I'm glad the Congressman laid that out because that's incredibly important. For all of us, there are over 100 million Americans in this country, over 100 million Americans who are poor and are below wealth. That means there are some people that are working and still not making money. Right. There are people who have jobs and probably be better off without one. Because when they still have to pay their health care and bills, there are about 80 million Americans either have no health care or not enough health care. And we have not figured that part out. And because we have not figured that part out, what the congressman said is right. People are not involved in society. So it's not really right to say we are re-entering them into society because they were never entered into the society in the first place. And so the mechanisms and the systems that we put in place have really prevented people from engaging the same way. And we realize that people don't engage in the same way. We know we should understand that as an educator. I know that people don't engage in the same material the same way. We know that, right? People don't engage. That's why the government had to create universal design for people who are disabled because there are places that we build that they can't get into. And because there are places that we build that they can't get into, just off of our perspective, the way we see the world, we have to change it so that now people who normally could not enter the building can enter the building now. And the problem is some of us think that that's an issue because we created a special way for people to enter the building. But all that did is give you two ways to enter the building now. Yeah. So even when we help the least of folks, we help you again. So and that's important for us to know and figure out. So I wanted to at least start there. In Newark, obviously, when I came into office, we created a program around DPW, and I heard people saying that. But it's not, we always hire people in DPW all over the place for reentry because we think that that's where they should go. We always hire, like all over the country, people find jobs like that and they bring them into DPW. We created a special program outside of that not only gives people opportunity to work, but also gives them $16 an hour, but also, so we're not paying them like below minimum wage, we're paying them above minimum wage, and well, in New Jersey, it ain't minimum wage yet, so we're paying them way above minimum wage in New Jersey, and in most states around the country probably. But we also provide them opportunities for training, and with obviously with New Jersey Reentry Corporation, we partner with them as well to take care of other issues that we often don't talk about that add to people's problems that they have, which is housing, their license, right? Access to their records and other kind of things that they need in order to move on with their life. I mean, to tell people you can't work because you don't have a license and then tell them that they have a $2,000 fine to get their license back when they just got out of jail is really a recipe to put people back in jail. And I think the people who created those unjust policies and laws know that those things exist. So it's not a secret that people find themselves back in those situations because they have to pay a license that they don't have the money to pay. And we want to thank the New Jersey Reentry Corporation and folks like Governor Reed and all of you who tackle those problems to make it easier for people to get their license to do all these other specific things. Secondly, I want to say, and I know it's probably not popular, that there is no labor shortage. That, I know it's not popular because everywhere I go around the country, and I go a lot of places, and I go all over the state, and people talk, and the first thing we say because of COVID, there's a labor shortage. That's just a lie. There is no labor shortage. People also say that the work population is aging out. That's also a lie. White men are aging out, but not the workforce population. It's a lie to say that we are short of labor because there are a lot of people who've never been engaged in labor in the first place. There are people who do not get unemployment. They never filled out an unemployment application. They never held a job. They don't have the training, the certification, the investment. There's a lack in investment in people. We overlook whole communities of people who can't, who have not been able to get those jobs historically. So when people come to me and say, we have a lack of CDL drivers, I said, well, you know, there's a lot of women that would love to drive some trucks if you just certified them to be CDL drivers. There's a lot of folks in the undocumented community who you're so busy trying to prevent from getting a license that you can't even fill the jobs to do the work that you're trying to do to make the money that you can make because you don't want to employ them, certify them. And there's a whole slew of people that are formally incarcerated, a whole slew of people who are formally incarcerated who are wandering around looking for opportunity in a place where people keep saying there is no that there's no workers available for the jobs that they have. That is a lie. That is a lie. There are hundreds of workers who are roaming the streets in Newark. If you need some workers in our WIO dollars in our workforce, we'll train them for you. We'll send them to all you have to do is hire them. I sat with an official of I won't say of a big company, a big hospital, told me, listen, people keep saying there's a shortage of nurses. We don't have a shortage of nurses. The problem is our nurses are doing other jobs that they shouldn't be doing. So the shortage of nurses comes because the nurses can't do the job they got hired to do because they're doing 3 and 4 other jobs first. And we can't fill those jobs. And the problem is, why don't you go out to these communities and find people to train to get in those jobs? I know you got a whole bunch of people on Bergen and Custer who come in there every day and you have to turn away all the time, over and over and over again, looking for opportunities to work, who would love to work in a hospital, who would love to change beds or be a nurse practitioner or all these other kind of things. And we have to kind of stop limiting our thinking and our view to think that people, because they were incarcerated, that they have no skills. And so when we train them, we already looking for entry-level positions. You know, there's some people who are incarcerated who are actually smart and got skills and probably could pass by an entry-level position if we gave them the certification, the training, the opportunity, and gave them their damn license back. They would probably work in those jobs that you keep saying that it's shortage there. But we refuse to do that, and it's nothing to do with economic pressures. It has nothing to do with inflation and COVID. It's something to do with policy and discrimination. It's something to do with unjust laws and not being able to tear a yoke off the oppressed from people who are wicked, who believe they are better than you. Like I said earlier, because you got caught, it was something that they do all the time. If we want to fix our economy, then we have to fix our ability to treat people fairly and give people opportunities. Judges always crying about their taxes too high. But you know the first way to reduce people's taxes? Create an opportunity for more people to pay them. I mean, it sounds simple, but guess what? That's mathematical sense. That's logical. If you know more people in your community own homes, they could pay more property tax, which would relieve your tax burden. But you are so bent on not having people live next to you, or owning the things you own, or working where you work, or certifying them, or giving them talent and skills so they don't wind up in prison, so they now can be a competitive force in our economy that you have to pay more taxes. and give them the opportunity that they deserve. I hope I'm not angry. If you think angry is not meant for you, it's meant for the person sitting next to you. All right. I just, and I know there's a couple of people in here who taking notes. Just make sure you say VARAKA. Because look, what I'm telling you is something I know. We created our program, and our reentry coordinators here, and Rahman is here as well, Muhammad, who takes care of our workforce in all kinds of ways. We created that because we know for a fact there are people in our community who have a different beginning, right? Who are on the road that we were on, but took a different beginning, a pathway to get there. And because we live in a community and society, and community means all of us, because we live in it collectively and together, we have to ensure that people find a way on that pathway to get where they're supposed to go. Because sometimes we get twisted and lost, and we take the wrong turn when we're trying to get to the same place. And so since I know the way, I have to figure out systems to help people find their way. Especially since I've been there already. And because I've been there already, I know the pitfalls that exist that prevent people from getting there. And because I know the pitfalls that exist, my job is to go back and help people avoid those pitfalls. Or guess what? Build bridges over holes and tunnels through valleys. And reach out and reach back and pull people who are having a difficult time untangling themselves from stuff that been created to keep them in a position that they're in. And so we have to untangle them to get them where we all wind up and stop feeling like we are somehow better than everybody else because we showed up before they got there. We showed up before they got there because somebody helped us out. I don't really believe that we got where we got by ourselves, but that's a huge lie. There's some of you start at third base and think you hit a home run. I don't know if y'all ready for all this. I hope the people that didn't want to hear it left already. But at the end of the day, that's what we're doing here. You know, we're doing God's work here. Governor McGreevy is doing God's work. I know you think you're doing God's work because somebody elected you, but that's not what that is. That's not what it is. So the work that's happening here today is God's work. We are trying to feed those that are hungry, clothe people that are naked, visit those that are incarcerated, change people's lives around. To get nobody is born saying they want to go to jail. Years old, they're talking about 23. You want to do 23 years. That's not what's happening. Something between 5 and 15. Between 5 and 20. That they folks take the left when they should have took to be still when they should have went forward, to move forward when they should have stayed still. Something happened, and somebody didn't intervene, and there were no systems in place to help them. They're not blaming people's families. People, the family is broken. The community is broken. The system is broken. I mean, families that are running in all kinds of ways. You think we can legislate the way people's families look? No, we need to legislate so that all families, no matter how they look, can manage the things that are in their way so their children and their children's children can become successful. That's what we do as a legislator, create systems so people can navigate the pitfalls that are bound to come in their lives. Not if they come, when they come. Because we all ran into something. Thank God for my father. Thank God for my mother. Thank God for my grandmother, for my brother, for my friends, for my cousins. Thank God that I got opportunities that other people didn't get. That I stood in the same place, in the same block, in the same neighborhood at the same time on Avon and 14th in front of UTEP Steak and Take, and I got an opportunity to go to Howard University, and the person next to me did not. And I took the train to Washington, D.C., and some of our friends took the bus to Annandale. That harmless relationship created a different outcome. And because I saw that and know that at 15, 16, 17, when I came back, my job was to create opportunities so more people are catching the train to college and less the bus to Annandale. And I was over there listening to somebody, we don't court involved people. All of us are court involved. I just want y'all to know that. I mean, every single person got a ticket if you're involved in it. I mean, I'm probably been court involved more times than I can remember. But at the end of the day, I have people helping me. And that's all that means. That's all this is. Giving people the opportunity. And so if we want to fix the economy, y'all, I don't want to sit here and browbeat you all day. If we want to fix this economy, then we have to allow more people to participate in it. That's really what the message is. And if you're a business, a corporation, and you're running around here saying you don't have employees, then you're looking in the wrong place. Yeah. You have to take a risk to begin to look for people and pull them in so that you don't have these problems. You say, oh, I can't find people to clean my building. I think that's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of in my life. Because, we can't get people, housekeepers. You ain't, and you can't find people to clean up the building. Are you kidding me? Oh, just they want more money. Yeah. They're trying to figure out how to lift their family up the same way you're doing. Right? So you have to take a risk on these communities that have been left out and left over. If you do that, then we improve our economy. Then we move forward faster. All this stuff, the supply chain, all of this, I don't want to get none of that craziness that these people are talking about. And I understand economically and politically, you're supposed to be talking about this because it makes you sound smart. But at the end of the day, the reality is there are a lot of people who need employment. And if you were really serious about employing people, then you would find these people and get them a job. You get them a job. And you stop all this legislative stuff that prevents people from working, take it out of their way, allow them an opportunity to work, allow them an opportunity to access housing, right? To get their license back, to do all these other specific things. Stop telling people they need a bachelor's degree to be a phone caller. Yeah, we need somebody to answer the phone, but they gotta have a bachelor's degree. I mean, that's like ridiculous. That's what's going on. Oh, you want to take the front leader. If you're going to sit in the front, you at least need 2 credits or 10 credits after bachelor's degree. That's ridiculous. Right? We're preventing people from working, and we should be increasing people's opportunity to have access to employment. So I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to be here. Hopefully, you understand God is back again. But I appreciate it. And I thank you for the work that you're doing daily to make sure our communities are better. Great. Trust the power. And where's the show? Yeah. Give it up. Mayor. And now we've got Sean Hopwood. Sean is reentry. And I want Mayor to know, Mayor, Sean was a reentry, he did time, and now he's a professor at Georgetown Law School. He's spoken truth to power about providing job opportunities, the importance of training, but also the experience of having gone through the system. Professor Sean Hopwood, give it up.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for having me on what is Second Chances Month. Pretty important month for me because I am a second chance. I'm going to give you the introduction that I give. I've given it to the President of the United States, to members of Congress, law schools, all over the place. And it goes something like this. My name is Sean Hopwood. I'm a law professor at Georgetown University Law Center, and I committed a violent crime, but I am not a violent criminal. And the reason I like to start out my talk with that is people see me in a suit and they call me professor now, and they forget where I came from, which was serving 10.5 years for my role in 5 bank robberies I committed when I was in my early 20s. I'm going to tell you a little story. I'm going to fast forward to when I got out. Got out in 2008, started getting a job in 2009. I worked at this place called Cockle Legal Briefs. Helped lawyers all over the country file briefs to the Supreme Court. And it was the summer of 2009. And I had gotten engaged and was getting ready to get married that summer. My first summer out, I started quickly when I got out of prison. I was asking my colleagues at Cockle Legal Briefs for their home addresses so that we could send out wedding invitations. And I'll never forget this receptionist up front. Her name was Sandy. She was very mischievous. She handed me a slip of paper with her home address on it, and she looked at me with a devilish grin and said, "Sean, I just want you to know, we have nothing of value at our home." And people did just like this. They got really quiet, and I busted out laughing. And then soon the whole office erupted in laughter. And what it reminded me is we have this vision of people. We think character is static. That when somebody makes a mistake, it must be their character flaw. Character is not static. People change, and the law and society need to recognize this. And so a lot of what I do is go around talking to policymakers about the need for second chances. And I'm going to tell you about my second chance story. It starts in 1999, me standing before United States District Court Judge Richard G. Cobb. It's never good when you're standing before a judge. And I had very shaky legs as I was sentenced to 12 years and 3 months in federal prison. I had never been in trouble, and so I had no sense of what this was like. I was 22 years old, about to serve basically half of my life in a federal prison. And when I got to prison, you know what I discovered? I didn't like it. There wasn't much good I found in prison. It was a place where you're away from your family and friends. For a guy like me that likes to eat, not the best food. It's a really depressing place where there's not a lot of hope and there's not a lot of rehabilitation, which is astonishing to me that we live in a country that claims to be the land of liberty on the one hand, and on the other, we incarcerate people at a greater rate than almost any other country on the planet. And when we do so, we know that 95% of people are going to come home someday. You would think it would be incumbent upon us to let them come back better off, not worse. But oftentimes the system just turns people in and out. And for the first couple of years, that was me. I was just turning in and out. We often think when somebody gets caught that they go into remorse. How many times have you caught your kids? And the first thing they did was not remorse. I didn't do it. No, that wasn't me. It was somebody. That was me about the first 2 years. And I was fortunate that I got a job in the prison law library. And about the first 6 months, all I did was check out books. I didn't know anything about the law. When I would pick those books off the shelf, I would open them up, I would read it, and it felt like it was written in another language. So the law was completely inaccessible to me. Then one day, the Supreme Court of the United States handed down a decision on June 26, 2000 that changed my life. Because I, along with everyone else in federal prison, wanted this decision to apply to the federal sentencing guidance. Why? Not because I knew the law, but because I wanted sentence reduction. There's no bigger motivator in prison than the thought of getting out early. So that started, in fact, the case called Monday v. New Jersey. Unfortunately for me, my reading of the law wasn't very good, and I was never able to gain any legal relief for myself. But what I found was I really enjoyed solving these legal puzzles and writing out the solution. And so my first foray into the law in my legal career is not a story I tell my students very often. I spent 2 months working on my own case, typed out a legal brief, hacked it out on a prison typewriter, probably like this, and promptly filed it in the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals. And a couple weeks later, I get a letter from the Court of Appeals saying, "Mr. Hopwood, it would really behoove you to file your brief in the correct court." So that was the beginning of my legal career, filing a brief in the wrong court. And I was never able to get any legal relief for myself, but what I enjoyed was kind of this process. So I started helping other prisoners. And one of the people that I helped was a friend of mine named Don Fellers, who was also in prison 12 years for his role in the conspiracy to distribute methamphetamine. And John came to me one day and said, hey, my lawyer says I have no shot at getting the Supreme Court to review my case. I just lost my appeal. Can I get you to prepare my petition to the Supreme Court? I said, absolutely not. I self-studied the law for a year. This is not my foray. Turns out that the Supreme Court is very judicious in cases they grant. They receive on average 7,000 to 8,000 petitions a year. They grant about 70 to 80 of them. That means you have a 1% chance of getting your case heard. That 1% chance is for lawyers filing briefs to the Supreme Court, not for indigent federal prisoners. And the Supreme Court would have known this came from an indigent federal prisoner because one, even in the early 2000s, law firms weren't sending briefs to the Supreme Court on typewriters. And two, one of the lawyers' names to have been on the front cover said John Feller's pro se, meaning he was representing himself. To get that type of case heard, it's about a 1% chance. It happens every 10, 15 years. And so I ended up filing John Feller's brief, and largely forgot about John. He was transferred to another prison. And one morning I was headed out to the recreation. I used to go work out at 6:30. I know it doesn't look like it now, but once upon a time I used to do this pretty religiously. And I was walking out to the recreation yard when my friend comes running and screaming out of the housing unit. His name's Wade. He's running and screaming out, Sean, this is a medium high security federal prison. First thing I think is, and what did I say to Wade yesterday that he must come fight at 6:30 in the morning? You see people running and screaming at each other in prison, it is not a good sign. But what you don't do is you don't go to a fist fight with a newspaper in your hand. And what Wade had was a copy of the USA Today, and he unfurled it, and I read the story. And it says how John Feller's petition for writ of certiorari had been granted by the Supreme Court of the United States. How that was unlikely that his case would get heard. He had filed without a lawyer, and it even quoted a couple of those sentences I pecked out on that prison typewriter. Did I know that this was such a big deal that it would lead me to eventually getting out, going to law school, becoming a law professor at Georgetown? Heck no. But I knew it was pretty important because it had a pretty profound effect immediately. I became very, very popular in federal prison. There weren't any days I could walk across the little town without somebody saying, Sean, let me just have let me tell you about my case for 5 minutes. Let me see if you can do anything. And so that happened. And John Fellers, and we took a big break on that Supreme Court case. John Fellers became one of the most famous people in prison for a day. All the law firms were calling his case because they all want to argue in the Supreme Court. It's a very important thing for lawyers. Very few lawyers get to do. And John decided, well, maybe I want the people that aren't calling. And he talked to this lawyer named Seth Waxman. Now, if somebody argues 5 cases in the U.S. Supreme Court, they're considered an expert. And they probably make a lot of money. Seth Waxman was the former Solicitor General of the United States during the Clinton administration, meaning he represents the United States in every case before the Supreme Court. He was in private practice, and at the time he agreed to take John Feller's case, he had argued over 80 cases in the Supreme Court. I think his hourly rate these days is about $2,000 an hour, for those of you that have the money to just throw around on lawyers. Needless to say, Seth Waxman did not need Sean Hopwood, but Seth Waxman did something pretty remarkable. He said, John, I will take your case on one condition only. I want to know who wrote that cert petition for you, and I want to make them part of the case. Still to this day, I don't know why he did that. But what would happen is Wilmer Hale and Seth Waxman would send in drafts of merits briefs to me in prison. I would mark them up with a pen and yellow sticky notes and send it back out to the law firm. Wilmer Hale, I found out later, had a nickname for me. I was in-house counsel and then the big house. Can you imagine just what it felt like for me in this environment where every day the message implicitly and explicitly is you're a piece of garbage. It's only a matter of time before you screw up in here. It's only a matter of time before you get out, commit a new offense, and come back. To have that message every day, that has an impact on you. And then to have a former Solicitor General of the United States say, Sean, you did a really great job on this cert petition. You should be proud. And not only should you think about pursuing a career as a paralegal, which was my dream, you should go to law school. That had a profound impact on me. And so I wasn't in a prison that had a lot of rehabilitation programs. I was not in a prison that cared much about what people did when they got out. It was mostly about warehousing folks for as long as they could and then kicking them out and expecting a miracle. And so I went on my own rehabilitation course. I started reading the law like an insane person. When I tell you this, I read probably 5,000 judicial opinions in prison. Kids, for fun. People that know me prior to going to prison, you could never convince them that I would do this. And I started working with Seth Waxman on this case, and we ended up winning that case unanimously. And John Fellers got a shorter sentence and ended up beating me. Then a year or two later, I got another case granted by the Supreme Court. Then I won a case in the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals. And then I started winning cases all over, even though I had never gone to law school, never finished a bachelor's degree. And until I started the self-study, I couldn't have named a right in the Bill of Rights. So all of that training helped prepare me for my release. Although I wasn't still quite prepared for what it would be. I got out in 2008. Anybody remember what the economy was like? Hard time to find work for anyone, let alone the 5-time armed bank robber who just served almost 10.5 years in federal prison. And so I went around to a lot of rejection. My now wife drove me around to probably 30 job interviews, and one of them I remember very, very well. It was a used car dealership, and the owner of the used car dealership looks at my resume and says, "Mr. Hopwood, you have like a 10-year resume gap here." Resume gap would have been a good name of my book. 10-year resume gap here. What can you explain this to me? I no sooner got the word prison out of my mouth, and he said, let's talk about this outside. So we walked through the showroom, past people looking at the car. And we get just outside. And he turns to me and he looks and he says, "Mr. Hopwood, you don't have to come back here again." And that's when I realized, like, the ethical bar for used car dealers is not finding it. We might not ever find work. And I did it for a while. My first job out of prison was working for a telemarketing company that made calls to people in Oregon at around dinner time. Those people would yell and scream and cuss at me. And because I had been in prison for 10.5 years, I yelled and screamed and cussed back. That job lasted one day. My second job was washing cars outside of a used car dealership. But this was Nebraska in October, starting to be early November. And I realized once it gets cold, I have a job. And so I was applying all over the place. One of the things I had was legal skills. The knowledge of the U.S. Supreme Court was not a necessary job skill in Omaha, Nebraska. And law firms weren't willing to take a chance on me. They just weren't. They were like, "You have done very well in prison. You won cases that our firm would be proud to have won, but we are not going to give you a second chance. You are a violent criminal, and so therefore we can't hire you." And I heard that time and time and time again. Until I applied at this place called Taco Legal Briefs, which was a small mom and pop shop in downtown Omaha. There are 5 of these in the country. There are consultant shops that print up the little booklet briefs that lawyers file in the Supreme Court of the United States. How strange that this place would be located in Omaha, Nebraska, when all of its work is in Washington, D.C. Found out that Taco Legal Briefs, by the time they asked me for an interview, they had already filled the position. Anybody, I was fortunate enough to be featured on 60 Minutes, and Andy Cockle on my 60 Minutes said why they gave me the interview. He said, "We thought Sean was a crackpot." And we were mostly doing it for entertainment purposes because we couldn't figure out how someone could get 2 cases granted by the Supreme Court but was not a lawyer. So when I go in for the interview and they ask me, I remember taking a long, deep breath and telling them one long run-on sentence about how I've been to prison for robbing banks and learned the law and all this stuff. And when I got done, their face was like this. And for me, it felt like their mouths hung open for minutes. But ultimately, Taco was my big break because they gave me a job. And they gave me something that nobody else did, which was some trust. And let me tell you, those people in that office, like to this day, I sound much differently now than when I got out of prison. I sounded like someone who'd been around nothing but dudes for 10.5 years. Between my wife and those women with Taco printing, needless to say, they sanded off rough edges. I mean, we're talking some mountains. They sanded off a lot of rough edges and prepared me for a life of being a professional. And one of the things that I learned at Cockle was that, I have to learned the little things, like how to run a computer. I was computer illiterate. When I got out of prison, I'd never been on the internet. Never seen an iPhone, an iPad, an iPod. The thing that I do now with a few clicks on my phone caused me great anxiety when I got out, because I just didn't know how to operate things. My sisters they still joke about it today. They used to say, Sean, I know when you went to prison, these cell phones were these big block points. But you don't need to continue to yell at them. We can hear you just fine. So I had a lot of things to learn. One of the things I always remember is my office manager, who rightly could have fired me for this. What had happened was somebody had called me, a lawyer, and said, listen, I've got a client who's doing a 30-year prison sentence, and this is their last chance. And I've got to file a brief to the Supreme Court on behalf of my client. And I said, all right, well, you need to get us the brief and stuff here. When's it due? He said, 2 days from now. And I said, well, send me the brief now. He said, well, there's one problem. I haven't written it yet. And then I had a response, and then a couple hours later, I get called in to the office manager. And she's like, Sean, we are in the customer service business. I know you get upset with lawyers, especially those that represent criminal defendants, and you don't think they're doing a good job. But you really can't tell lawyers to get their shit together on the phone. That's bad customer service. These are all things that I probably said that and didn't even realize I was saying. People that gave me second and third chances. And then, that is what lit the fire under me. And eventually, I worked with a law professor from the University of Michigan who had a confrontation clause case and asked me, well, Sean, you must be a lawyer because you know an awful lot about the confrontation clause. And this is not something someone studies for fun. And I said, well, I'm not a lawyer, Rich, but I don't want to tell you my story because I don't want you to freak out. And I eventually told him, and he did freak out, but in a good way. And he told my story to Adam Liptak, who's the Supreme Court correspondent for the New York Times, and they wrote an article. And life has never really been the same since. After that put me on the path to going to law school. I eventually went to law school, and my first job coming out of law school, I worked for a federal judge and a federal courthouse, where I had the little ID badge that got me through all the locked doors. Can't tell you how strange that was. I used to walk past Marshall with their cars full of handcuffs and shackles going to move people. And here I would be in my suit. I had very much imposter syndrome. All of these things were made possible, though, because of the work I did in prison. We often think that, man, when people are in prison, certainly they're preparing to get out. Very rarely does that happen. For me, it was my own personal rehabilitation. And then what it was when I got out, it was people that gave me a second chance. It was the Cockles who gave me a second chance. It was Seth Waxman, who, listen, the Cockles have been trying to get his business for 20 years, but they were never able to get a phone call through his receptionist and associates. When they left a message on his phone, said they wanted to talk to him about me potentially being hired there, they were shocked when he called 5 minutes later and said he would be foolish not to hire Sean. They were shocked when Noah Levine, another lawyer at Wilmer Hale, said, you know what, I've talked to Sean for the last month for the last 4 years, every month for the last 4 years. And if he comes to New York, I've never met Sean in person, but I can tell you this. If he comes to New York, I will not let him stay at a hotel. He will stay at my house with my wife and kids at night. That's how much I believe and trust in Sean. It's people like that went out of their way to mentor me when there was nothing in it for them. It was people like the Cockles who gave me a job and gave me some grace when I think most others in the legal community, especially the legal community in Omaha, were not willing to even give me a foot in the door. It was people like my wife, now wife, who drove me around countless job interviews and saw the rejection in my face when I would walk out of an interview and say, I think I did really well at the interview, and I don't think it was enough to get the job. And so those were the people that have modeled me and why I'm a success today. What I want you to take away from this, I am not a pick yourself up by the bootstrap story. I could be the hardest working, smartest lawyer on the planet, neither of which is true, and it would not have mattered. It would not have mattered had people not gone out of their way to give me a second chance. And that's both employers and just people in my life. And so I want to encourage you, to the extent you can, to offer second opportunities and second chances to people. We all need them. Listen, the one thing I've realized now is we're all in need of some grace. And I always know when this is coming. And I've heard it from FBI agents, federal judges, prosecutors, sheriffs, people that work at universities, and I always know when it's coming because they'll do this. Hey, Sean, I didn't do anything fast for our banks. If I could have things in my teens and 20s, I would not be here today. And so I feel like people forget that across the board. And we've got to remind ourselves that if you just close your eyes and think about the worst thing you've ever done, the worst thing that nobody knows about, to think then that that would be publicized to the whole world and you would be judged by that every day for the rest of your life, no one would want that. And so why do we do that to people coming out of prison? Why are we not the leader in second chances? Again, I think it says something about us. We think that if somebody's been convicted of a crime and they've gone to prison, they must be the evil, the worst of the worst. This is what my family thought before I went to prison. That's where the worst of the worst people go. Now I got to prison, it wasn't the worst of the worst. It was just people. And for whatever reason, made some bad mistakes. Some of them didn't have a lot of opportunities to begin with, but almost all of them have the power to be redeemed. They just need a little help. And so what I am so encouraged by today is listening to the New Jersey Reentry Court and its message of providing second chances to folks coming out of prison. We know, as a professor, I study this, we know what works for people coming out of prison. You give them stable housing, stable employment. You give them substance abuse help, mental health services. And then on top of it, you give them community. Why is community so important? Almost every successful reentry story I've ever seen involved community. Somebody got out and was adopted by a church, a synagogue, a community center, a reentry court. I've seen people that worked for public defender's offices, people that got it at a junior college. For me, it was law school. Law school was where I got community. And here's what community does. One, when people have community and they're getting out, those first 2 years are so critical because everybody struggles those first 2 years to get stability. And when you're living on the knife's edge, if you have a community and say you lose your job and you're on the knife's edge between homelessness and crime, listen, if most Americans will have the choice between homelessness and crime, the majority of them would choose crime too. Because nobody chooses to be homeless. Nobody chooses that. We know that these interventions will prevent people from getting that. And when people lose their jobs and they have community to fall back on, they're not put to that choice of homelessness or crime. And they have better outcomes. You know what else it does? Acts as a natural deterrent. When I got out, I didn't want to commit a new crime, let my mom down, let my now wife down, let Beth Waxman down who'd gone to bat for me. So when we welcome people back in and they feel loved and feel community, they're less likely to commit new offenses. And so community is so, so important for people coming out. The ones that I have seen have the most success, the ones that got out, felt like they were welcomed and loved, and they behaved differently. Can't even imagine how much a little bit of love on someone who's formerly incarcerated means. When you come from that environment, again, implicitly and explicitly every day, the message is horrible. To then get some love from someone, it makes a profound difference. So I have always been very grateful for the people that have helped me. I try to do that now in my own life. I've got a small law firm with my wife and one other person. We hire formerly incarcerated people. We try to give people second chances in every single way we can, including coming to events like this. And so I would greatly encourage all of you, the little things. Yes, helping in places like this, helping provide second chances and stable employment are helpful, but also just giving some words of encouragement to folks coming out of prison. It may not matter in their life today, but they may remember that a year from now, 6 months from now, when they're faced with that choice of, am I going to go down the path of crime or am I going to go down this other path? And the more people that pour love into those folks, the more likely they are to go down the right path. Systemically, of course, we need everybody to step up. We need corporations to step up and hire people. We need people to just be the second chance people. The people that will say, you know what, this may be difficult, but I'm going to work with this person anyway, because there's value. And so I would encourage you to do this. For me, all of my success, I would never have become a lawyer or a law professor had I not had people who gave me grace and who gave me love and who encouraged me time and time again. And I'm telling you, that those things seem like simple things, but they're things that our country has largely forgotten about, because most people coming out of prison do not feel welcome. They do not feel like they get a second chance. And why would they? With hundreds of thousands of collateral consequences of a felony conviction, you can be legally discriminated against in employment, housing, public benefits, even voting. I was thinking about my family wants to move to Virginia out of the district. I can't vote in Virginia. I can go to the White House, but I cannot vote in Virginia today. And so we need policy change too. And that's one of the things I work on as a lawyer. But again, what I want to stress to you is the stable employment and training can make the difference in someone's life. And when you get to see people reunited, when you get to see families reunited, you start to understand the power of second chances. And I hope everybody will talk to their neighbors and friends about Second Chance Month in April, because it's an important ideal that even the President of the United States is getting on. I'm going to quit talking now and take some questions, but thank you for having
What was the hardest challenge when you came home?
The hardest challenge for me was technology. I realized that computers were indispensable, and so were cell phones. To give you a sense of how challenged I was, when I got my job at Taco Legal Briefs, I told the owners, I said, can we not tell the resident employees about my background? Let me work here for 2 weeks. Let them get to know me. Because if they get to know me first, they will feel differently about me than if they hear up front, this is the guy that robbed banks and just got out of federal prison. The problem, of course, was I couldn't hide how computer illiterate it was. So the woman training me one day was like, we had these forms that you would have to type attorney-client information. And she was like, Sean, you don't have to type the same information in every time. You can just cut and paste. I literally thought like scissors. This is how computer illiterate was. And so, you know, one of the things that was that we were never allowed to touch a computer, not even a word processor hooked up from the internet. And so I struggled with that skill. I often struggled with just, you know, how to act as a professional when you spent 10.5 years in federal prison. Again, they handed off a lot of the rough edges, but those were two of the biggest for me. And then just getting some stability. Stability with not living paycheck to paycheck. And that didn't happen until 12 years later. But getting some stability and getting just, you know, acclimated back to the world because I had been gone for so long. Remember the day I'm not one who gets nervous or anxious about things. I argue before courts. I don't get very anxious about doing speaking events. But the first day out on my way to the halfway house, we stopped at a Walmart and I got frozen in the aisle. And the toothpaste aisle. Because I had never been used to that many choices. And I literally just got frozen in the Walmart aisle looking at toothpaste, trying to pick out, I had no idea. These people make these decisions for me. And so those little things, it took me a long time to kind of get over that and look at some of the hurdles. I was fortunate in a number of respects. One, again, I had an Annie, my now wife, who was my reentry superstar and helped me time and time again navigate all of this. And, you know, I don't look like what somebody thinks of, or at least white Americans in Omaha, Nebraska don't think of when they think of someone who's been to prison. And that probably helped me in a lot of ways navigate the system. And I know other folks aren't as fortunate as that. I was lucky in a bunch of respects. I mean, who has former Solicitor General of the United States writing reference letters for them when they come out of prison? So I know that a lot of my success is attributable to the people that helped. Well, we gotta have some other questions. There we go. I was gonna say, I can hear you.
Recognizing the differences and the disparity and the privilege that you have coming out, and I say privilege lightly, and others who are coming home, what are some training opportunities that you would suggest for some of us to consider for people who are about to re-enter?
Well, the things I've seen that have the most success are some of the trades. So there were two programs at the prison I was at. One was a machinist program and one was a welding program. And almost every guy I know that went through those programs in prison are now out working and getting like $25, $30 an hour, which for me is the gold standard for folks coming out of prison. So those are very helpful. I think, you know, getting more people education when they get out. I have a bunch of friends who didn't realize that they could file FAFSAs and get financial aid to go to school part-time while they're working. And I think that sort of training gives you a leg up. I think any sort of training that's going to lead to stable employment is a good training to have, because we know that stable employment is one of the biggest markers for reentry and recidivism reduction. And so all of those things, but I also think there are things that we also need to help. Like so many of the men I served time with never balanced the bank book. So many of the men I served time with, me included, had never, practiced budgeting every month. And fortunately, I have a wife who does all of that. She handles all the money and has since we've been together. But I was not prepared to do those things when I got back. And so for me, and also technology, being able to use the internet and computers to advance yourself, I think is very helpful. Those are the training programs that are most successful. And then, of course, mental health treatment for folks is important. Here's what I'll say about the mental health side. I know a lot of very successful people got out of prison and didn't address it when they got out. Almost every person I've ever met who served time in prison comes out. And I'm not talking like a little bit. I know vets who have said that the trauma of prison is as bad as the battlefield. And so I see a lot of folks that come out and may have some initial success, but they never go talk to somebody about the trauma of prison. And I have watched it raise up and bite people, sometimes 5, 10, 15 years down the road. So I think, rapid services, folks coming out ensures the best success.
I'll start by saying thank you, because whether you realized it in the moment, I think you saw a light within you that connects to the journey that you've taken thus far. So thank you for that. You also said something that I think is important that we give space to. You were in custody in a place where there wasn't a lot for the folks inside. So my question is about for family members, friends, loved ones, advocates on the outside. What do you think we can be doing for folks who find themselves in that kind of custodial setting?
Help keep them tethered to the outside world the best you can. Whether that is letters, phone calls, visits, encouraging them. Encouragement goes such a long ways when you are void of any encouragement. A little bit goes a long ways. And then for me, my parents and friends and even these lawyers would send in books and send in things that would advance my education, even if it wasn't a formal program. And so I kind of went on my own rehabilitation program where I would sit down for 4 or 5 days or 4 or 5 hours every day, and I would read and write stuff that had nothing to do with the law, just stuff that I thought would improve me in the future. And so that's how I think you help people, but reminding folks that there is life outside those prison walls. Because what happens with folks that aren't tethered to the outside world, they get caught up in all of the shenanigans of prison. And they think that the prison gangs and prison policies, these are the only things that matter. I pushed against that my entire time in prison. I didn't want to even be on the prison scale because to me it all seemed like nonsense. And so the more that you can tether someone to the outside world and encourage them and know that when they do get out, they're going to have a second chance, and sort of any educational help you can, whether it's books or what have you, I think those are what can help people who don't have a lot of rehabilitation programming in prison, and that is a lot of places. I don't know how New Jersey is, but I know some states, like Florida, has very little rehabilitation programs. Hey, thank you, and thank you for being here and participating. It's encouraging to me to see some folks. You're going to be the Seth Waxman for somebody else, I promise you. Thank you for having me.
Let's give it up for Sean. Thank you. Now let's see the Reverend Boulevard Flores say the concluding prayer. Can we have a round of applause for the
Thank you, Robert. And thank you, everyone. I be really short because Robert Carter, our operation, do comments, so do a small prayer, short prayer. But I know that our staff pray ready because this conference is end because our staff work a lot of hours in putting this conference together. Thank you to the Lord for the staff, the mission, and the commitment that the New Jersey Reentry Corporation has. Brothers and sisters, let's pray. Let's pray for more business to understand second chances and hiring more return citizens. Let's pray for more legislative, policymakers, religious leaders come together in advocacy for the reentry population. Let's pray for more fund opportunities that allow us to continue to provide thousands and thousands credentials. Let's pray for the Lord help us to sharing the gospel of reentry and the new way to do reentry. Thank you to the Lord for help us to help others. And in the beginning, in the name of our Lord, we pray, amen. In the beginning, they say that Jesus has the first reentry program. NJRC now continue with the Jesus program. God bless.
Thank you very much and safe home. So,